Chapter 36. Damn it, Zhang Daren, when did you become so hot-blooded? How come I've never seen you act so impulsively? Sun Kong also grinned. Actually, Zhang Daren continued, this is related to the second thing I want to tell you two brothers. Brother Daren, please speak. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he said indifferently. The second thing is related to the abnormality of the Jade Pavilion gathering. Zhang Daoran said tirelessly, I don't know if you two brothers have noticed that the Jade Pavilion gathering this time is completely different from before? To tell you the truth, I have participated in the Yaotai gatherings several times. In the past, the Yaotai gatherings were not so much a test for Taoist cultivators in the middle and late stages of Yuanying realm like me, but rather a different kind of auction. However, the usual auction was about primordial stones, but this auction is about strength. As long as you have the strength, you can get rare treasures and spiritual herbs from the Star-Lord Hall, and you don't necessarily have to pay the price of your life. That kind of risk is only for golden core and early nascent soul stage cultivators. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many nascent soul stage cultivators coming to join in the fun. That's right. Hearing Zhang Daren's words, Sun Kong nodded in agreement. Speaking of the Jade Pavilion gathering, who doesn't know that it's the bait of the Star-Lord Hall? Every 10 years, they'll get some good things for us Taoist disciples to fight over. Come here and kill each other? However, how can there be no fighting over rare treasures? Outside the Jade Mountain is killing, inside the Jade Mountain is also killing. Rather than fighting over rare treasures outside the Jade Mountain, it's better to fight in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Of course, the most important thing is still the Imperial Preceptor's lot, which can only be used once. When we Taoist cultivators establish a country, the Imperial Preceptor's lot will reveal the country's title, and the Imperial Preceptor's lot can no longer be used. The most damaging move of the Star-Lord Hall is that the Imperial Preceptor's lot with the title of the country is useless to Taoist cultivators, while Confucian cultivators can use the Imperial Preceptor's lot to come to the Jade Mountain to exchange for rich rewards. Aren't you just toying with us Tao sect cultivators? Xiao Hua sneered. Yeah, even if that's the case, didn't Brother Xiao also come? Zhang Daoren said self-mockingly. Moreover, this old man and Master Sun Kong also came. Hundreds of fellow nascent soul cultivators have also arrived. In the past, the Yaotai meeting emphasized balance. Our Taoist cultivators suffered some losses, but they were all in the formation and defense formation. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals of Star-Lord Hall might not take action, and they would also give a lot of elixirs and treasures. Sun Kong narrowed his eyes and said, but it's obviously different this time. According to all the signs, this Jade Pavilion meeting, I'm afraid that Star-Lord Palace has set up a great bait to kill most of the nascent soul stage cultivators. Zhang Daren's eyes were fierce as well. He said, since Star-Lord Hall wants me dead, why don't I fight to the death? If Brother Xiao can kill a star venerate, why can't I? It's true. You've already cultivated to the out-of-body stage, so you've reached the limit of Confucian cultivators' tolerance. If you can kill a star venerate here, you'll definitely leave your name as a hidden immortal. Sun Kong said thoughtfully. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, I originally thought that I was the only one who saw it, but I didn't expect the two of you to also see it. Since it's like this, we can't let these Taoist cultivators kill each other. Instead, we should unite our spearheads against the outside so as to find a way to survive for most of the cultivators. As for the matter of joining hands, this Xiao naturally agrees, but it's only limited to fighting for treasures. This Xiao is willing to lend you two a hand. If you encounter Star-Lord Palace's pursuit, this Xiao feels that the two of you should look at your own strength. The two of you absolutely can't do something like hitting a rock with an egg. Moreover, this Xiao is confident that under the pursuit of a Star-Lord there's a chance. Xiao Hua's words were very clear. He didn't believe in the two's strength. After all, they were only late nascent soul stage cultivators and it was difficult for them to compare to Star-Lords of the lower 5th grade. Rather than sending them to their deaths, it was better to escape on their own. He believed that his Leaping Thunder Realm's Leaping Thunder escape technique would be able to escape a way out. How can that be? Sun Kong was about to shout again, but Zhang Daoren said in a low voice, Old Brother Sun Kong, listen to Old Brother Xiao. Even if we ambush and kill some immortal soldiers and immortal generals, it's also helping Old Brother Xiao. If we command a group of Taoism disciples to fight against Star-Lord Palace's disciples, isn't that also helping Old Brother Xiao? Right. Sun Kong muttered a little, nodding slightly as a form of agreement. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "To be able to meet the two of you, this Xiao is truly fortunate. Actually, the so-called sworn brothers and sworn brothers are all nonsense. It's like having someone in your heart, but that person isn't your dual cultivation partner. It's unnecessary to take off your pants and fart. You and I both know in our hearts that it's enough to help each other." Well said. Sun Kong liked Xiaohua talking about dual cultivation partners the most. He couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Zhang Daoran also smiled slightly. If we become sworn brothers, there must be a blood oath. It seems more reliable. We're just saying this, there aren't any restrictions. There's no need for any restrictions. The Tao of Heaven and the Tao Heart are restrictions. My own heart is also a restriction. Xiaohua disagreed. If there's a rebellion in the heart, even if it's a blood oath, what can it do? If you don't plan to rebel, what's wrong with not making a blood oath? Trust. Zhang Daoran gave a thumbs up. Trust without doubt, this is what brothers are like. I hope Taoism disciples are all brothers, Xiaohua said with a smile. I can't chop off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper. I always feel like something is missing. Sun Kong was very regretful. He raised his hands and said, "How about we give each other a high five?" Right. Zhang Daoran raised his hands and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was a little hesitant. It was very normal for Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong to team up. After all, although the two didn't get along, they were also familiar with each other. He had only met the two for the first time. They hadn't reached that kind of friendship yet. However, Xiaohua looked at the dozens of cultivators on the two flying boats standing there very obediently. They weren't like the group of cultivators led by Taoist Huoda. Xiaohua's heart moved. He raised his hands and said, "I'm really lucky to be able to make friends with two late nascent soul stage brothers." Huh. Sun Kong high-fived Zhang Daoran with one hand and Xiaohua with the other. He laughed loudly and said, "Even in my dreams, I didn't expect to be able to high-five old man Zhang. This time's Jade Pavilion meeting is really interesting." The three of them high-fived the alliance agreement. They were all very happy. Zhang Daoran removed the barrier and looked around. He said, "After we get the jade boxes, we'll first take out the items in the jade boxes. Whoever wants them, take out the corresponding item as the price. After these jade boxes are traded, we'll send a group of cultivators to explore the various parts of the Imperial Formation." Right. Sun Kong nodded. This old man has a magic treasure here that can detect the flaws in the Imperial Formation. After we find the jade boxes, we'll immediately leave the Imperial Formation. Sun Kong then pointed at the blood-colored star at the end of the starry sky. Perhaps one of the three treasures is on that blood-colored star. All right, we'll do as you say. Xiaohua nodded. If you need me to do anything, just say it. Soon after, the three of them discussed a bit. The dozen or so cultivators who were looking for the jade boxes had returned. Sure enough, each of them had a jade box in their hands. The jade boxes were all closed, so they didn't know what was inside. The cultivators holding the jade boxes didn't dare to open them. They walked in front of Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong and respectfully handed the jade boxes to them. Sun Kong waved his hand and said, "You all take them first." Xiaohua saw that Sun Kong didn't care and shook his head. He smiled and said, "Brother Sun Kong, these are all hot potatoes. If these cultivators take them, I'm afraid there will be problems. It's more suitable for you to take them." Sun Kong disdainfully replied, "We're going to trade in a bit. Who has the patience to take these things?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said to Zhang Daoran, "Brother Daoran, I don't think it's appropriate for us to trade here." But Zhang Daoran took the jade boxes from the cultivators and checked them one by one. He wanted to quickly distribute the jade boxes to appease everyone, so he was startled by Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua smiled. "It's actually very simple. It's just that Brother Daoran didn't think too much about it. This old man understands." Xiaohua didn't say it out loud. He only gave a slight hint, and Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong already knew. The two of them looked at each other and controlled their flying boats to get closer. Fairy Jing gave the jade boxes to Zhang Daoran and then stood next to Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Taoist, can you follow me onto the flying boat now?" "Of course. Fairy Jing, please." Xiaohua replied with a smile. Fairy Jing had a sweet appearance and her eyes were even more beautiful. The two of them flew onto the boat. At this moment they heard Zhang Daoren say, "Fellow Taoists, you've all seen it. Previously we fought against each other and lost countless disciples. We might not have been able to obtain any treasures. Now we've worked together and obtained all the treasures in this formation without fear of death. I don't need to say more about who is safe and who is in danger, right?" "Yes, Senior is right. Junior will follow Senior's arrangements." Immediately a cultivator nearby said, "Junior is only at the Golden Core realm. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Seniors. If there is something Junior needs, Junior will wait until Seniors don't want it and Junior will pick it up. It's better than dying here." When this cultivator spoke, everyone laughed. They all understood, but no one dared to hold back after seeing the treasures. At this moment, Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong and Xiao Hua being able to stand out was exactly what they wanted to see. Sun Kong also shouted from the side, "Brother Daren's words are what this old man wants to say. If you don't have any objections, then listen to Brother Daren's explanation." Yes, Junior has no objections. Sun Kong's methods were ruthless and everyone on his flying boat was even more united. No one said anything. Chapter 36-37. Although Zhang Daoran disdained Master Sun Kong's character, at the same time he was envious of Master Sun Kong's methods. With his character he wasn't suited for any ruthless actions. After hearing Master Sun Kong's words he said, "Previously I discussed with Master Sun Kong and Taoist Master Xiao, and we decided to divide the treasures within the defensive formation. Whoever obtained them would have to pay a price and perhaps others would also need it. This way everyone would benefit. In the end there would always be some things left in my hands, so I'll take them and take out some things that you fellow Taoists need, such as spirit pills or magic treasures. However, I've been warned by Taoist Master that this defensive formation is very dangerous. If we divide it now, if any fellow Taoist is unable to protect himself or perishes here, wouldn't our hard work be in vain? Therefore my intention with Master Sun Kong and Taoist Master is that when we leave Mount Yaotai and arrive at Taoist Master Zhao's Black Wind Mountain, Master Sun Kong's Black Wind Mountain, or even my Grand Wind Mountain, it won't be too late for us to trade then." "Alright, it's settled then. Let's go to Taoist Master Sun Kong's Black Wind Mountain." Xiao Hua hastily waved his hand. "Let's go to Brother Daren's Grand Wind Mountain. My place is currently in a state of war. Fellow Taoists, if you go there, you'll attract the attention of Confucian cultivators, which isn't good for everyone." "Alright. Then let's set it at my Grand Wind Mountain." Zhang Daoren nodded. "At that time Master Sun Kong, and the three of us will preside over it. We definitely won't disappoint you fellow Taoists." Since the three cultivators with the highest cultivation bases had already decided, the others could only listen to them. Besides, what Zhang Daoren said was the truth. Even if they could obtain the rare treasure they wanted here, if they could not leave Yaotai Mountain alive, wouldn't everything be for naught? Junior will listen to the arrangements of the two seniors. Fairy Jing was the first to speak. Xiao Hua's heart stirred and he tilted his head to look at Fairy Jing. Fairy Jing seemed to have her thoughts seen through by Xiao Hua, and she hastily lowered her head, her forehead actually somewhat red. Since Fairy Jing had spoken, the others agreed. The cultivators on Sun Kong Shangren's flying boat also handed their jade boxes to Sun Kong Shangren for safekeeping. "Alright, the plan now is..." Zhang Daoren saw that this matter was over and was about to speak when the entire imperial formation shook. Dozens of pillars of vast qi rushed out from the huge sphere. Layers of clouds shot out from the pillars of vast qi and quickly scattered in all directions. Then more strange ripples appeared from various parts of the formation. Wherever the ripples went, the entire formation seemed to boil. Bubbles surged out and the bubbles grew from small to large. In the end they exploded with pops. Furthermore, the belt of boulders that surrounded the star was now torn apart by the vibrations, turning into thousands of huge meteors that shot towards the entire defensive formation with a rumbling sound. Destruction of heaven and earth. Boulders flew everywhere, almost covering the entire defensive formation. Xiao Hua was immediately alarmed. Thinking of what happened in the previous defensive formation, he hastily shouted, "Brothers, let's hurry and join hands. These boulders are a big movement of the defensive formation. I'm afraid they want to kill us here." "Alright," Zhang Daoren proudly said, "with the three of us here, what is there to fear? This old man will join hands with you to resist. Brother Sun Kong, Hurry and use your secret technique to find a way out of this defensive formation. All right. Sun Kong was also in high spirits. He shouted, "This old man hasn't joined hands with someone like this in a long time. Today watch this old man's methods." As he spoke, the boulders had already begun to fall towards Xiao Hua and the others. Although they didn't have the terrifying destructive aura of the defensive formation from before, the whistling of the boulders, the strong wind blowing against their faces, and the huge momentum of their fall revealed another kind of terror. In particular, the boulders were still relatively slow at first, but after flying for a while they gradually sped up. The group of cultivators scanned them with their divine senses, and after a little calculation, they immediately understood that when the boulders fell in front of them, their speed and strength were definitely not something a single cultivator could resist. For a moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Many cultivators released their divine senses, anxiously looking for a place to hide within the range of their divine senses. Unfortunately, the entire defensive formation was rippling everywhere, and those ripples were all the primers that attracted the boulders. The entire defensive formation was being baptized by the boulders, and there was no safe place at all. The only thing the Taoist cultivators could do was to use their divine abilities to resist these boulders. Fellow Taoists. At this moment Zhang Daoran was surprisingly calm. He shouted, "Activate your Dharma treasures and form an array behind me. 10 mid-tier 4th grade Essence Qi cultivators will be at the front, 5 mid-tier or low-tier 4th grade Essence Qi cultivators will be at the back, and so on. Golden Core cultivators will stand at the back." Yes. The cultivators on Zhang Daoran's flying ship hurriedly flew down. Sun Kong also shouted, "Quick, this old man is going to withdraw the flying ship. You all stand behind fellow Taoist Zhang." With that, Sun Kong waved his Taoist robe, and the flying ship let out a rumble and gradually shrunk. All the cultivators on the ship didn't dare to be negligent and flew down one after another. The two groups of cultivators that had been fighting before began to work together before the great disaster. Sun Kong withdrew the flying ship and took out a palm-sized macaque from his chinkuan pouch. The macaque stood still in the air, stretched out its arms and lazily opened its eyes. However, when the macaque saw the flying boulders clearly, it cried out "Jijig" and hastily shrank its head. It used its hands to hide its head and jumped into Sun Kong's hands as if it was extremely scared. Damn it! Sun Kong was somewhat embarrassed. He grabbed the macaque's hands and angrily said, "Hurry up and find a way for this old man, or this old man won't give you anything to eat." Gigi. The macaque was very aggrieved. It smacked its lips and stretched out its hands to pull at Sun Kong's Taoist robe. "Ah, this is Sun Kong's demon pet. Its name is Chonggung and it's a variant macaque." Zhang Daoran smiled and said to Xiao Hua, who had already flown to his side, "This macaque has a pair of void-piercing eyes and can see the weakness of space. It'll be of great use within this defensive formation." Void-piercing eyes? Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, "I've heard of a type of void-piercing beast whose eyes can see through the void. I didn't expect a macaque to have one as well." Zhang Daoran nodded. "Brother Xiao is right. The void-piercing beast is a variant beast of the void. I've only heard of it and have never seen it. However, this macaque can't compare to the void-piercing beast. It can only find the weak points of space. As for the specifics, it'll depend on Sun Kong's methods. If the void-piercing beast is here, it'll probably be able to directly open it." As he spoke, Zhang Daoran looked at the black shadow pressing down from above in the distance and said in a low voice, "The boulders are about to arrive. Let's each use our own methods. You take the right and I take the left. We'll do as much as we can. The more you and I block, the more hope the Tao sect cultivators behind us have, and fewer people will die." As he spoke, Zhang Daoran's body flashed with brilliance. Heaven and earth origin qi poured into his head, setting off a storm. Within the storm, Zhang Daoran's body rapidly expanded, and in the end he was several dozen feet tall. Roar! Seeing Zhang Daoran again, he opened his mouth and a strange magic treasure flew out. This magic treasure was like a stick, but it was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The center of the magic treasure was connected to a fist-sized profound stone. Puff! Zhang Daoran spat out a mouthful of true essence on the magic treasure. The magic treasure let out a roar and rushed into the air. As Zhang Daoran's Dharma body waved its hands, the magic treasure flashed with a dazzling brilliance and slowly expanded. When it landed in Zhang Daren's hands, it was already like two huge fists. Seeing Zhang Daoran activate his Dharma body, Sun Kong hurriedly took out a tricolored bead and threw it into Chong Gung's mouth. The macaque swallowed it in one gulp and its body emitted the same color. Then it burped. Before Sun Kong could speak, its two pitch-black eyes emitted an even more dazzling tricolored brilliance. The brilliance that shot out from the macaque's eyes was a full 3 inches long. Then the macaque jumped up from Sun Kong's hand, looked around and flew behind everyone. Sun Kong glanced at Zhang Daoran with a trace of shock in his eyes. Then he urged his body to follow behind the macaque. Boom boom boom. The boulder was approaching, shaking the entire defensive array. Xiaohua clearly felt that the space around him was trembling. In the face of such a strong impact, no fancy spells could work. Only absolute strength was truly useful. This experience was already known when he fell into the trial array of the Sunset Island. Moreover, how similar was this boulder array to the trial array at that time? It was just that this boulder seemed to be endless. It was a killing array. Roar. Xiaohua opened his mouth and roared. The golden light around his body shone brightly, and waves of heaven and earth essence qi rushed into his body. In the dazzling golden light, Xiaohua's Dharma body was quickly born. In a moment it was already dozens of feet in size. It was not inferior to Zhang Daoran. Look at this Xiao's means. Xiaohua shouted again. With a wave of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared. Grow, grow, grow. The huge staff turned into more than 100 feet in front of everyone's stunned eyes. The pitch-black staff was filled with blood and murderous intent. Obviously, no one knew how many people had died under the staff. Good. Zhang Daoran saw Xiaohua's Dharma body and the wishful steel staff in his hand. His eyes flashed with a strange color and he couldn't help but cry out. Then he said in high spirits, "Brother Xiao, you and I can make a bet. Let's see who can destroy more boulders. What do you think?" "As you wish." Xiaohua laughed. Woo. As he spoke, a huge boulder that was hundreds of meters in size had already landed on top of Zhang Daren's head. The edge of the boulder emitted a strong light. Clearly it was on fire due to the friction in the air. Shrill sounds were also emitted from the fire. The suffocating wind caused the brilliance around Zhang Daoran to sway left and right. Chapter 36-38. Hit. Zhang Daren's face turned cold. The magic weapon in his left hand emitted a pale white brilliance and rushed to the air a few hundred feet away. Poof. The brilliance fell on the boulder, and the flames of the boulder were immediately annihilated. Then a faint layer of frost quickly spread on the surface of the boulder. Then with a kacha sound the surface of the boulder began to crack. The crack gradually deepened and when it fell about 100 feet in front of Zhang Daren's head, Zhang Daoran waved his right hand, and a fist of more than 100 feet rushed out and hit the boulder. Boom. The 100-feet-sized boulder shattered into dozens of pieces, either brushing past Zhang Daren's body and falling obliquely to the ground. Good. The nascent soul cultivators behind Zhang Daoran who were on guard shouted. Another 10 cultivators released their magic treasures. Lights of various colors rushed out and smashed the rocks in front of them. Brother Daoran is really powerful. Xiaohua smiled and gave a thumbs up. Since he entered Yaotai Mountain he had never been so carefree. Although there were countless boulders in front of him and he didn't know where he could resist, it was still satisfying to fight with a cultivator like Zhang Daoran. It depends on Brother Zhao's means. Zhang Daoran narrowed his eyes. Just in front of Xiaohua's head, there was also a boulder of more than 100 feet falling. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Xiao is not as good as Brother Daoran's means. I can only use stupid means. I'm afraid I'll make Brother Daoran laugh." With that, Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and his huge figure rushed up quickly. In the blink of an eye he was under the boulder. Then Xiaohua's eyes widened and he raised the staff with both hands and hit the boulder. Boom. With a loud bang, Xiaohua's huge figure tumbled backwards, and the boulder actually exploded under Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The entire boulder turned into nearly 100 pieces, and it was more effective than Zhang Daren's magic weapon. Seeing that only a few pieces of the boulder brushed past Xiaohua's body and fell to the cultivators behind him, Zhang Daren couldn't help but praise again. Good divine power, good staff technique, good eyesight. Humph humph. Although Xiaohua's words were humble, his heart was proud. He crushed the boulder not only by relying on the strength of his physical body, but also by relying on his sharp eyes. The place where the wishful steel staff hit was exactly where the boulder could be crushed. Moreover, he borrowed the momentum to roll, and the vibration his body suffered was weakened. This method was much better than Zhang Daren's pure spiritual power. Zhang Daren naturally saw through it too and said with a bitter smile, "This old man was wrong. How could I make this kind of bet with you? That strike of yours didn't consume any magic power. Moreover, your eyes are like lightning. That strike of yours was aimed at the vital part of the boulder. It's as if you could kill a cultivator with a single strike. This old man, how can I compare to you?" "Ha, Brother Daoran, it's too late to regret now." Xiao Hua laughed and his whole body flashed with lightning again. He rushed forward again, and before the second boulder could get close, the wishful steel staff had already swung out. Rumble. Although this boulder was much bigger than the previous one, the pressure it exerted on Xiao Hua didn't change at all. Xiao Hua's body was shaken to the point that he was forced to retreat, but he managed to reduce the enormous force by 70%. As for the fragments that were shattered, it was a piece of cake for the dozen or so mid-nascent soul stage cultivators behind him. The earth-shattering rumbling sounds were incessant, and as time passed, the sounds became even more concentrated. Like a violent storm, huge rocks dragged flames behind them, shaking the sky as they hauled towards Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoran. In the first 2 hours it was really hard to tell who was better. One was as quiet as a virgin, waving the magic weapon in his hand again and again, and smashing the boulders with a punch. The other was moving like a rabbit, rushing into the sky from time to time, and smashing down with the wishful steel staff regardless of size. However, after an hour there was a slight difference. Zhang Daren's magic power was vast, but his body was not as good as Xiao Hua's. Under the impact of dozens of boulders, his entire meridians were a little sore, not to mention the trembling of his body. Zhang Daren's divine sense swept out. The boulders passing through the sky also had an impact on his divine sense. His divine sense would be injured by more boulders if he released it more than 10 feet. Zhang Daoran did not dare to release it too far. He only took a rough look and could not help but secretly complain in his heart. The boulders on the side of the huge sphere seemed to be endless. The entire defensive formation was filled with boulders. Not to mention that there was no place to hide, there seemed to be no end to the boulders above his head. After Zhang Daoran knocked down a boulder that was dozens of feet in size, he patted it on the top of his head. A giant hand that was nearly 100 feet in size was born from the top of his head. With a huge roar, the giant hand held the sky with one palm and waved toward the top of his head. There was a gust of wind, and then there was the sound of boulders hitting each other. Within a range of nearly 100 feet, the giant hand swept away everything. "Who?" Zhang Daoran breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of this gap, he hurriedly urged his cultivation method and took a little rest. "Brother Daren's magic power is really powerful," Xiao Hua said with a smile. The wishful steel staff in his hand was still neither fast nor slow. It was like an old farmer plowing the field, breaking one boulder after another. Zhang Daoran looked at Xiao Hua's vigorous figure and was quite envious. In his early years he also had the heart to temper his body, but this kind of body cultivation method was really difficult to find. Occasionally he would get the cultivation method of the demon spirit, but it was too overbearing. He was in human form and could not cultivate it. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He did not answer and seized the time to adjust his breath. However, in a moment, a large number of small stones mixed with thick smoke and dust covered Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran sighed slightly in his heart and waved the magic weapon in his hand again. However, after this time, the gap between Zhang Daoran and Xiao Hua was widened. Where Zhang Daoran urged his magic weapon, the boulder fragments became bigger and bigger. The dozen or so nascent soul middle stage cultivators behind him began to feel a huge pressure. From time to time, one or two cultivators would exchange positions with the cultivators behind them and temporarily rest. Under Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff, all the boulders regardless of size had always been relatively uniform. Although the number was large, the fragments were small, so the dozen or so cultivators behind him did not have to expend much effort. Later, many cultivators even took the initiative to fly to Zhang Daren's side to help. Another 2 hours passed, but the flying stones of the entire defensive array still showed no signs of stopping. Old man Sun Kong. Zhang Daoren was a little impatient. He urged his magic power and shouted, "Did your Changgung find anything?" Sun Kong's slightly embarrassed voice immediately sounded, "The fluctuations of the boulders here are too great. The entire space is affected. Changgung has not found anything yet. Brother Daoren, hold on a little longer." Zhang Daoren was helpless. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his hand and took out a palm-sized semicircular magic weapon from his Qiankuan bag. He spat out a mouthful of true essence and the magic weapon immediately shot out like a sharp arrow. It followed the extremely small gap between the boulders to a space of several hundred feet. Zhang Daoren chanted again, "Quick!" But with a flash of brilliance, the magic weapon suddenly expanded to several hundred feet. It was like a big umbrella that blocked above his head. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud sounds rang out in a row. The brilliance on the magic weapon flashed rapidly, and the entire magic weapon fell with the boulders. "Rise." Zhang Daoren pointed his finger. Another surge of magic power rushed out and the magic weapon rushed up 5 feet. Boom. Unfortunately, at this time another boulder fell. With a crisp, cautious sound, the magic weapon was damaged. Its brilliance disappeared and the boulder fell again. Alas! Zhang Daoren only wanted to give it a try. Seeing that this method didn't work, he immediately abandoned the magic weapon and hurriedly wanted to activate the magic weapon in his hand. However, there were now 4 boulders piled up on top of the semicircular magic weapon. Zhang Daoren had just raised the magic weapon in his hand when he felt something was wrong. He activated his divine sense again and the big hand appeared out of thin air. However, this time the big hand seemed to be very strenuous. It could only sweep the space of several hundred feet and couldn't extend too far. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that even though Zhang Daoren's magic power was profound, he was still unable to cope with these huge rocks that were constantly striking down like a heavenly tribulation. He pondered for a moment and called out, "Brother Daoren, the formation of the many cultivators behind us has already become somewhat chaotic under the attack of the huge rock fragments. This Xiao's prestige is not enough to convince the masses." He waved the wishful staff unhurriedly, and the boulders shattered one by one, like a child in the secular world using a small stick to hit a hamster that popped out of a hole in the ground. Chapter 36-39. Zhang Daoren rested for another hour. Even though Xiaohua's divine strength was astonishing, he still started to feel exhausted. This exhaustion wasn't just physical exhaustion, but also mental exhaustion. After all, who wouldn't slack off after constantly striking the boulders like this? What's more, in the past hour, it seemed like there were no more boulders that were 300 meters in size. The size of the boulders was gradually increasing, and the force of impact was more than twice as strong as before. Xiaohua's arms were somewhat sore. When Zhang Daoren saw this, he said loudly, "Taoist Master Xiao, it's time for you to rest." "Alright." Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and agreed. Zhang Daoren was just about to urge his magic treasure forward when he heard Sun Kong shout, "Old man Zhang, Taoist Master Xiao, I'm afraid you guys can't be replaced. My Changgung seems to have discovered some flaws in the defensive formation. However, the flaws aren't here. We need to go to another place in the rain of boulders. I'm searching with Changgung and I'm simply unable to divert my attention to block the boulders. I'd like to ask someone to come over and protect me." "Taoist Master Xiao, go." Zhang Daoren said with a smile, "You can rest now." Xiaohua retreated half a meter, thought for a moment and said, "I should be able to hold on for about 2 hours. If Brother Sun Kong can find the exit within 2 hours, then Brother Daoren doesn't have to replace me." Sun Kong transmitted his voice from afar, 2 hours is enough." "Alright." Xiaohua said to Zhang Daoren, "Brother Daoren, quickly go and protect Brother Sun Kong. The 2 of you are responsible for the safety of our lives. Don't be careless." "Alright." Zhang Daoren knew that he was far inferior to Xiaohua in dealing with the boulders. He responded and urged the magic treasure in his hand. His figure flew in the direction of Sun Kong. Along the way, the boulders exploded under the brilliance of the magic treasure. Seeing that Zhang Daoren had left, Xiaohua waved the wishful steel staff again. When he saw that the endless boulders were denser than raindrops, Xiaohua also became excited. Roar. With a long roar, his waist swelled and the wishful steel staff grew again. The wishful steel staff danced in Xiaohua's hand like a wheel. Rumble. The continuous bombardment was particularly harsh in the vibration of space. Xiaohua, who was 100 feet tall, was like a demon god. His entire upper body was covered by smoke and dust. Pieces of gravel fell on his body, but they could not hurt him. One by one, they were once again destroyed by the cultivators whose morale had also soared. Watch this, Xiao. After another half an hour, there was still no news from Sun Kong Shangren. Xiaohua yelled, his whole body flashed with golden light, and the huge Dharma idol slowly retracted. After returning to its original state, Xiaohua put away the wishful steel staff, and then rushed towards the top of his head like the wind. So, Taoist Xiao? What are you doing? Xiaohua's behavior was quite strange, causing the dozen or so Yuanying stage cultivators behind him who were also extremely tired to be stunned, and their faces changed slightly. This was because the boulders were not only powerful, but the boulders were also extremely dense. Not to mention that the distance between the boulders could not allow the cultivators to use the flying technique. Even the gaps between the boulders could not allow the cultivators to escape freely. As long as the cultivators made a slight mistake, they would immediately be hit by the boulders. This was also the fundamental reason why the dozens of cultivators could only resist here and no one dared to escape. At this time, Xiaohua actually wanted to rush into these boulders with his bare hands. How could everyone not be surprised? Even some narrow-minded people had begun to doubt Xiaohua's motives. Everyone was still surprised. When Xiaohua rushed to the front of the first boulder, his figure suddenly floated strangely to the side, and at the moment of imminent peril he let go of the boulder. At the same time, in the blink of an eye, without waiting for him to stand firm, another boulder smashed down like a mountain. Ouch! Everyone was slightly speechless, but at this time Xiaohua's figure once again floated strangely, and in midair he flew behind the previous boulder. Good! Everyone unconsciously cheered in their hearts. In the few breaths of time when everyone was cheering, Xiaohua seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, and more like a ghost he rushed over several boulders all of a sudden. Not good. Taoist Master Xiao. Seeing the huge boulder completely smashing down, the dozen or so Yuanying stage cultivators in front of them were shocked. If it was the initial boulder, they still had the ability to join forces and break it, but now the boulder was really huge and had exceeded their ability. They all exclaimed in their hearts, could it be that he wants to escape? Of course, at this moment Xiaohua had calmly flown up dozens of feet in the air, and he did not suffer any damage at all. Anyone who thought about it knew that Xiaohua had the magical ability to escape from this boulder rain. In that case, Xiaohua abandoned the wishful staff and flew behind the boulder. If he did not escape, then what was he doing? Just when the dozen or so Yuanying stage cultivators were about to grit their teeth and catch these boulders, Xiaohua's figure paused slightly, and he flew down with the boulder. When his speed was the same as the boulder, his mind was integrated into his spiritual sense, and the spiritual sense was like several big hands wrapped around the boulder below him. Then they heard Xiaohua roar, up. Several boulders actually made a loud boom-boom sound in Xiaohua's spiritual sense, and then the side of the boulder suddenly tilted. The entire boulder was actually used by Xiaohua to borrow force, and under the control of his spiritual sense, it suddenly flew upside down and rushed to the boulder above Xiaohua's head. Boom! Several roars sounded again, and the flying boulder collided with the falling boulder, and each turned into fragments, scattering in all directions. Good. Xiaohua looked at the surrounding gravel and soil mist, and his eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. Grandma, this spiritual sense secret technique is really powerful. Now this Xiao's spiritual sense is not only abnormally strong, but it can also be used like the hands of a pure Yuanying stage cultivator. What's more, my spiritual sense is subtle, and it's easier to borrow force than physical strength. This way this Xiao can not only break this rain of boulders and rest my body, but also use it to temper my spiritual sense and mind. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Xiaohua released his spiritual sense, and the group of Yuanying stage cultivators below him could naturally sense it. But when they saw how powerful Xiaohua's spiritual sense was, they didn't even have the heart to cry out in surprise, and could only stare blankly at Xiaohua alone, performing a one-man show. A one-man show facing the entire falling boulder array by himself. Yes, high up in the sky, Xiaohua was like a bullet, jumping from one place to another, and every time he found a gap he would immediately release his spiritual sense. At first, his spiritual sense was the same as Zhang Daren's, constantly being attacked by these boulders, but after an hour his spiritual sense began to condense into threads as if it was solid, and the impact of the boulders had already decreased. Even when Xiaohua released his spiritual sense, the thousands of spiritual sense threads also wrapped around the boulders, and then Xiaohua's spiritual sense shook together, and the falling boulders immediately changed direction, suddenly flying backwards, crashing into other falling boulders. As they watched Xiaohua shatter the giant boulders one after another, no one would have thought that Xiaohua was actually tempering his divine sense. Xiaohua had already fused Do Shanjun's spiritual sense with his primordial spirit secret technique for quite some time. During this time he had been comprehending and cultivating, and his improvement was very obvious. Not to mention that his spiritual sense gradually began to match Xiaohua's magic power. Even his various magic treasures began to display their true strength. However, the tempering of his spiritual sense during this time was far from comparable to the tempering of his spiritual sense in this dangerous place. In less than an hour, Xiaohua clearly felt that his spiritual sense had changed by leaps and bounds, and he also had a feeling that if he was given enough time, his spiritual sense would have an incredible improvement in this huge boulder array. Xiaohua somewhat forgot himself as he continued to temper his spiritual sense with the increasingly violent boulders. The dozens of cultivators below him were stunned. When had they ever seen a spiritual sense comparable to the strength of the physical body? Not to mention, even their physical bodies couldn't resist these boulders, let alone their spiritual sense. But look at Xiaohua, where his spiritual sense passed, the boulders collapsed. Although Xiaohua didn't show his Dharma body now, in their eyes he was even more powerful than his previous Dharma body. So it's here. From far away, Master Sun Kong's voice came from afar, and then Zhang Daoren hurriedly transmitted his voice. Brother Xiao, quickly bring a group of fellow Taoists here. Old man Sun Kong finally found the exit of the defensive array. Okay. Xiaohua was in the mood to cultivate and was actually interrupted, so he was a little unhappy, but he didn't dare to be negligent. While his figure flew in the direction of Master Sun Kong, his spiritual sense was mixed with the heaven and earth sleeve technique, and layers of giant hands appeared in the air, smashing the huge boulders into pieces. Gaps appeared in the rain of boulders, and it was really an invincible scene. Previously, everyone was shrouded in the shadow of death. Although they saw Xiaohua's great power and their blood boiled, they didn't dare to relax, lest an accident would destroy their hope. Now Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoren didn't disappoint and found the exit of the defensive array, and the boulders in everyone's hearts were lifted. Moreover, Xiaohua's methods were even more arrogant than before, and everyone's joy was even more uncontrollable. Needless to say, nascent soul cultivators, after all, had cultivated for thousands of years, and although their faces were brimming with smiles, they were still somewhat reserved. Those Jindan cultivators couldn't care less about this, and the crowd of cultivators boiled up and clamored. Taoist Master Xiao, Taoist Master Xiao, Taoist Master Xiao. Cheers and waves of heat waves rushed into Xiaohua's ears one after another. This sound couldn't be concealed in the shock of space. Death, in the end, couldn't erase life. Where there were people, there was hope for life. Listening to the sincere cheers of these cultivators, the disappointment and coldness in Xiaohua's heart towards the Tao sect changed a little. After all, humans were complex, and it was impossible to ask everyone to have noble moral integrity. If everyone was like Xiaohua, would this hidden immortal continent still be a continent controlled by Confucian cultivators? Would this Jade Pavilion gathering still exist? Chapter 3640. I am the Tao sect's Xiaohua. Today I am risking my life to save you all. There is no need for you all to repay me. I only ask that you all have the Tao sect in your hearts. No matter where you go, you must consider yourselves Tao sect disciples. The Tao sect is the door to the heavenly Tao. Entering my Tao sect is the same as stepping into the door to the heavenly Tao. Facing such a heavenly Tao, we should seek it from top to bottom. The difficult path is under our feet and the dangerous map is in our hearts. Only by remembering that you are a Tao sect disciple, every word and action must have the attitude of the heavenly Tao. Can you comprehend the Tao? Xiaohua sighed and said in a deep voice, although I walked half a mile earlier, I know that while I am a Tao sect disciple, I am also a human. The word human is easy to write, but human actions are difficult to do. Do not do good because it is small, do not do evil because it is small, this is a human. Without a human, without humanity, where would the Tao foundation come from, where would the Tao experience come from? Only by being a good person can you be a good cultivator, can you truly comprehend the heavenly Tao. Thank you, Taoist Master Shao. Everyone was enlightened. These words could be said by anyone, but in this kind of situation, in this kind of dangerous situation, Shao Hua said each word engraved in their hearts. These cultivators would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. Boom boom boom. Shao Hua urged his divine sense and unleashed one divine ability after another, crushing the boulders above everyone's heads. Even the late nascent soul stage Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong in the distance were frightened when they saw this. Just as Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at each other, Shao Hua's rather bold and unrestrained voice sang again. The Tao sect here has declined early. Today the hidden immortal Tao sect opens. In this world with me Shao Hua here, dare to let my disciples be bullied? Hiss. Even someone as arrogant as Sun Kong unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard these words. He was able to cultivate to the late nascent soul stage, so his knowledge and experience naturally couldn't be compared to others. He had also seen arrogant Tao sect cultivators, but he had never seen such an arrogant cultivator. Even he didn't dare to speak so arrogantly in front of everyone. This wasn't just Shao Hua's declaration, but the declaration of the entire Tao sect. This was a challenge to all Confucian cultivators. He really did not know where Shao Hua's confidence came from. Even if Shao Hua was already very formidable in exalted Sun Kong's eyes, he only had the strength of a low-rank 5th grade essence energy. How could he dare to say such words? Brother Dao. Sun Kong's eyes flashed with a strange light and he transmitted his voice. You really don't know this? Taoist Shao? Zhang Daoran was equally astonished. He transmitted his voice. This is indeed the first time this old man has seen and heard of. He reminds me of someone. Not bad. Zhang Daoran nodded in understanding as well. That spirit of looking down on all Confucian cultivators in the world and laughing proudly in the 3 continents is very similar to him. What do you think? Sun Kong Shangren's voice was actually trembling. It was unknown whether it was excitement or fear. Zhang Daoran bit his lips and asked, Brother Sun Kong, what do you think? It doesn't matter what I think because I haven't reached the crucial point of breaking through yet. Sun Kong Shangren narrowed his eyes. And you're only half a step away from entering the out-of-body realm. You should give the immortal palace a reason to be at ease. You should give the aristocratic family of Confucian cultivators a reason to be at ease. Maybe. Zhang Daoran's face showed a hint of excitement. This old man should also make a choice. Then Zhang Daoran suddenly asked again, what about you? What do you want to do? Me. Sun Kong Shangren raised his eyebrows and looked at the several feet in front of him. That macaque called Chonggung was gnawing on a tricolored pearl. In front of it, at the place where the splendor flashed, a square several feet in size was emitting a faint glow. This glow was even weaker than a firefly's in the shaking space. If not for the macaque's lead, Sun Kong Shangren would not have been able to find it. This old man came here for the Azure Abyss Dragon's saliva. As Brother Daoran said, it won't be too late to talk about it after we get out of Yaotai Mountain alive. Old fox. Zhang Daoran shook his head and looked at the magic treasure in his hand smashing away the falling rocks. They're here. Sun Kong Shangren did not care about Zhang Daoran's evaluation. He raised his hand and stroked Chonggung's head. He said in a low voice, open the door, GG. The macaque unhappily threw the tricolored pearl into its mouth. Its cheeks bulged and the splendor in its eyes shot out several feet. However, when the splendor landed in the square, it only caused the splendor to flicker slightly and the appearance of the door to become clearer. Other than that, there were no other special changes. Sun Kong Shangren rolled up his Taoist robe and the macaque disappeared. He then said to Zhang Daoran, Brother Daoran, stay here. This old man will go first and open the way for you at the defensive formation. Thank you, Brother Sun Kong. If it was before, Zhang Daoran definitely would not have dared to believe Sun Kong Shangren. However, after seeing Shao Hua's great ability, Zhang Daoran could not help but feel a sense of trust. Brother Sun Kong? Sun Kong Shangren's body flickered with splendor. He waved his hand and the green whip left his hand. It transformed into a long snake that protected his body. When we leave Yaotai Mountain, this old man wants to see who is the elder brother and who is the younger brother. As you wish. A trace of warmth gushed out from Zhang Daren's heart, and his figure suddenly expanded. He turned his head and said proudly, "Brother Shao, take a rest. This old brother will come to your rescue." He. Sun Kong Shangren shook his head slightly and threw himself towards the square that was several feet in size. Faint gray threads flickered on the square and Sun Kong Shangren's body disappeared. Zhang Daoren flew in the air and blocked the huge rock above everyone's head. The group of cultivators did not dare to be negligent. First, a few nascent soul cultivators rushed through the exit. Then all the nascent soul cultivators stopped and waited for the golden core cultivators to pass. Those golden core cultivators cupped their hands towards everyone and also passed. At this time, the nascent soul cultivators that were waiting quietly moved their bodies. Xiaohua looked at the modesty of these cultivators with a smile. He was very satisfied in his heart. This kind of atmosphere was what Dao cultivators should have. When the last cultivator turned his head and looked at Xiaohua, he nodded slightly at him and disappeared into the exit. Zhang Daoren also descended from the air. The huge rock in the air now was far from what it was before. In just a moment, Zhang Daoren's face was already somewhat flushed. Seeing that Xiaohua was still standing at the exit without moving, Zhang Daoren raised his head and looked at the huge rock that came crashing down from the sky. He urged, "Brother Xiao, you go first. This old brother will cover your back." "No need. This Xiao does not want to leave for the time being." Xiaohua's reply made Zhang Daoren's jaw drop. "You don't want to leave? What are you doing here?" Zhang Daoren asked somewhat strangely. Xiaohua smiled slightly and said, "This defensive formation is so dangerous. Unless you and I are at the upper 4th grade of essence power, we cannot withstand it. If other cultivators mistakenly enter this place, they will only end up losing their lives on the spot. This Xiao will wait for a few more days. If someone falls in here, I can still save a few lives." "No, it can't be." Zhang Daoren was almost moved to tears by Xiaohua's nobility. However, when he looked at Xiaohua's smiling face, he seemed to understand something. He raised his head and looked at the huge rock that came crashing down on the top of his head. He hurriedly raised his hand and took out a jade eye and a few bottles of medicinal pills from his Qinkuan bag. He handed them to Xiaohua and said, "Brother Xiao, take care of yourself. This is the location of this old brother's abode. If you leave Yaotai Mountain, regardless of whether this old brother is here or not, you have to go to Grand Wind Mountain." Xiaohua was also not polite. He took the jade eye and medicinal pills and nodded, "Don't worry, old brother. This Xiao will be fine. You will also be fine." Boom. It was also at this time that Xiaohua released his divine sense and blasted a huge rock that came crashing down. Zhang Daoren smiled bitterly and cupped his hands towards Xiaohua. His figure also fell into the exit. After Zhang Daoren left, Xiaohua stretched his body. His gaze swept over the huge rocks that covered the sky and earth. He secretly smiled and said, "This Xiao has already obtained the Imperial Preceptor's lot. There is no reason for me to fight over the treasures with you guys. This Jade Pavilion gatherings defensive formations come one after another. This Xiao has no intention of breaking through them one by one. Moreover, this Xiao has a feeling that as long as I stay in this defensive formation, I will be able to find the whereabouts of green-robed Xiaohua. Why should this Xiao give up what is close at hand and seek what is far away? Moreover, this Xiao has already regretted breaking out of the bewildering formation on the Sunset Island. Now, isn't this giant rock falling formation 100 times more useful than the bewildering formation on the Sunset Island? If this Xiao doesn't cultivate here, then this Xiao's brain must be damaged." While speaking, Xiaohua urged his magic power and displayed the wind evasion technique. His entire body was like a gust of wind as he danced in the rain of huge rocks. At the same time, his mind mixed with divine sense still rushed out and condensed 100 zhang above his head. Now that Xiaohua was flying a long distance, he naturally had to rely on the lightning evasion technique. Moreover, the lightning evasion technique had just broken through and had already reached the lightning soaring realm. For the time being, it was impossible for him to make any further progress. His wind evasion technique was originally used in combination with the ethereal steps for short distances. Just now, he had used up a lot of his magic power to activate the lightning evasion technique. When he was moving around in the space again, it was naturally better to use the wind evasion technique. Therefore, he was determined to cultivate the wind evasion technique to the extreme here. The flowing cloud movement technique was given to him by the Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Although it was only the most basic cultivation technique, it was still very difficult to cultivate. Xiaohua's figure floated back and forth in the rain of huge rocks, always dodging the bombardment of the huge rocks at an incredible speed. In the beginning, Xiaohua frequently made mistakes. The huge rocks flashed brilliantly and fiercely smashed onto Xiaohua's body. Sometimes it smashed Xiaohua's flesh and blood, and sometimes it smashed him 100 zhang away. However, every time Xiaohua's body was surrounded by the heaven and earth yuan qi, the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not even half a drop of blood fell. After cultivating for several days, just as Xiaohua was sent flying by a huge rock, he heard several screams in the distance. Xiaohua frowned and said in a low voice, "Oh, this Xiao was right. Could it be that a cultivator really fell here?" Then Xiaohua released his divine sense. Sure enough, he saw more than 10 nascent soul and golden core cultivators standing in the air with pale faces. They were hurriedly summoning magic weapons. Chapter 36-41. When Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, everyone was overjoyed. They tried their best to urge their magic treasures to resist while calling for help. Xiaohua flew over and released his divine sense to protect everyone. He smiled and said, "This old man is Xiaohua of Yu Prefecture. Now I can save all of you from this giant stone formation, but this old man wants to make a deal with you." When the crowd of cultivators saw that Xiaohua didn't use any divine ability and just used his divine sense to smash the boulders above their heads, they were already dumbfounded and looked at Xiaohua as a god. When they heard that Xiaohua wanted to make a deal with them, how could they not agree? They hurriedly nodded like chicks pecking rice. "You all have made a heart oath and served this old man for 500 years. This old man will provide everything you need during this period." Xiaohua didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. "Good." A shrewd person hurriedly nodded when he heard Xiaohua's voice. "Junior Lan is willing to serve Taoist Xiao for 500 years. Good, close your eyes, don't resist." Xiaohua also didn't hesitate and separated his divine sense to cover this early nascent soul cultivator and immediately put him into the space. Seeing Lan disappear, the 7 or 8 gold core disciples didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly made a blood oath. Xiaohua also put him into the space. "Senior, is a Dao disciple? You're not a Confucian cultivator, right?" The remaining 4 mid-nascent soul cultivators were somewhat hesitant, afraid that they would fall into a Confucian cultivator's trap. "If this old man is a Confucian cultivator, your blood oath will be invalid." Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. "This old man is pressed for time, quickly decide." "Yes, this junior obeys." The 4 cultivators were helpless and hurriedly made a blood oath and entered Xiaohua's space like Lan. "You all can slowly sleep. When you get out, won't this Xiao's fortune gate be the #1 Dao gate in the hidden immortal continent?" Xiaohua laughed and shattered a huge falling stone. Looking at the flying rocks, Xiaohua's figure flashed and he really passed through the gap between 2 large rocks like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua had already been practicing the wind escape technique for more than 2 months. What surprised Xiaohua was that there seemed to be no end to the boulders. In the end, the boulders stopped increasing in size. The entire space was filled with boulders and there was also a limit to how far they fell. They did not force Xiaohua to escape through the exit. In these 2 months, Xiaohua had already finished cultivating the wind escape technique, and his spiritual sense technique had also reached its limit. At the same time, like Royal Highness Lan, another 10 nascent soul stage cultivators and 30 golden core stage cultivators had mistakenly entered. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to put them into his space. At this time, although Xiaohua's magic power had not been exhausted, his mind was very tired, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. "That's right, such a vigorous cultivation method. I'm afraid you can't find another in the entire hidden immortal continent, right? Forget it. It's time for me to leave." Xiaohua flew to the exit. The exit was the same as what Xiaohua had been paying attention to, and there were no changes. However, looking at the brilliance of the exit, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but look back. When he saw a boulder falling like a meteor, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said regretfully, "Damn it, I was so careless. I only thought about tempering my spiritual sense and comprehending the wind escape technique, and forgot about the immortal body bestowment technique. This was the original intention of this Xiao to stay behind. However, although Xiaohua thought of this, he was really tired. He wanted to fly out from the exit, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return. But now where could he rest in this space? What if I sit on the boulder? Xiaohua had some strange ideas. When Xiaohua flew to a boulder, he found that he couldn't because the boulder seemed to have some kind of suction force. His body wasn't sucked in by the suction force and he couldn't keep up with the boulder. Of course, he could also use his magic power, but in this way wouldn't he be unable to rest? Damn it. Suddenly Xiaohua woke up again. If I can't do it on the boulder, then I can definitely do it under the boulder or inside the boulder. Thinking of this, Xiaohua immediately flew under the boulder without saying a word. He used the wishful staff to cut a big hole in the place where the sparks were flying, and then very comfortably drilled in. Sitting in the boulder, although the entire boulder was very hot, and the friction outside with the space was very destructive to the cultivator's body, it was really a piece of cake for Xiaohua. Alas, people are always in a panic. If I calm down, this boulder array is not a particularly dangerous place. At this time Xiaohua closed his eyes slightly to rest and thought to himself, the way to hide in this boulder is very simple. But not only this Xiao didn't think of it, even Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong didn't think of it. None of the dozens of cultivators who fell into this array thought of it. As long as I hide in this boulder, wouldn't everything be fine? However, Xiaohua was still wrong. Seeing such huge falling stones like rain, who would dare to think of finding a place to rest in these falling stones? Even if someone could think of this, they would have to be able to fly faster than the falling stones and be prepared to be smashed into meat paste by the falling stones. In particular, they would have to have the ability to resist the high temperature of the boulder. Now that he had all these divine abilities, he also had to have courage that was several times greater than that of ordinary cultivators. Who would think so much in a crisis? Therefore, others couldn't do it, only Xiaohua could do it. Others could only escape from here and only Xiaohua could cultivate here. Xiaohua fell asleep sweetly, leaving Dragon Vein Xiaohua in the body on guard. Damn it, you're still talking about others, but aren't you also a coward? Dragon Vein Xiaohua was very helpless. You're resting, but we're still here. Isn't it good to go out and play? Of course, Dragon Vein Xiaohua was just saying. He also knew the importance of this body and was very vigilant in the body. After sleeping for a full 3 days, Xiaohua got up and looked outside the boulder. It was still falling stones. Damn it, how big is this defensive formation? The boulder has been flying for 3 days and still hasn't fallen to the ground. Actually, Xiaohua was only answering his own question. He scanned with his divine sense and knew that he was still inside the defensive formation. He already understood that the falling stones inside the defensive formation should be in a cycle. It was impossible for this defensive formation to have no end. It's just that the falling stones of the defensive formation never stopped. Xiaohua stretched his body and rushed out with his divine sense. In an instant he smashed the boulder into pieces and jumped out. He was secretly surprised. However, if the falling stones didn't stop, Xiaohua could continue cultivating. He was looking forward to it. The first 2 months of cultivation was to hide. Next, Xiaohua would have to face it head-on. Among the body refining techniques he obtained, there was a secret technique to use boulders and other objects to temper the body. It's just that Xiaohua never had the chance. This falling stone formation was really prepared for him. Although I need to cultivate, I also need to be alive. Xiaohua didn't dare to start with a boulder that was too big. He scanned the area with his divine perception and found a seemingly suitable one. He executed the wind escape technique and chased after the boulder. After estimating that he could withstand the force, he flew to the bottom of the boulder and immediately executed the Sunset Island's body-refining secret technique. Boom! The boulder fell on Xiaohua's body and made him roll a few times. Xiaohua's Taoist robe was torn, and his body emitted a faint dark golden brilliance. Good again. Xiaohua's face was somewhat pale. He urged his body and rushed up again. Boom, boom, the rumbling sounds didn't stop. Previously it was Xiaohua who was torturing the boulder formation. Now it was the boulder formation that was torturing Xiaohua. An eye for an eye, nothing more. Of course it was only half a day. Xiaohua suddenly had a strange idea, as if this guy was never peaceful. Guzhen actually has the strength of a 5th grade essence force with more than 200 years of cultivation. This Xiao's Buddha Saraira is also the body of the future Buddha Lord. Why can't it? The exquisite temple has records of Buddhism. Moreover, there is the strength of a 10,000-year-old Buddha for Bodhi to temper his golden body. Inside this boulder formation, can't this Xiao also cultivate the power of mountains? While thinking, Xiaohua also took out his Buddha Saraira. The moment the future Buddha Lord appeared, boom! The entire defensive formation was filled with heavenly flowers like rain. A Buddha light soared into the sky. Psychokinesis broke through the air like a stream and poured into Bodhi's body. Thousands of Sanskrit chants sounded in the defensive formation, and heavenly dragons circled around the Buddha Saraira. Once the Buddha Saraira's vision appeared, the Buddha light directly penetrated the defensive formation. The ordinary immortal soldiers on the defensive formation immediately sensed it. The immortal soldiers didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly went to report. Not long after, an immortal general with a horse face and a protruding forehead flew over on an auspicious cloud. Looking at the thinning psychokinesis, he revealed a trace of a sinister smile. I really didn't expect that the bald donkey who hasn't appeared for so many years would actually come to my Yaotai mountain to make trouble today. No wonder the boulder formation in the star formation hasn't stopped moving for several months. It turns out that someone is using a Buddhist divine ability inside. Tu Erlang. Sir, please give your orders. The immortal soldier next to him hurriedly bowed and said. The horse-faced star monarch took out a star-like jade pendant from his bosom. Thousands of starlight flickered inside the jade pendant. The star monarch handed the jade pendant to the immortal soldier and said, "Send this star chart into the defensive formation and fully activate it. This old man wants to see how long this bald donkey of the Buddhist sect can last." Yes. The immortal soldier took the jade pendant and hurriedly left. A moment later, specks of starlight appeared on the blood-colored light. Boom boom. The whole space shook violently. Even the light was tumbling. After the time it took to eat a meal, the light stabilized. However, the light became even redder and its color was very frightening. Boom. At this moment, a pillar of awe-inspiring chi rushed out of the void. The space beside the horse-faced star monarch was extremely distorted. After several crystal threads condensed from awe-inspiring chi flashed, Kong Hongwu's figure appeared. As soon as Kong Hongwu appeared, his face was filled with confusion. He scolded in a low voice, "Star Sun Horse Taishirzhanran, why did you send the star chart into the defensive formation? Don't you know that the star chart of the defensive formation can only be used at the end?" Chapter 3642. Hallmaster, Taishirzhanran naturally did not expect Kong Hongwu to come. Hearing Kong Hongwu's reprimand, he hurriedly bowed and said, "There is a Buddhist disciple in the star array under my jurisdiction, and this disciple has been staying in the array for more than a few months." "What? Your array has been going on for several months? Could it be that the Buddhist disciple in the array has discovered something?" Kong Hongwu's face showed a trace of anxiety. If the Tao sect knew about the immortal palace, he might not be afraid, but if the Buddhist sect caught a whiff of something, then how could he cover it up? Taishirzhanran nodded. "That's right. I was afraid that the Buddhist disciple would discover something, so I sent the star map into the array. Once the star map is out, the entire array will operate to the extreme. Even if we don't force him out, we must kill him." "Why force him out? Just kill him." Kong Hongwu snorted coldly. "If the Buddhist disciple discovers the abnormality in this Yaotai gathering, how can my Star Lord Hall still stay in the hidden immortal continent? How can you and I have the face to return to the immortal palace?" In fact, Taishirzhanran had already noticed this abnormality, but he did not dare to ask more. He absolutely did not want to know the truth. Now that a Buddhist disciple had appeared in his star array, if there was really an accident, then he would not be able to bear the consequences. "Yes, I understand." Taishirzhanran bowed and said, "I will never let this Buddhist disciple out of the array alive. And you keep a close eye on this old man. If there is any abnormality, immediately report it." Outside the array, the river of telekinesis that penetrated the array gradually disappeared. Kong Hongwu suppressed his impulse to enter the array personally, gritted his teeth and said, "If there is any mistake, I don't need to say anything. You know the consequences." "I understand." Taishirzhanran's face tightened and he hurriedly replied, "I will not make things difficult for the Hall Master." Kong Hongwu stared at the thick clouds for a long time. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Damn it." After saying that, his whole body was suffused with a tricolored fog, and his figure disappeared into the void with the fog. Phew. Taishirzhanran let out a long sigh and raised his voice. "My sons, quickly activate the defensive array. If this old man receives any punishment, none of you will be able to live." Yes. As the voice sounded, streams of noble chi mixed with thousands of starlight rushed into the blood-red light. Back in the star array, Bodhi's 5-foot-tall golden body grew visibly. The golden body emitted a holy Buddhist light, and as Psyche power poured in, the Buddha's Sarira formed a Buddhist mudra with both hands and said, "Namo Maitreya Buddha." This humble monk, Bodhi, greets Xiao Tanyue. Boundless holy man. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He also recited his Tao name and said, "One is this Xiaoxing, the other is this poor monk. It seems like this Xiao can only call himself I. Sandalwood is a Taoist cultivator to begin with, so of course he's I," Subhuti said with a grin. "And this poor monk is a Buddhist disciple, so of course he has to address me as this poor monk." "It doesn't matter." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Is this star formation suitable for fellow immortal to cultivate? Can I use the Buddhist techniques of the Xilinglong Temple?" "I'll let fellow immortal know that there are no secret techniques in Buddhism. Everything is in the Buddhist scriptures. The so-called Buddhist techniques are nothing more than methods to subdue demons, they are all external things." Subhuti's smile was very benevolent as he said faintly, "This poor monk has been meditating in the Linglong Pagoda for a long time. Now it's okay for me to move my muscles and bones." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded. "I'll leave everything to fellow immortal. You and I are one in this defensive array. Fellow immortal can freely use it." "As Sandalwood wishes." Bodhi's body flashed with Buddhist light, and his hands formed a Buddhist mudra. Rumble. With a loud sound, the huge rock smashed into several pieces, and Subhuti's golden body rapidly flashed and dimmed a bit. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua no longer paid attention to Subhuti, and he collided with the falling rock again. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Kacha. Thousands of thunderbolts appeared in the sky, and after each thunderbolt, a dark red light spot appeared. After a moment, the thunderbolts not only did not decrease, but instead became louder. The space that was already shaking shook again. The dark red light spots could now be seen clearly. They were huge burning balls dragging thick smoke and flames, and were denser than the rain of falling rocks. At the same time, the terrifying aura of death once again shrouded the entire space. Seeing such a big phenomenon, Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he urged the wind escape to fly toward the exit of the defensive array. However, just as he moved, he heard Buddha's relic Subhuti chanting in the sky, "Namo Maitreya Buddha." What is life, what is death? Where there is life there is death, and where there is death there is life. Life is Amitabha Buddha. Death is Maitreya Buddha. Without yesterday's life, how can today's death be? Without today's death, how can tomorrow's life be? Boom. As soon as Subhuti said this, a thunderbolt appeared in Xiaohua's mind, and a problem that he had been pondering before appeared in his mind. That's right, this world has the Buddha of the past, the Buddha of the present, and the Buddha of the future. Although there are thousands of Buddhas, they can represent the past, present, and future, and naturally have the Buddhist principles of these Buddha lords. The Buddha of the past should be a Buddha born in the past, the Buddha of the present should be a Buddha undergoing nirvana, and the Buddha of the future might be a Buddha undergoing nirvana in the future. If one doesn't experience death, if one doesn't experience nirvana, how can one achieve karma? Although Subhuti has yet to fully comprehend the true meaning of the exquisite temple's Buddhist scriptures, this Xiao's thoughts may not be correct. But since Subhuti is willing to face this death tribulation here, why can't this Xiao fulfill his wish? Gu Zhen can reach the peak of demon subduing methods in a short time, and seeking life in death is also one of his methods. Good. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. This Xiao will accompany Subhuti and the star monarch guarding the formation. This Xiao wants to see whether Buddha is 10 feet taller or Confucian is 10 feet taller. Woo! An extremely sharp screeching sound descended from the sky, and a scorching hot aura assaulted Xiaohua's face like lava. Even from far away, that noisy gale blew against Xiaohua's dark golden skin, causing his muscles to undulate. A huge sphere fell from the sky. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. While urging his escape technique to rush into the sky, he also urged his heavenly body infusion technique, and the body refining technique of the setting sun island continuously operated. This was especially true for Bodhi. His eyes were filled with benevolence as he formed the Akala seal with his hands. Countless golden runes and Sanskrit characters flowed all over his body. The streams that appeared in the void also contained Buddhist principles flowing within his golden body. Boom! With a loud sound, a hole dozens of feet wide was created in the huge sphere, and the sphere continued to fall. Far away from the hole, a damaged relic golden body stood in the air with difficulty. A fist-sized relic fell into the golden body, and as Subhuti chanted Buddhist mantras, the relic immediately turned into golden liquid, and as the golden runes flowed around the golden body, the damaged parts were repaired extremely quickly. Dozens of feet below Subhuti, Xiaohua crawled up from the sky, his skin torn and his flesh lacerated. The world's origin energy rushed in like a hurricane, and traces of demonic energy lingered in his body. A dark golden brilliance flashed and trembled, and his injuries also recovered extremely quickly. However, while the demonic energy was rampant, Xiaohua's eyes were also faintly blood-red. The demonic nature that came from entering the array and killing so many people began to slowly reveal itself. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Xiaohua had been cultivating in the defensive formation. Not only had he made great progress in the cultivation of his physical body, but the progress of the Buddha's relic Bodhi had also far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps only now did Xiaohua understand why those so-called Kutuchuas lived such a difficult life in the eyes of ordinary people. Only this kind of dangerous and almost masochistic cultivation could lead one to great success in Buddhist magic. In just half a year, Subhuti had already broken through 5 feet of golden body, and was heading straight for 6 feet. Moreover, this nearly 6 feet golden body was incomparably solid. Xiaohua had experience in nurturing a nascent soul, and this experience was still useful in cultivating the golden body of Buddhism. The entire Buddha's relic looked even more imposing than Xiaohua's nascent soul. Of course, in addition to his own cultivation, Xiaohua also rescued several nascent soul cultivators and dozens of golden core cultivators. However, with the passage of time, the number of cultivators who entered the array gradually decreased. Presumably, the cultivators who were still alive had already passed through the star array and arrived at the distant stars. While Xiaohua's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds, Sun Horse of Star Taishirzhanran, who was outside the array, was restless. He wanted to send out a message several times to invite Kong Honggu over, but every time he was about to do something he would hesitate. Similarly, looking at the surging multicolored light and the twinkling starlight within the multicolored light, he was also helpless. This star array was not like the previous array on Jade Mountain. Those arrays could be controlled by Taishirzhanran and the other star monarchs. However, these star arrays were personally laid down by some mysterious experts of the Immortal Palace. Taishirzhanran and the other star monarchs could only monitor them but not control them. Especially, they could not freely enter and exit the star array. Taishirzhanran really did not dare to take the risk to enter and see what was going on inside. Was it that bald donkey in his heart who built a temple inside? On this day, seeing the immortal soldier report that the nearby array had almost stopped, and the Tao sect cultivators who were able to escape the array had all gathered inside the Crimson Star, he gritted his teeth and jumped up from the clouds. He roared, "Old bald donkey, it seems like you are going to waste your time with me. Good. I don't dare to go in alone. I will find help. I don't believe that the few star monarchs of my star monarch palace are not your opponent." However, Taishirzhanran angrily took out a scroll of flying crane. Just as he was about to activate it with his true qi, his hand stopped in mid-air. Besides Jing Muyi and Shangguan Yaren's death, there were still 26 star monarchs that could be invited. Similarly, there were 7 star monarchs that could arrive in a short time. Who to invite and who not to invite, Taishirzhanran naturally had to choose. In just a moment, Taishirzhanran's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He had already made his choice. Chapter 3643. Damn it, other than Wood Dragon Linghu Pyron, I really can't let others know about this. This guy is Lord Temple Master's trusted aide. Whatever Lord Temple Master knows, this guy knows as well. Moreover, this guy isn't far from me. He'll be here in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Forget it, it's him. This kind of shameful thing, the fewer people who know, the better. Taisha Zhanran actually thought of Ling Hu Pyron at this crucial moment. Finished thinking, Taisha Zhanran activated the scroll. A flying crane rushed into the sky and disappeared. Who knew that this flying crane would fly back after not seeing it for half a day like a meat bun hitting a dog? It can't be. The impatient Taisha Zhanran was flabbergasted and secretly said, could it be? Ling Hu's side also has difficulties? Just as he was thinking, boom. A huge roar came from the distant horizon. Then a scarlet red light shone brightly. The clouds above the entire defensive array were like waves. Through the clouds and the light, Taisha Zhanran could clearly see the origin of the loud sound. The crimson star that was previously hanging in the air was now moving again. It was like a huge bullet rushing towards the pure white moon in the distance. Scarlet Star Lingyu? Taisha Zhanran's face showed disbelief. Damn it, Dao sect cultivators are really powerful. They really broke this Scarlet Star chain array? Then wouldn't the treasure above the Scarlet Star be taken by them? Yeah, it's really a pity. Shwa. Just when Taisha Zhanran was smacking his lips, with a face full of regret that a good cabbage had been eaten by a pig, a towering snow-colored brilliance covered the sky and sprinkled down. That crimson star that had rushed into Hao Yu was swallowed by Hao Yu, and Hao Yu's brilliance instantly replaced the previous blood-red clouds. However, the most discordant thing happened. Under Taisha Zhanran's feet, the star was still scarlet. Damn it! Taisha Zhanran's face was slightly hot. Just as he was about to send out the immortal soldiers and immortal generals to investigate, the flying crane flew back. Then from the depths of the clouds, a Confucian scholar stepped on the clouds. Wasn't it Ling Hu Pyron? Taisha Zhanran didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly greeted and bowed. Brother Ling Hu, where did you go? This little brother has been waiting for you impatiently. Hehe, brother Taisha, what's the matter? I had some things to take a look at the Crimson Star Great Array, so I was a little late to pick up brother's flying crane. After Ling Hu Pyron returned the salute, he glanced at the cloud under his feet and said with a smile. Why did brother Ling Hu go to the Crimson Star Great Array? Taisha Zhanran asked curiously, which Taoist cultivator obtained the Crimson Star's unique treasure? It's nothing much. It's just that the Hall Master sent me to do something. Ling Hu Pyron indifferently replied, as for who obtained it, I'm afraid brother Taisha also knows. It's the Taoist cultivator who escaped from brother's formation. Zhang Daoran. Taisha Zhanran called out the name without hesitation. That's right, it's him. Ling Hu Pyron had a strange expression and said, I heard that this guy was at odds with Sun Kong Shangren and the others. But in the Crimson Star Great Array, the two of them actually joined forces and led nearly 100 cultivators. The other forces like Zhai Xingzi and Taoist Huoda were no match for them. That unique treasure was obtained by the two of them with great difficulty. And the strangest thing was that the one who obtained the unique treasure first was Sun Kong Shangren. This arrogant little guy looked at the thing inside and immediately threw it to Zhang Daoran, as if the two of them had already discussed it. Taisha Zhanran frowned and said in a low voice, in that case, even in the Crimson Star Great Array the Taoist cultivators, didn't die too many? Brother Ling Hu went because of this? Oh, I didn't go because of this. Ling Hu Pyron replied, but as brother said, the number of nascent soul cultivators that died in the Crimson Star Great Array was really too few. The Hall Master is really dissatisfied. I'm afraid he'll do something about the Bright Moon Great Array. By the way, brother, why did you call me here in such a hurry? What's the matter? When Taisha Zhanran heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He pointed at the clouds under his feet and helplessly said, Little brother, there is a Buddhist expert hidden in this star array. I don't know why he hasn't left. Little brother has already received orders from the Temple Lord to kill this Buddha in the array. I've already used my star chart, but I haven't killed him yet. I've run out of tricks, so I thought of brother Ling Hu. I want to ask brother Ling Hu to join forces with me to enter the star array and kill him. What Buddhist expert? Even the star chart left behind by the Immortal Palace can't kill him? Ling Hu Pyron heard this and unconsciously frowned. This kind of expert. Can you and I do it? Brother Ling Hu, the Crimson Star Great Array has been destroyed. Now the Bright Moon Great Array is right in front of us. But the inside of this little brother's star array is still crimson. Taisha Zhanran was a little anxious. However, before he could finish, Linghu Pyron waved his hand and said, "If that's the case, Brother Taisher, you don't need to worry. On my way here I've passed by more than a dozen star arrays guarded by other star lords. You can rest assured that some of their star arrays are still alive, and their star arrays are also crimson red." Oh. Taisher Zhanran breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good, that's good. Linghu Pyron thought for a while, flipped his hand and took out a foot-long star shuttle, handed it to Taisher Zhanran and said, "How about this? This one still has some important matters to attend to. I can't enter the star array for the time being. This is the star shuttle left behind by the Immortal Palace. Observe for a while. If you still can't kill him, how about you send a message to this one?" Seeing that Linghu Pyron didn't want to enter the star array, Taisher Zhanran was helpless. Since his star chart couldn't do anything, how could this star shuttle be effective? However, he didn't dare to say much. He took the star shuttle and smiled. "Then many thanks, Brother Linghu. I hope this star shuttle can succeed. Let's try it first. It's better than nothing." Linghu Pyron certainly understood what Taisher Zhanran was thinking. This one really can't split himself. "I'll come help you after completing the task given by Sir Temple Master." Finished speaking, Linghu Pyron cupped his fists and hurriedly left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't tell Taisher Zhanran what he was going to do. Go. Although Taisher Zhanran felt that this star shuttle might not be useful, he still flew to a place guarded by immortal generals. With a wave of his hand, the star shuttle fell into the red clouds. With a crackling sound of thunder, it disappeared. "I hope it works." Taisher Zhanran stood on the red clouds and stared at the crimson clouds, hoping that they would quickly turn white. Once the star shuttle entered the star array, Xiaohua was out of luck. With a thunderous sound, the star shuttle turned into a huge meteor. Surrounded by flickering lightning, it fell towards the giant star high up in the starry sky. Hong! The meteor crashed into the giant star and let out a loud explosion. The huge sphere unbelievably disintegrated. Then the fragments of the sphere fell from the sky again. Not only did they smash the huge rocks that were on top of the giant rock, but some of the meteors formed by the star chart were also destroyed by these huge rocks. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched the huge object fall. With a quick thought, he activated the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. His avatar grew to a size of 1,000 feet and rushed towards the smallest fragment. Similarly, Bodhi's golden avatar also flowed with Buddhist light. Several relics merged into the golden avatar. His mouth chanted incantations and he formed the Akala seal. His face was still that kind of compassionate expression as he rushed towards the giant rock. Xiaohua's persistence made Taisher Zhanran scratch his head. Several months later, the immortal soldiers he sent out came back one by one to report. The remaining dozen or so crimson star arrays in the bright moon great array were extinguished one by one. However, the star array under his feet was still tenaciously emitting a crimson brilliance. The rumbling sound from the star array never stopped, but the Buddhist sect's expert did not come out. Sometimes Taisher Zhanran almost believed that not only did the monk build a hut inside the celestial formation, but he also found a beautiful nun to dual cultivate with. Maybe there was even a little monk inside teaching the little monk the Dharma. There was also that damned Linghu Pyron. Ever since he gave Taisher Zhanran a star shuttle, he never showed up again. Taisher Zhanran knew that the flying crane might not be useful, so he specially sent a few immortal generals to invite him. However, Linghu Pyron's army gave Taisher Zhanran the same answer. General Linghu is not in the barracks. Of course, Taisher Zhanran didn't care whether Linghu Pyron was in the barracks or not. What he cared about was who could help him quickly kill the Buddhist sect's expert in the star array. Therefore, when he couldn't wait for Linghu Pyron, he had no choice but to find another helper, Fire Tiger Ouyang Jingran. Ouyang Jingran was a female cultivator, but she didn't have the slightest grace of a female cultivator. If it weren't for the bulging chest that made her different from Taisher Zhanran, she could almost be mistaken for a man. However, the only difference at this time was that she was covered by a pink armor. The inscriptions on her big black face that looked like tiger stripes made Taisher Zhanran feel a little nauseous. Looking at Ouyang Jingran standing on a white tiger that was a few feet tall, Taisher Zhanran cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Fairy Ouyang, please." Ouyang Jingran's thick lips moved slightly, and the corners of her mouth that had some fine hairs curled up. Her hoarse voice sounded, Taisha, don't be mysterious. Tell me, what's the matter? Taisha Zhanran saw Ouyang Jingran call him Taisha instead of Sun Horse of the Star and immediately knew that there was hope, so he hurriedly told her about his matter. Gidge. Ouyang Jingran listened, looked at the blood-red clouds under her feet and laughed. The laughter that should have been pleasant to the ear sounded like a broken gong in Taisha Zhanran's ears. So that's how it is. No wonder you were anxious. This old lady's star array previously trapped a Dao sect cultivator named Zhai Xingzi. This old lady could have killed him in the array, but this old lady was careless and let him gather dozens of other cultivators and escape openly. For this reason, the temple master personally came to the star array and reprimanded this old lady. His grandmother, isn't it just a late nascent soul Dao sect disciple? What's so great about running away? Chapter 3644. Taisha Zhanran knew that Ouyang Jingran was not shrewd and had always been careless. Not only did she not notice the strangeness of the star array while standing on the blood-red clouds of his star array, it was even more impossible for her to know the secret that the temple master wanted to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Of course he did not dare to say much. He could only smile bitterly. Yes, fairy, didn't you see? You lost a Zhai Xingzi and the temple master got angry. If I let this Buddhist master go, won't the temple master take my head? It's good that you took it. Just as a chamber pot. Ouyang Jingran covered her mouth and laughed. Obviously she was very comfortable with being called a fairy, but this coquettish gesture was really not complimentary. In particular, the words from the mouth of this so-called fairy made Taisha Zhanran's face even more purple. Fairy, Lord Hall Master may not really take this little brother's head, but in the future this little brother's life will certainly not be easy. Our Star Lord Hall's 28 Star Lords are all in the same boat. Fairy won't watch this little brother's later life be miserable, right? Taisha Zhanran threw caution to the wind. He didn't want his 1,000 years of face anymore and said with a smile. The words "in the same boat" made Ouyang Jingran's heart sad. She stopped smiling and her teasing eyes flashed with a trace of bitterness. She then nodded and said, "In that case, tell me, how do you want me to cooperate? That old monk has been arrogant in the star array for nearly a year. If he didn't have a superhuman cultivation, how could he dare to do so? I didn't dare to go in, because I wasn't sure. Since Fairy agrees, we will rush into the array and kill him," Taisha Zhanran said fiercely. Ouyang Jingran thought for a moment and shook her head slightly. "You want me to accompany you to die? Don't you know the power of this star array? You and I can't control this star array. If you and I rush in, we will be in the same situation as the old monk. There is no convenience. The old monk is already familiar with the star array, but we are not. Not to mention meeting face to face, we might not even see it. You and I will become the second Wellwood puppet." How could Taisha Zhanran not have such calculations? He was just giving Ouyang Jingran some face. Even if Ouyang Jingran agreed to go in, he would definitely find a reason to make her say those words again. Therefore, when he heard that Ouyang Jingran disagreed, he immediately said modestly, "That's right. Little brother has been too anxious these days. Fairy is right. Then what does Fairy think?" "Wait for the hair to appear." Ouyang Jingran indifferently spat out these words. "My great-aunt. This little brother has been guarding this tree for almost a year. The little rabbit in the tree is about to come out," Taisha Zhanran said with a bitter face. "Do you have any other ideas?" "No." Ouyang Jingran shrugged his thick shoulders under his armor, and his thick lips revealed a harmless smile. Taisha Zhanran cursed in his heart. He knew that Ouyang Jingran wasn't someone easy to deal with. Just as he was about to speak, the trembling clouds suddenly stopped. The blood-red color gradually dimmed as if it was being washed away by rain. Taisha Zhanran stared blankly. The happiness he had been looking forward to for so many days had suddenly arrived. He couldn't believe it. "Quick!" Ouyang Jingran saw the opportunity quickly and shouted, "Where is the exit of your star array? Let's go quickly and block this old monk in the fault of the star array. We are powerless to control the star array, but the fault, we are at least familiar with it." "Many thanks, Fairy." Taisha Zhanran's figure suddenly swayed, and with a wave of his hand, a strange-shaped star lock appeared in his hand. He spat out true chi from his mouth and hundreds of falling stars rushed out from the star lock. After falling into the clouds, A faint star path appeared. Taisha Zhanran dove into it and without turning his head he shouted, "If I kill this old monk, this little brother will owe the fairy a favor. You already owe me now." Ouyang Jingran lifted his foot and kicked the white tiger below him. The white tiger immediately rushed in with Taisha Zhanran as it answered. The two flew into the clouds. The clouds were still calm, but after a while, even the star path they fell into was covered. The clouds of the star array had completely turned into the color of the bright moon. However, the two went for a long time and didn't come out. After waiting for 2 days, Linghu Pairan came over with a face full of doubts and puzzlement. However, when he saw that the color of the star array Taisha Zhanran was guarding had changed, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and seemed to relax. However, when he summoned the immortal soldier and asked about Taisha Zhanran's whereabouts, a kind of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Of course, this fear was swept away. After sending the immortal soldier away, Linghu Pairan lowered his head and looked at the clouds under his feet. He stretched out his hand and the previous star shuttle fell into his hand. Looking at the small and exquisite star shuttle, which had lost its previous brilliance, Linghu Pairan narrowed his eyes and bit his lip. No one knew what he was thinking. After half a cup of tea's time, Linghu Pairan put away the star shuttle and raised his hand to take out a star lock. This star lock was a little different from Taisha Zhanran's, but when Linghu Pairan spat out true qi, starlight flew out from the star lock and a faint star path appeared in the clouds. "I hope this old man's guess is wrong." Linghu Pairan's face was cautious, but he was still secretly thinking in his heart, the one left in this star array is not Xiaohua. Otherwise, the lives of Tailfire Tiger and Sun Horse of Star would be in danger. However, this old man did not see Xiaohua in the Crimson Star Array. The other Dao cultivators who stayed in the other star arrays were also killed by this old man one by one. If this Xiaohua was not killed before, then he must have been left in this star array. Taisha and Ouyang have been gone for a long time and have not returned. I'm afraid they have met with misfortune. Just when Linghu Pairan rushed into the star path, boom! An earth-shattering sound came from afar. The bright moon that had been hanging in the sky all this time suddenly sank. Then the bright moon's brilliance gradually dimmed. On the contrary, the scorching sun opposite the bright moon suddenly emitted a golden brilliance, and the brightness and heat of the scorching sun continued to increase. It was as if the real sun was slowly rising. Looking at the bright moon that had lost its brilliance again, it rose from the distance and rushed towards the scorching sun like the crimson star from before. Bright moon, rising sun. Linghu Pairan murmured, "It seems that the treasure above the bright moon has also been obtained by Dao cultivators. These Dao cultivators, I really do not dare to underestimate them. They are only at the upper 4th grade of origin energy, but they were able to break the Crimson Star Array and the Bright Moon Array. It seems that the Immortal Palace setting up the Sun, Moon and Star Arrays on Yaotai Mountain is not without reason. However, so what if they broke the Bright Moon Array? So what if they broke the Scorching Sun Array?" Linghu Pairan's face showed a trace of a sneer. "As long as that array is not broken, the cultivators who did not obtain the treasure jade box will still not be able to leave Yaotai Mountain." However, thinking of this, Linghu Pairan's heart gave birth to a trace of a bad feeling. He did not dare to delay any longer and hurriedly rushed into the clouds. In merely the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Linghu Pairan rushed out of the clouds with a somewhat pale complexion. He didn't even look at the golden clouds in his surroundings. Instead, he soared into the sky and headed straight for Yaotai Mountain. Xiaohua hid inside the star array and cultivated to his heart's content. This kind of cultivation was completely different from the Tao's ordinary cultivation. There was no need to guard the body and mind, no need to carefully comprehend the details. What was required was to let go of the state of mind and fight with the heavens and the earth. For a time within the entire star array, whether it was the collapsed boulder or Xiaohua's sorry figure, Xiaohua seemed to have fused with the entire star array. The shock of the whistling sound was merely Xiaohua's breathing. Seeing that several months had passed, Xiaohua's strength had once again made inconceivable progress. In particular, later on, Xiaohua actually tempered his Buddhist sense and soul sense, fusing them with his mind like his divine sense. Not only did his divine sense advance again, his Buddhist sense and soul sense also followed suit and advanced. In fact, if not for the fact that the devil spirit in the blood drop paradise was still in its embryonic form and had not yet cultivated devil sense, Xiaohua would have almost mixed his devil sense into it as well. On this day, Xiaohua's 100 zhang tall figure swayed and soared into the sky like a giant peng. With a boom sound, he hit a huge boulder that was thousands of zhang tall. In the midst of the rumbling sound, that huge boulder shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, Bodhi's Buddha Lord's phantom, which had been cultivated to 100 zhang tall, also rushed towards another huge boulder, not to be outdone. Similarly, a loud rumbling sound resounded, covering the sky and covering the earth as debris fell down. The huge boulder was destroyed, and the Buddha Lord's phantom that was radiating Buddhist light in all directions was also suddenly annihilated. In just a moment, the sound of Sanskrit resounded in all directions. On the undamaged Bodhi's golden body, tens of thousands of golden runes flashed and flowed. The Buddhist light once again propped up the Buddha Lord's phantom. Moreover, in that phantom that seemed to be in the void, strands of thin threads that were hard to see with the naked eye instantly formed. These thin threads came from the void and were precisely the power of faith. Tisk tisk. Xiaohua smacked his lips and shook his head with a wry smile. Fellow immortal Bodhi, this is really a little unfair. Your Buddha Lord's Buddha Dharma body is too magical, and this kind of bitter cultivation method is in line with the nirvana way of the golden body. This is why you can catch up with our transcendence golden bodies in such a short time. Tenyu, be content. Bodhi's face remained merciful as he opened his mouth and said, your divine sense secret technique should not be underestimated, and the Dharma embodiment technique is even more immeasurable. That's why you can make such progress in less than a year. Boom. While speaking, Xiaohua did not forget to urge his divine sense to transform into a huge palm and smash the huge boulder above his head. Oh right, it's been almost a year, right? Hearing Bodhi mention a year, Xiaohua suddenly came to his senses. The Jadestige gathering is about to end? I'm afraid so. Bodhi pointed his finger at the sky where the stones were flying and said, the white light around this star array has long been invaded, but it has been blocked by the bloody light of the star array. Presumably, the Jadestige gathering is about to end, and the star array is ready to close. Chapter 36:45. Not good, then we have to leave quickly. Xiaohua seemed to have awoken from a dream, and reluctantly looked at the star formation that was raining stones. He sighed with emotion, I really can't bear to part with it. If only I could cultivate for a few more years. You should cultivate. Bodhi slowly kept the Buddha statue into the relic and said indifferently, although Confucian cultivators have the saying reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles, and reading 10,000 miles is not as good as reading countless people. If Tanyu doesn't read 10,000 books, what's the use of walking 10,000 miles? If not for the fact that this sovereign has the Buddhist teachings and principles of the Little Linglong Temple, even if this sovereign comes here, I'm afraid that I won't be able to grasp the opportunity in front of me, right? But Xiaohua was still arguing, I can't just leave what I promised others to the side, right? Tanyu thinks too much in this world. It's fine to leave anyone. Tanyu feels that he is important, but others may not feel the same way. Without Tanyu, the hidden immortal continent is still the hidden immortal continent. The rise and fall of Jiang country is just a drop in the ocean, it's nothing. While Bodhi was speaking, Xiaohua also kept his transcendence golden body, and while using his spiritual will to block the boulder, he flew towards the exit of the planet formation. Fellow immortal is the future Buddha Lord, so naturally you want to stay away from the mortal world. Xiaohua retorted, oh, this Xiao forgot. Fellow immortal is originally a monk. There is no common ground between people of different paths. Not to mention that my Buddhist sect is out of the world, your Tao sect is the same. Bodhi explained, as long as one is a cultivator, one must hide from the world and cultivate. The so-called Confucian cultivator is actually not a cultivator. You're not a cultivator. You're a monk. Suddenly, the voice of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua came out from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's mind actually shook a little, as if Confucian cultivator Xiaohua wanted to snatch control of his body. How dare you? What are you doing? Xiaohua frowned, his heart shocked, and he shouted, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. You and I have 10 primordial spirits, but we are still the same person. There is a saying that people of different paths cannot work together. You and I cannot exist. We each comprehend our own wonders and have our own fortuitous encounters. Seeking common ground while reserving differences and attaining the great Tao early is the foundation of our pursuit. It's one thing for you to argue with Subhuti today, but why are you trying to snatch it from me? This is something that this Xiao did not expect. I can tell you the truth. Whether it's Xiao Hua, Bodhi, or even fellow Taoist Longmai, as long as you have disloyal thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's impossible for me to split my primordial spirit now, but I have plenty of methods to exterminate your primordial spirit. I'm sure all of you know this. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua did not speak, and Bodhi also lowered his eyebrows. Xiao Hua waved his hand and sent Bodhi into his Naiwan palace. Then he snorted and landed at the exit of the star array. His originally happy mood was now very bad. Immediately, Xiao Hua stepped into the same exit with anger on his face. As his figure disappeared, the blood-red brilliance in the star array suddenly disappeared, and the bright moonlight instantly enveloped the whole space. The falling boulders strangely stopped in midair at the same time. When the bright moonlight scattered, all the boulders disappeared completely, and the space returned to the original huge sphere and the belt of boulders around it. However, near the belt of boulders, a star chart and a star shuttle were floating there without any light. Xiao Hua frowned and stepped out of the star array. He knew in his heart that his primordial spirits were very different, and each of them cultivated a different divine ability. Whether it was Taoism, Confucianism, Buddhism, soul, demon, they all cultivated different natures. Even the heavenly way Xiao Hua and karma Xiao Hua in the space were not easy to get along with. Previously, everyone's cultivation was shallow, so the gap and differences were not obvious. But now, as time passed and everyone's comprehension deepened, these differences naturally appeared. He only had one body and one mind, so if he could not be the leader, there would be many drawbacks. However, how to eliminate these drawbacks and how to make his primordial spirits cultivate in harmony with each other was something that Xiao Hua was now distressed about. Xiao Hua even faintly felt that if he could not find the essence of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, soul, demon respectively, or even the origin of cultivation, the problem of his 10 primordial spirits would never be solved. Alas, Xiao Hua was somewhat regretful. That day he split his primordial spirit too carelessly, and after that the three-metal heavenly tribulation was also very straightforward. Now, although his 10 primordial spirits had begun to show their power, he could only drink this bitter wine alone. Although this primordial spirit splitting technique is not the same as before, this Xiao combined the countless strands of ghost cultivation and other secret techniques to form it. However, after all, the original secret technique was also an extremely profound secret technique, so there might be cultivators who comprehended it, but why did no one in the entire Dawn Rain continent cultivate it? I'm afraid that those cultivators who cultivated it have already died, and those who did not cultivate it also did not dare to try it easily. Only this Xiao Hua, this pitiful worm, cultivates any secret technique I see and doesn't know how powerful it is. While thinking, Xiao Hua felt his body tighten, and the space in front of him began to circulate. He knew that he was about to enter the next imperial array, but at this moment the space in front of him suddenly stopped, and the starlight in front of him seemed to be suspended in the air. Even the distorted space ripples also stopped. What's going on? Could it be that the Jade Pavilion gathering has already ended? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Suddenly, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent, and his divine sense smashed towards the stagnant space like a hammer. Kacha! A series of fine sounds rang out, and the distorted space ripples were shattered by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's divine sense now could even shatter star fragments, so the temporary confinement of this imperial array could not do anything to him. Huh. You're a Tao sect cultivator? Not an old bald donkey from the Buddhist sect? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed and he appeared in the previous space again. He saw 2 armored immortal generals standing in the air, quite surprised. One of them was holding a foot-long yellow bamboo pole, and in front of him was a white tiger. The other had a face as long as a horse, and in his hand was a bronze scroll. The surprised voice came from the horse-faced immortal general. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the immortal general holding the yellow bamboo pole sneered. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Take him down first, then ask him where he came from. The immortal general is right. The horse-faced immortal general was naturally Taisher Zhanran. At this moment he waved the scroll in his hand, and a soaring righteous chi was produced from the surroundings. It was like a huge bronze lock, sealing Xiaohua within 100 zhang. Looking at Ouyang Jingran holding the bamboo pole, he also waved his bamboo pole and hundreds of righteous chi swarmed out. These righteous chi were not only vast, but there were also strands of crystal threads flowing within, containing extremely terrifying power. What made Xiaohua most alarmed was that these righteous chi were similar to the righteous chi controlled by Taisher Zhanran. It seemed that each righteous chi complemented each other. The attacks of the two were like two large locks attacking Xiaohua from two sides, sealing him inside. How are these immortal generals? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and he secretly sneered, these are clearly two star monarchs. Damn it, this Xiao has only cultivated in the star array for a year and you guys are already targeting this Xiao. Now you want to lock this Xiao up without saying anything. Isn't this the same as the Copper Pillar State's constable treating the Seven Suns Temple's master Dao Shan? Thinking of Dao Shan, Xiaohua, who was originally in a bad mood, was filled with hostility. He coldly looked at the righteous chi locks in front of him and coldly said, fighting without declaring it is rude, joining hands to bully others is shameless, attacking innocents is untrustworthy. You are the Star Monarchs of Star Monarch's palace in vain. You are actually such untrustworthy, shameless and rude people that are worse than pigs and dogs. How dare you? Ouyang Jingran was just flattered by Taisher Zhanran as an immortal general, but now in Xiaohua's mouth he became a disciple of none. How could he not be angry? With a roar, the white tiger's figure opened and pounced towards Xiaohua. You deserve to die. Xiaohua's anger soared to the sky and he fiercely shouted. He waved his hand and took out the wishful staff. Boom boom. The two righteous chi locks were actually hit and sent flying. Taking advantage of this time, Xiaohua once again used his hand to touch his waist, and a pitch-black brilliance appeared from his hand. The god power centipede riding the demon cloud flew out from the space, and before it could fly close to the white tiger, it already made a squeaking sound, and the antennae on its forehead crisscrossed with each other, as if it was challenging the white tiger. Seeing the power of Xiaohua's wishful staff, Ouyang Jingran and Taisher Zhanran looked at each other, and then at the same time, they slapped their hands on the top of their heads. Boom. Two strange sounds rang out and at the same time, three different colored true chi sprayed out from the top of their heads. These three true chi intertwined in the air and then, a hurricane danced in the void, and hundreds of righteous chi rushed into the true chi and rushed into the two's bodies. Ooh. The three-colored true chi rolled down and wrapped the two's bodies. But within the clouds the two secondary bodies appeared. These two secondary bodies were wearing armor cast by inscriptions, but one was orange and the other was purple. Boom. Without waiting for the secondary bodies to take shape, Taisher Zhanran waved his fist and smashed it towards Xiaohua. The suffocating wind of the fist was no less than the falling stones in the star array. The star monarchs of Star Monarch's palace are only Esu. Xiaohua was not in a hurry. Seeing the fist fall, the wishful staff in his hand danced and smashed it with a bang. If it was a year ago, Xiaohua's attack would have been the same as the attack on Shangguan Yiran, and it might not have been able to complete the task. But in this year, Xiaohua's cultivation had been successful, and his strength had increased sharply again. The wishful staff hit Taisher Zhanran's fist and immediately shattered it. However, Xiaohua's own body also flew high with the force of the counterattack. Ouyang Jingran frowned and reminded, Taisher, your brain is sick. This guy can persist in the star array relying on this staff. No matter how powerful your fist is, how can it compare to the star array? Chapter 3646. Yes. This old man was really careless. Taisher Zhanran seemed to have suddenly realized something. He shook the scroll in his hand and a terrifying aura spread out from the scroll. The void within 1,000 zhang radius seemed to have leaked out, and endless noble chi rushed into the scroll like a waterfall. Rays of blue light flew out from the scroll. Ouyang Jingran also waved the bamboo pole in his hand, and a fire wall of hundreds of feet appeared out of thin air, attacking Xiaohua from the other side. The aura of the scroll and the firewall also became a kind of mutual restraint, and Ouyang Jingran wanted to kill Xiao Hua on the spot. Hee, didn't you want to see this old bald donkey? Then I'll let you see. Xiao Hua sneered and patted his forehead. A Buddha holding a jade bottle in his hand stepped out of the Buddha light. Namo Methriya Buddha. As soon as the Buddha came out of the space, his hands formed a Buddha seal, and his whole body was covered in Buddha light. 1,000 feet tall Buddha Lord Phantom was born from the Buddha light, and the Buddha Lord Phantom shook his hand, and the 9-dragon staff turned into 9 dragons, roaring and rushing to the fire wall of hundreds of feet. With the appearance of Buddha Bodhi, Xiao Hua no longer dared to be negligent. His whole body flashed with a dark golden brilliance, and his transcendence golden body was also displayed. It also grew to 1,000 feet, and the wishful steel staff grew to 1,000 feet, and he waved it to hit the scroll. Seeing Xiao Hua bring out the Buddha Saraira. Although the Saraira seemed to be a bit incomplete, the Buddha Lord Phantom was actually comparable to him. And although this Buddha's face was full of compassion, his body was surging with a kind of innate arrogance, which was different from all the Buddhist masters he had seen. Ouyang Jingran's eyes unconsciously lit up, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Then for a moment, Ouyang Jingran calmed down again and smiled slightly. Old bald donkey, are you a monk? Or, a monk? As he spoke, Ouyang Jingran waved his arm and threw the bamboo pole into the air. Roar! The bamboo pole actually turned into a fire dragon and pounced on the monk's staff. The raging fire instantly submerged the 9 dragons that the monk's staff had turned into. Not only that, Ouyang Jingran reached out with one hand and a pillar of Howren Qi landed on her arm. Amidst cracking sounds, her entire arm turned into a giant sword that was hundreds of feet long. Tens of thousands of inscriptions were condensed on the giant sword, and the inscriptions were connected to each other to form lines of poetry and articles. The fiery threads that had been there for thousands of years flashed with an ancient brilliance between the inscriptions. Wu! Ouyang Jingran sneered as a cold wind blew. He waved his arm and the huge sword streaked across the sky. A fiery light that was nearly 300 meters long flashed past, producing a loud boom. The unstable space began to tremble, and cracks appeared as the fiery light collided with the sword light. Waves of awe-inspiring qi uncontrollably rushed into the cracks in the void. The austere killing intent followed the sword light and instantly drowned Bodhi. The sound of Sanskrit weakened and the heavenly flowers disappeared. The 9-dragon staff was entangled by the fire dragon, and Bodhi was also enveloped by the sword light. He seemed to have reached a dead end. Namo Methriya Buddha. Bodhi raised his head slightly, and the compassion in his eyes was even more intense. He recited the Sanskrit incantation, Zhiv. The word Zhiv came out of Bodhi's mouth, and it immediately flashed with Buddhist light and turned into dozens of feet in size. It also made a sound of thunder and lightning as it flew toward Ouyang Jingran's giant sword. He's reciting Buddhist mantra? Ouyang Jingran was a little confused. She seemed to have never heard of a Buddhist cultivator who had this kind of magical power. While Ouyang Jingran was in a daze, Bodhi's Sanskrit incantation collided with the giant sword. Boom! The huge sound shook the space where the two people were. The Sanskrit incantation turned into a thin ray of light under Ouyang Jingran's attack and disappeared into the void. Ouyang Jingran's huge body was also thrown off balance by the huge force. Boom! At the same time, another huge roar came from the distance. Taisha Zhanran's scroll unfolded under the attack of Xiao Hua's wishful staff. For huge inscriptions of perfection like water appeared from the scroll. The blue gas on the scroll surged and the word perfection rushed into the sky and turned into several flying swords, falling toward Xiao Hua's head. The word perfection spread out in the sky and fist-sized clouds bloomed like lotus flowers. Each lotus flower brewed a terrifying force to surround Xiao Hua's upper body. The word perfection disappeared into the void, and when it reappeared, it had turned into tens of thousands of wooden vines. The inscriptions on the vines flashed and wrapped around Xiao Hua's legs. As for the word water, it was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Every drop seemed to be able to destroy a mountain peak as it rushed toward Xiao Hua. See? Looking at Taisha Zhanran's grin, Xiao Hua was shocked. This scroll was really too powerful. The 4 words actually had 4 qi condensed. Moreover, each word had the strength of a great grandmaster. Needless to say, this scroll must have been written by a sage of literature. Poof! Xiaohua opened his mouth and spouted out a flame, which turned into a wall of fire to block the wooden vines around him. The wooden vines, condensed from inscriptions, turned into wisps of awe-inspiring qi in the flame and disappeared. As for the flying swords, clouds, and water, Xiaohua did not pay attention to them. The wishful staff in his hand suddenly lengthened and continued to smash toward the scroll. Oh, what is this guy doing? Taisha Zhanran was a bit stunned. This scroll was something he had to rely on to kill. Every word on the scroll was equivalent to an attack from a 5th-grade essence energy cultivator. He knew that he couldn't rely on his sub-body to block this scroll, so he couldn't figure out why Xiaohua didn't block these attacks. To catch bandits, first catch the leader? Taisha Zhanran immediately understood. Sure enough, the wishful staff hit the scroll. The flying swords, clouds, and water also fell on Xiaohua's body. At the moment the wishful staff hit the scroll, a faint and dignified voice came out from it. You dare. Immediately, thousands of noble qi condensed into a wall, blocking the wishful staff. Although this noble qi wall was defeated by Xiaohua, the wishful staff was already exhausted. In the roar, the flying swords fell on Xiaohua's shoulder. Caw-caw, crisp sound, sparks splashed from Xiaohua's Dharma body. Boom boom. The sound of explosions, the water and clouds rushed to Xiaohua's Dharma body. What surprised Taisha Zhanran was that all the water and clouds were just smoke. Xiaohua's Dharma body was actually more solid than a mainstay. It flashed with a dark golden brilliance and did not suffer any damage at all. I understand. Suddenly, Taisha Zhanran felt like he had just woken up from a dream. This guy is actually inside the star array, cultivating. This diamond body is the result of a year of cultivation. Instantly, Taisha Zhanran felt like vomiting blood. He was afraid outside the star array for a year, but this cultivator in front of him actually cultivated freely inside the star array for a year. Kill. Taisha Zhanran was angry. The noble qi around his body surged. With one hand, an azure dragon saber appeared in his hand. The azure dragon saber flashed with cold light. Taisha Zhanran slashed with all his strength. A snowy light like the moon streaked across the sky and disappeared. Then he saw that within 1,000 feet of Xiaohua, the void set off fine wave-like patterns. In particular, a sound like a tsunami faintly came from all directions and attacked Xiaohua's 100 feet golden body. Taisha Zhanran's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He wanted to see if his green dragon saber could kill the diamond body that had been tempered in the star array for a year, and even when Sheng scrolls couldn't hurt it. When Xiaohua saw this, he sneered and a green light flashed between his eyebrows. Swoosh. The delusion breaker eye opened and layers of green seal characters seemed to be uncovered. A beam of silver-gray light rushed into the void. Boom. But there was a thunderous sound. Where the light beam landed, the veil of the void was lifted. The mysterious saber light actually formed a layer of saber waves under the void and attacked Xiaohua's eyes. Hit. Xiaohua roared, and the wishful staff that was like a mountain strangely swung out. Rumble. The blade wave was blocked and thousands of layers of snowflakes splashed. The sound of thunder reverberated in the space wave after wave. Damn it! Feeling the azure dragon saber's unyielding and regret, Taisha Zhanran cursed. His heart grew timid. Xiaohua's ability was too strange. It was unexpectedly able to open the void. Although his azure dragon saber was sharp, it only left a faint saber mark on Xiaohua's wishful staff. If they continued to fight, he feared that he would not have any good methods. At this moment, Bodhi's swordsman mantra was spat out again. The Buddhist light was resplendent and it was like a glaring Vajra that attacked Ouyang Jingran. The mantra contained the Buddhist doctrine and the power of karma, causing Tail Fire Tiger's elemental energy to palpitate. Too powerful. Ouyang Jingran did his best to resist. His heart also had thoughts of retreating. After all, this was Yaotai Mountain. She only came to help. There was no need to fight to the death. Once she left the star array, she had plenty of methods to counterattack. Similarly, the 28 star generals also had countless methods to make this monk surrender without a fight. Almost at the same time, Ouyang Jingran and Taisha Zhanran happened to raise their heads at the same time. They glanced at each other and slightly nodded. Just at this time, regardless of whether it was Xiao Hua or Bodhi, they both roared at the same time. Attack! Xiao Hua waved his hand. The wishful staff came crashing down, as if he knew that Taisha Zhanran wanted to escape. Taisha Zhanran pointed a finger at the scroll in midair. Sword light, clouds, splashes of water and wooden vines flourished, doing his best to block Xiao Hua's golden body. That azure dragon saber was dragged in a reverse grip. He pulled back, waiting for Xiao Hua's wishful staff to arrive in front of him. Then he immediately turned his hand and slashed. However, this slash was far from the previous power. It appeared that he merely wanted to borrow the force to escape. Looking over there, Bodhi formed a seal with one hand. The innate true water in the clear water bottle in his hand transformed into a water screen. It sprinkled in front of Ouyang Jingran, sealing off her path of retreat. Chapter 3647. Innate primordial water? Ouyang Jingran was shocked. She hurriedly moved her eyes away from the primordial water. At the moment when she was absent-minded, Bodhi actually put away the primordial water bottle and formed a seal with both hands at the same time. Boom! As if a boulder was pressing down on her, Bodhi's seal pressed down on Ouyang Jingran. Ugh! Feeling this seal that was faster than a meteor and had the power to destroy the stars, Ouyang Jingran's face turned ashen. She also suddenly woke up. The reason why the monk in her mouth stayed in this star array was to practice this seal. Ouyang Jingran hurriedly retreated. Her huge body did not seem clumsy at all. Unfortunately, no matter how fast she flew, could she be faster than a meteor? Bodhi was used to using the seal to destroy stars. The power of the seal followed Ouyang Jingran's movements and fell down. Boom! Taisha Zhanran's plan of dragging the blade naturally succeeded. The azure dragon saber easily blocked the wishful staff, and the wooden vines even tied up Xiao Hua's legs. But at the same time, just as Taisha Zhanran was secretly happy and flew away like Ouyang Jingran, a huge gust of wind came like a star pressing down on them. It was no different from the falling stars in the falling stone star array. Taisha Zhanran was guarding the falling stone star array. How could he not be familiar with the situation inside? He looked around in surprise. When he felt the power of Xiao Hua's divine sense that was even greater than the stars, his face suddenly turned ashen. A kind of epiphany was born in his heart. The cultivator in front of him was not only tempering his body in the star array, but also refining his divine sense. At this time he was not allowed to think more. He hurriedly wanted to urge the flying technique. The azure dragon saber in his hand waved again, and the three-colored true qi above his head spurted out again. Boom, boom. Two loud noises resonated together. All of Taisha Zhanran's methods of resistance turned into nothingness in front of the most primitive force. When the divine will hammer fell, the 100-meter-tall child body collapsed with a loud bang. The righteous qi wailed and scattered in all directions. Ouyang Jingran was equally miserable. The mountain was mixed with karma and smashed her back to her original form. However, just as the armor on the two collapsed, a faint light flashed. Indescribable fluctuations appeared in the void, barely supporting the enormous force. Moreover, after the fluctuations, a powerful suction force appeared. Obviously, it was trying to drag the two people under the armor out of the interlayer of the star array. Oh no! When Xiao Hua saw this, he cried out in his heart. First, he concealed his methods to avoid being noticed. Finally, he killed the two at the same time, afraid that one of the two star venerates would escape. But now it seemed that he had underestimated the methods of Yaotai Mountain. Before the two of them died, they were actually able to mobilize the power of the entire Yaotai Mountain's defensive array. Where is the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua roared, but Taisha Zhanran and Ouyang Jingran were surprised to see true qi rushing out of his body. Then, the wishful staff in his hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a python spear. Roar! Under the urging of true energy, the python spear left his hand and turned into a giant python, stabbing towards Taisha Zhanran's chest. Jing Mushuan was killed by Yu. Seeing the familiar python spear, the hope that had just been born in their hearts immediately disappeared. Taisha Zhanran and Ouyang Jingran almost cried out in unison before they died. With this sound, the python spear pierced Taisha Zhanran's armor. Gotcha! The armor was penetrated. Poof! Taisha Zhanran's body was penetrated. Gotcha. Ouyang Jingran's peach-red armor was also penetrated. Poof. Ouyang Jingran's chest was nailed by a python's spear. Whoosh. True chi spurted out from the top of the two people's heads. The two primordial spirit phantoms escaped from their bodies. Unfortunately, before they could leave, Xiao Hua, who was waiting by the side, had already pulled out his hand. The sword gourd flew out of his hand. The soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out and immediately covered the two primordial spirits. They did not have any chance to struggle and were instantly killed. Namo Methriya Buddha. Bodhi flew closer. After chanting the Buddhist name, he chanted the Lin word. When the word fell on the two primordial spirits, the two primordial spirits revealed their human forms. Moreover, their hazy faces were filled with panic. After all, at this time Xiao Hua not only controlled their life and death, but also decided their reincarnation. Bodhi raised his hand. Two strands of Buddhist light appeared from his fingertips and fell between the eyebrows of the two primordial spirits. The two primordial spirits' faces were filled with pain and their entire primordial spirits rapidly faded. Fortunately, it was only half a cup of tea's time. Bodhi retracted his hand and chanted the Buddhist name, Namo Methriya Buddha. By this sovereign's order, re-enter reincarnation, Jia. Under the incantation, the two primordial spirits suddenly woke up. They hurriedly bowed and saluted, then disappeared in a moment. When the two primordial spirits died, the suction force in the space immediately disappeared. While Bodhi was converting the two primordial spirits and searching their souls, Xiao Hua took the two primordial spirits' corpses, scrolls and weapons. As for the white tiger, how could it be a match for the divine power centipede? Before Ouyang Jingran could warn it, the divine power centipede had already killed it. Now the divine power centipede had drilled into the white tiger's brain and sucked its brain. Seeing Bodhi send the two primordial spirits away, Xiao Hua's mind was filled with everything Bodhi knew. He looked at the space again. Although there were traces of a struggle, there were no special flaws. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. His hands formed seals again. Dozens of seals flew out and landed in different parts of the space. Although these seals couldn't completely eliminate his aura, for a short time, cultivators weaker than him would have a hard time finding any clues. After doing all this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, take a look. If you and I didn't work together, how could things have been done so perfectly? That's why there are benefits if we work together and disadvantages if we don't work together. Don't separate Bodhi and the others because of some differences in cultivation. Our situations are different and can't be separated. Namo Methriya Buddha, excellent, excellent. Bodhi descended and put his palms together. This poor monk hasn't come out for a long time. As soon as I come out, I'll harm someone's life. This is really inappropriate. If fellow immortal doesn't harm others, others will harm you. What's fellow immortal's choice? Xiao Hua was in a very good mood. He asked with a smile. Haven't you heard of the story of Buddha sacrificing himself to feed an eagle? Bodhi raised his eyebrows and replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xiao Hua firmly shook his head. The two can't be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, if fellow immortal doesn't harm others, green-robed Xiao Hua will lose his life. You and I will also lose our lives. The Buddhist scriptures talk about saving people, but you can't throw yourself in, right? You're still wrong. Bodhi wanted to say something again, but Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, fellow immortal doesn't need to say anything. When it comes to the truth of Buddhism, I'm definitely not your opponent. If you're willing, I'll ask Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua to come and debate with you one day. I only know that saving people is as important as oneself. Right now, the most important thing for you and me is to save green-robed Xiao Hua. While speaking, Xiao Hua's body began to tighten again. The power of the star formation that was previously imprisoned by the two celestial monarchs began to recover. Xiao Hua knew that in a moment he would enter another star formation. However, Xiao Hua wasn't nervous. He raised his hand and Taisher Zhanran's armor appeared in his hand. Xiao Hua casually put it on and the pressure immediately disappeared. According to the memories of the two celestial monarchs, the defensive formation of Yaotai Mountain should have been rearranged by the people sent by the Immortal Palace. The so-called Scorching Sun, Bright Moon and Crimson Star formations are all fierce formations used by the Immortal Palace. This time they were specially used to kill our Taoist cultivators. Moreover, they speculated that the number of Taoist cultivators who could walk out of the Yaotai Mountain gathering this time could be counted on one hand. Even the Celestial Monarch Hall has already drafted an edict stating that the treasures in this Yaotai Mountain gathering were too rare and our Taoist cultivators killed each other too fiercely, resulting in such a great loss. Xiaohua flew towards the interlayer of the star array. He put on his armor and held the azure dragon saber in his hand. At the same time, he used a transfiguration technique to transform himself into Taisher Zhanran's appearance. This Kong Hongwu's ruthlessness. It's obvious. Alas, but these celestial monarchs seem to be pitiful. They all offended the influential figures in the Immortal Palace and were sent here to admit their crimes. This is said to be a good opportunity for them to perform meritorious deeds. Unfortunately, 3 of them were killed by this Xiao. This Kong Hongwu should be furious again. However, these 2 celestial monarchs' memories of the Immortal Palace have been erased. Even if this Xiao wants to know the whereabouts of the Immortal Palace, this Xiao can't. Xiaohua flew for a moment and arrived at the bottom of the interlayer. He took out the Celestial Monarch token and sprayed a mouthful of true qi on it. The Celestial Monarch token rushed out a 3-colored brilliance and fell on the clouds at the bottom. Shua. At the place where the brilliance came from, a hole several feet in size appeared. Xiaohua used the clear eyes technique to take a look and fell into it. Looking at the somewhat unfamiliar star formation, Xiaohua urged his figure to descend. A faint fluctuation appeared on the armor on his body, slowly spreading in all directions, but it didn't trigger the restriction of the star formation. Now that the Great Crimson Star Formation has been broken, Brother Daoran has obtained a unique treasure. It seems that this unique treasure should be the Cold Ghost Gallbladder. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong have now attacked the Bright Moon Formation. No matter what is inside the Bright Moon Formation, presumably with the joint forces of 2 late nascent soul stage cultivators, they should be able to succeed. However, this Kong Hongwu unexpectedly wants to take drastic measures and kill all the cultivators in the Scorching Sun Formation. This is troublesome. Xiaohua passed through several star formations and several interlayers before finally escaping from the sun, moon and star formations and landing on the Yaotai Mountain. At this time, the Yaotai Mountain was still covered by pure white clouds and couldn't be seen clearly. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and looked around before flying in a certain direction. He thought to himself, apart from the sun, moon and star formations, the earliest formation that the people of the Immortal Palace set up was the Great Formation under the Yaotai Mountain. This Great Formation took several years to set up. Moreover, when the formation was set up, all the people of the Celestial Monarch Hall, except for Kong Hongwu, couldn't get close, not even the 28 Celestial Monarchs. The people of the Immortal Palace even killed a few celestial generals who mistakenly entered. According to what Ouyang Jingran knows, when the formation was set up, it triggered a celestial phenomenon. Countless purple clouds fell to the west and thousands of mighty chi pillars roared. It seemed to be extremely powerful. This is troublesome. Chapter 3648. This formation is so important. The sun, moon and star formations that killed nascent soul cultivators were only rearranged after this. That blood-colored meteor is the formation's catalyst, and the star mark in the sky is the entrance to the star formation. When the 28 star monarchs were familiar with these star formations, they were also forbidden to touch the formation under the Yaotai Mountain. However, according to Taisher Zhanran's thoughts, that formation shouldn't have much to do with the sun, moon and star formations. Of course, the reason why I was able to kill these 2 star monarchs and get the news about Green Rogue Xiaohua was also related to my perception in the Falling Stone Formation that day. Since I had perception at that time, I should be able to find that formation now. And if it's really as these 2 star monarchs thought, then the formation under the Yaotai Mountain is the foundation of this Yaotai conference. The nascent soul that was sucked away by the huge gravity is the reason why the Immortal Palace killed nascent soul cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Xian Songzi. There's also the king of the capital Qin state, Xian Yanming. Damn it, are these 2 related? Immediately, Xiaohua stopped in midair with a bitter face. Yes, killing the king of the capital Qin state had already offended the Immortal Palace's immortal envoy. Now that he was prying into the formation of the Yaotai Mountain, he had offended the Immortal Palace's immortal envoy even more. He hadn't even gained a firm foothold in the hidden Immortal Continent, yet he was already going against the Immortal Palace. Wasn't this courting death? Xiao Hua desperately cultivated in the star formation. Admittedly, he had made great progress. His current strength should be able to reach the middle of the 5th grade of origin energy. However, from the memories of the two monarchs, he knew that the Star Monarch Hall's master Kong Hongwu was a great grandmaster who had refined his spirit back to the void. He was only one step away from stepping into the realm of literary sage, which was the upper of the 5th grade of origin energy. Admittedly, he could kill 3 star monarchs, but he had no chance of winning against Kong Hongwu. Moreover, on the Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu had the geographical advantage and could use the power of the Yaotai Mountain. He simply didn't have any power to fight back. If he couldn't even fight against a small official from the Immortal Palace in the hidden Immortal Continent, how could he fight against the Immortal Palace? If time could turn back now, Xiao Hua would rather choose not to let the green-robed Xiao Hua take the risk, and Xiao Hua would rather listen to Li Xiong, and not participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Unfortunately, even with Xiao Hua's ability, he could only look at the ocean and sigh. Jing Mushuan was killed by him as soon as he entered the formation. Now he even killed Tailfire Tiger and Sun Horse of Star. Star Lord Hall had a total of 28 Star Lords, and 3 of them were killed by him. Even if he wanted to withdraw now, it was already too late. What's more, he still had a primordial spirit trapped in the formation, and he still had a promise to fulfill. Xiao Hua only stopped in midair for a moment before a sneer appeared on his face. Damn it, back then on Xiaoyu Continent, I was only an aura refining and foundation building low-level cultivator. I wasn't afraid of that kind of big wind and big waves. Now that I've cultivated to the 5th grade of essence energy and also possess a secret art unknown to others, what does this Xiao have to be afraid of? In the end, even if I don't establish my own country, so what if I wander the world? I don't believe in the Immortal Palace. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to think too much. Even a small Wu Tian had the opportunity to comprehend the art of divination. Who knew if the Immortal Palace had such a strange person or not? Humph, the Immortal Palace better not provoke me, otherwise I'll overturn the Immortal Palace. Finally, Xiao Hua thought fiercely, and his figure landed in a place where mountains changed everywhere. This place was no different from the other places. It had the same mountain forest, the same flowing water, and the same clear and crystalline deep pool. But when Xiao Hua saw this, his face became dignified again. Because this was the entrance to the formation set up by the Immortal Palace's people, which was also the place where the immortal generals of Star Lord Hall were killed that day. Ever since that assassination, Star Lord Hall had designated this place as a forbidden area, and no one could approach it. Since it was the entrance to the formation, Xiao Hua didn't believe that the Immortal Palace didn't have any means to protect it. Xiao Hua's figure landed and he carefully released his soul consciousness. Looking around, there was no movement. Perhaps it was because of the forbidden area or because all the soldiers of Star-Lord Hall were in the sun, moon and star formation, but there were no traces of people here and there were no signs of a formation. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Xiao Hua. When he opened his Dharma eye and looked around, his figure flew up and he flew towards the mountainside of one of the mountains. However, before he could fly to the front of the mountain, boom! A huge sound of water came from the deep pool. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and immediately stopped in mid-air. He saw the water in the deep pool soar into the sky. The previous wave was several feet high and the pool water was filled with a strong noble spirit. In the blink of an eye, a human figure several feet tall appeared above the deep pool. This human figure was transparent, and lines of inscriptions flowed on the surface of its body like tadpoles. The noble spirit condensed into clouds of various colors that danced in the surroundings. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area? The giant water figure opened its mouth and a strange voice came out. Xiao Hua didn't dare to release his divine sense, and his eyes swept over and his mind turned quickly. This giant water figure actually didn't know what Sun Horse of Star looked like, so it probably wasn't from Star-Lord Hall. It was most likely a primordial spirit imprint left here by the person who set up the formation. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, I am Star-Lord Hall's Sun Horse of Star Lord Taisha Zhanran, and I came to explore the forbidden area under the order of my Hall Master. Now, among the sun, moon, and star formation, the crimson star formation has been broken. Just as Xiaohua was answering, boom, a huge tremor came from the distant horizon, and then a golden brilliance splashed from the distance. Xiaohua was delighted and hurriedly said, "Look, even the bright moon formation was broken by the Taoist cultivators." Therefore, Lord Hall Master was worried, and was afraid that this place would be lost, so he specially sent me to inspect it. When the giant water figure saw the golden brilliance burning the clouds above Yaotai Mountain, it knew that what Xiaohua said was true. It also pondered for a moment and nodded. "Very good, give me the token." Token? Xiaohua was of course stunned, but he naturally waved his hand and handed over the star tablet of Sun Horse of Star. Who would have thought that the giant water figure didn't even look at it, and just waved its hand and said coldly, "Why would I look at your star tablet? Since it was Kong Honggu who asked you to come here, he naturally asked you to bring the token, otherwise how could I let you in?" The giant water figure was suspicious, but it didn't say what the token was. Instead, its whole body flashed with blue light, and the runes that were flowing cheerfully just a moment ago suddenly stopped. The clouds also instantly turned into a threatening state, ready to pounce on Xiaohua at any time. Xiaohua stared at the giant water figure and thought about it in his mind. The cultivation level of this giant's body might have reached the upper 5th grade of elemental energy, or even the 6th grade. However, a 6th grade of elemental energy might not necessarily come to Yaotai Mountain in person to set up a formation, so it was most likely a 5th grade of elemental energy great grandmaster. Xiaohua knew that he didn't have the confidence to deal with this kind of upper 5th grade of elemental energy Confucian cultivator, but with a trace of their primordial spirit imprint, Xiaohua still had the confidence to kill it in one blow. However, Xiaohua had to have absolute confidence that he couldn't let this giant water figure have the slightest bit of resistance. While thinking, Xiaohua was about to activate his divine wool hammer. Right at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something while looking at the pillar of Howren Qi that suddenly rose up. Smiling, he put his hand into his bosom and very calmly took out the immortal palace order he got from the king of Qin state. He lifted it up easily and looked at the giant waterman. He said with a smile, "Since Hallmaster Darren sent me here, you naturally have a keepsake. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that the Scorching Sun Great Formation is currently in a critical situation, Lord Hallmaster would have personally come here. Why would he send me here?" The giant water figure stretched out its big hand, and was about to grab the immortal palace order. Xiaohua hastily raised his hand and said while shaking his head, "Sorry, you can only look at this thing. It's enough if you can verify it." Lord Hallmaster didn't order me to hand this thing over to someone else. After saying that, Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true qi fell on the immortal palace command token. With a loud bang, the cloud began to expand as if it was filled with air. Strings of jade flew out from the expanding cloud, and a celestial music began to spread out from the cloud. Layers upon layers of palace phantoms also began to emerge from the cloud. Seeing Xiaohua spit out true energy and at the same time having a genuine immortal palace order, that giant water figure slightly nodded and said, "Go, just carefully examine it. Don't touch the great formation." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his guess was correct. But the boom-boom sound of water was heard incessantly, as if a waterfall was falling from a deep pool. Xiaohua cupped his fists and respectfully sent off the giant water figure, which lost its human form, and huge waves of water fell into the deep pool. Then Xiaohua didn't hesitate, and using the flight technique he landed halfway up the opposite mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a square platform of 1 foot in size. It was as smooth as a mirror and he couldn't see any trace of inscription. Only when Xiaohua flew closer, that platform gave birth to a faint rosy cloud. This rosy cloud was also golden in color at this time. Then the entire rosy cloud began to steam above the platform, just like a small cloud bed. When he saw this cloud bed, Xiaohua was slightly startled, but in an instant he had some understanding. He hastily placed the immortal palace order in his hand on it. Sure enough, without waiting for Xiaohua to urge his true energy, the rosy cloud above the cloud bed became just like the immortal palace order. Traces of immortal music were born, and that phantom image of the immortal palace was born again. This time it was somewhat different. The phantom image of the immortal palace was directly projected on the mountain wall. Then the mountain wall emitted an awe-inspiring chi, and the gate of the immortal palace in the phantom image slowly opened. Behind the gate, a deep star path unexpectedly appeared on the stone wall. Oh! Seeing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed because when the star path appeared he had already sensed the existence of green-robed Xiaohua, and also vaguely sensed green-robed Xiaohua's feelings of despair, helplessness and joy. Xiaohua knew that the primordial spirit of a genuine immortal general of the immortal palace was probing inside the deep pool behind him, so he didn't dare to hesitate in front of the gate, and even more didn't dare to relax. He spread out his divine sense, restrained his mood and stepped into the star path. As he entered, that phantom image of the immortal palace slowly disappeared, and once again transformed into the appearance of the immortal palace order and fell into Xiaohua's hand. When Xiaohua entered the stone wall, that stone wall's star path quickly disappeared, and a pair of eyes under the deep pool slowly closed. Chapter 36-49. However, the moment the stone wall closed, a very subtle fluctuation appeared from a place about 10 feet away from the platform. This fluctuation quickly disappeared into the void. The fluctuation crossed the void and appeared next to a giant star with monstrous waves of fire. The giant star was huge and extremely hot. It emitted an intense golden brilliance, and an uncountable amount of awe-inspiring chi flowed around the giant star, emitting a faint rumbling sound. This rumbling sound was like the sound of pines or the sound of flowing water. It was soft but mighty. Not far away from the giant star, layers of clouds covered the sky and covered the earth. The clouds were dyed by the golden brilliance and looked extremely gorgeous. The clouds were close to the center of the island. Pieces of floating clouds were pulled away by the awe-inspiring chi. They were like tassels that were pulled away from the clouds and spiraled into the airflow, disappearing in a moment. At this time the clouds suddenly rolled and a figure rushed out from the clouds. It was the gloomy Kong Hongwu. At this time Kong Hongwu was no longer dressed like a scholar. Instead he was wearing a somewhat strange star armor. This star armor was made up of large and small pieces of armor. Each piece of armor was strung together by a thin chain. There seemed to be some gaps between the pieces of armor, but these gaps were filled with inscriptions. The inscriptions were born from the pieces of armor, entangled in the gaps, and then rushed into the other pieces of armor. In addition to the faint inscriptions on each piece of armor, there were also dots of starlight and faint star patterns. As soon as Kong Hongwu came out of the clouds, he immediately stood in the air. Thick clouds grew beneath his feet. His eyes flashed with a clear light as he looked at the giant star overflowing with brilliance. For a long time he didn't say a word. The golden light not only dyed his armor golden yellow, even his eyes were flowing with golden light. Damn it! Kong Hongwu's face suddenly became angry. Huda, that brat deserves to die. This old man gave you a chance to redeem yourself, but you didn't kill that Xiaohua. Instead you dared to rush into the scorching sun formation with the Taoist cultivators. This old man also didn't expect that after your fire gourd was taken away by Xiaohua, you still had a secret technique. If it weren't for you, how could there be so few casualties in the scorching sun formation? Pleiades chicken. Kong Hongwu roared. The clouds behind him churned and another woman flew out. This woman was wearing 5-colored armor. She had a charming face and a graceful figure. Her hair was coiled up and there was a 5-colored feather in her hair. She looked indifferent as she coldly glanced at Kong Hongwu. As if she didn't care, she said in a low voice, "Greetings, Palace Master. What orders do you have for me?" "You." Just as Kong Hongwu was about to give the order, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was filled with extreme disbelief. Shortly after, Kong Hongwu growled, "Not good." After that he completely ignored Gusuchiran. A tricolored cloud flashed around his body, and countless awe-inspiring chi rushed into his body from the void. His entire body shook a few times and immediately disappeared. Gusuchiran was so surprised that she actually reached out to cover her mouth. Looking at the place where Kong Hongwu disappeared, she didn't know what to do. However, in just a moment Gusuchiran's face showed calmness and indifference again. Her eyes were also flowing with extraordinary splendor. Looking at the situation inside the scorching sun, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Fortunately, her voice was very low, like a mosquito flapping its wings. As for the meaning of these two words, only she knew. Then Gusuchiron's body slowly descended and disappeared into the clouds. Xiaohua suppressed his joy and stepped into the star path. In front of him there was darkness. Only a little light under his feet formed a winding star path. Moreover, whether it was divine thought, Buddhist awareness or soul awareness, they couldn't be used. Even the vague feeling that Xiaohua had before had disappeared. Xiaohua frowned slightly and walked down the star path. However, after walking for a while, Xiaohua stopped again because he felt that he was not moving forward but going in circles in the void. If it was outside the void, Xiaohua would never dare to have this confidence. However, in this dark place, Xiaohua had his own feelings and confidence. Looking at the star path behind him and then at the star path in front of him, Xiaohua tried to step out of the star path. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua stepped into the darkness outside the star path in front of him actually changed, and the direction was where Xiaohua stepped. Damn it, there's actually a trap here. Xiaohua suddenly realized, I thought that it would be a smooth journey once I reached here. It seems that the Immortal Palace doesn't trust Star-Lord Hall too much. Since he knew that this was a trap, it was easy to handle. Xiaohua followed his intuition and walked forward. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua turned around and saw a spiraling star path behind him. Perhaps no one would dare to move forward like this if they didn't have a bit of confidence. However, Xiaohua also understood that there might not be too many restrictions outside this great formation. As long as he carefully walked down, he would definitely be able to see the true appearance of this great formation. Sure enough, after half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua very strangely turned left 3 steps, right 3 steps, and then straight 10 steps before stopping. Soon after, he turned around again and walked a dozen steps in the right direction. Suddenly, the cry for help from the green-robed Xiaohua became louder. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and quickened his pace. After walking a dozen more steps, the scene in front of him suddenly opened up. When he looked up, he was unconsciously shocked by the scene in front of him. What a splendid sight it was! A huge whirlpool was floating in the air. Just from the shape of the whirlpool, it looked like a snail's shell. It was arranged in layers, decreasing from the middle to the outer layer. Each layer was slowly rotating, and the angle and speed of each layer were different. The color emitted by each layer was also different. Moreover, the brilliance emitted by each layer was like fireworks, gradually moving further and further away. Where the brilliance disappeared, there was an obscure fluctuation. Along with this fluctuation, a vast and mighty aura surged from the void and fell into the whirlpool. The grand aura was like the sea and the grand aura was like the ocean. It passed through the whirlpool and set off waves. The bursts of resentment that were like the sound of a wheel were emitted by this seemingly endless flow of grand aura. This whirlpool was extremely large. When Xiaohua looked at it, a sense of inferiority involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was as if no matter how high he was, no matter how deep his cultivation was, he was still an ant in front of this whirlpool. What was special was that as the whirlpool rotated, a strong and desolate aura filled the entire space, bringing with it a desolate, ancient, and unyielding aura. If one looked carefully at the whirlpool, they would see specks of starlight. These specks of starlight rotated along with the whirlpool, drifting within the grand aura. Each speck of starlight rolled up a huge wave of air, and the entire whirlpool rose and fell like waves. It was like a movement, playing an ancient song in this desolate aura. Looking at the colorful splendor and the shocking whirlpool, Xiaohua was stunned. This kind of scene was something that many ordinary cultivators could see, and it was not something that an ordinary Confucian cultivator could set up. Although he had seen a rare vision in the Kai clan's ancestral temple in the Million Meng Mountains, that vision could not be compared to this. It was a bit less magnificent, a bit less imposing, and a bit less mysterious. Suddenly, as if there was a gust of wind, a layer of magnificent splendor was lifted. As the splendor rippled, one could see that within the huge whirlpool, there were actually huge and dense phantoms that were rotating along with the whirlpool. These phantoms were thousands of feet in size, and they were suffused with different kinds of light. Each phantom was in the shape of an infant. They were either sitting cross-legged, standing with rapt attention, forming hand seals with both hands, or placing magic treasures on their knees. However, each infant phantoms had their eyes closed, and their expressions were serene. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He understood in his heart that these nascent souls were most likely the ones that went missing in the Yaotai Mountains Grand Formation, the Sun, Moon and Star formations. The Immortal Palace set up this mysterious grand formation with the purpose of collecting the nascent souls of these nascent soul cultivators. Xiaohua looked around and immediately saw where he sensed it. A similarly huge nascent soul phantoms were sitting cross-legged. What was different from the others was that this nascent soul's eyes were wide open, and within those eyes, there was a flicker of anxiety. The nascent soul's body flickered with a faint flame. The flame was very weak and it was like a piece of clothing stuck to the nascent soul's body. Within the whirlpool, the myriad of starlight was like a giant flow of grand aura, constantly washing away this thin flame. Green-robed Xiaohua. Xiaohua was very anxious. At the same time, green-robed Xiaohua also sensed Xiaohua's arrival. While looking at Xiaohua, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true energy onto his knees. At this moment, green-robed Xiaohua placed a bronze mirror on his knees. As his true energy fell, the bronze mirror emitted a six-colored brilliance that covered the huge body of the green-robed nascent soul. Immediately, green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the surrounding flame entered his mouth. The six-colored brilliance blocked the attack of the grand aura and starlight. Then green-robed Xiaohua used all his strength to point below him, as if he was reminding Xiaohua of something. Following the direction of green-robed Xiaohua's finger, Xiaohua looked at the bottom of the whirlpool, only to see that there was actually a huge tail at the bottom of the whirlpool. Myriad of starlight, rays of light, and a vast and mighty sea of qi surrounded an extremely long nascent soul phantom that fell into a huge black spot. This is... Xiaohua's eyes widened. At this moment he could clearly see that the place where everything fell was shockingly a fist-sized lamp. Demon refining gourd. Xiaohua cried out in surprise. In his memories as well as Taisher Zhanran and Ouyang Jingran's memories, they all had the appearance of this item. Moreover, the name was also exactly the same. Immortal Palace's Demon Refining Gourd. It actually appeared here. Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the incomparably huge whirlpool, then lowered his head to look at the fist-sized demon refining gourd. An indescribable feeling of incredulity arose spontaneously in his heart. Chapter 3650. Xiaohua thought for a long time, wondering what kind of formation was under Yaotai Mountain. Was it a Confucian formation or a Taoist formation? But he never thought that the demon refining pot would appear here. The ferocious atmosphere in front of him, the hundreds of nascent soul cultivators, the vast amount of qi seemed to be unable to escape the suction of the demon refining pot. Are you shocked? A faint voice came from the top of Xiaohua's head. That voice was very fleeting. Xiaohua was startled and cursed inwardly. He raised his head and saw Kong Hongwu standing on a star passage with a gloomy expression, clad in star armor. Although Kong Hongwu's face was not very good, the previous anxiety had disappeared and was replaced by a kind of confidence. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and glanced at the vortex. He saw that the green-robed Xiaohua had closed his eyes. The six-colored brilliance on the refined ice deadly mirror had also become very faint. If one did not look carefully, it was no different from other nascent soul cultivators. Yes, this general has never seen such a shocking scene. Xiaohua said with a smile. If it were not for the people of the Immortal Palace setting up the formation here, this general would not have this opportunity. At this time. Taisher Zhanran, you still dare to call yourself this general? Kong Hongwu sneered. You still have the face to stand in front of this old man? Why not? Xiaohua's azure dragon saber rotated slightly. The saber light overflowed as he replied faintly. Kong Hongwu looked at the azure dragon saber and then looked at Xiaohua's face. He said meaningfully, when this old man asked you to join Star-Lord Hall, I already told you that since you have joined Star-Lord Hall, what you did in the Immortal Palace before is nothing. What Pure Palace, what Langfeng Summit, it has nothing to do with my Star-Lord Hall. It has nothing to do with you and me. As long as you can serve the Immortal Palace in Star-Lord Hall, one day you will be able to wash away your sins and return to the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he pondered. He then raised his head and said, anyone can say such words, but did Hall Master do it? Which immortal messenger of the Immortal Palace wanted Hall Master to set up these 3 formations? Which immortal messenger of the Immortal Palace dared to bring the demon refining pot to the lower realm? Which immortal envoy gave Palace Master the guts to actually kill several hundred nascent soul cultivators from the hidden immortal mainland? How dare you? Kong Hongwu shouted angrily. Are you qualified to question what I've done? Do you think you can afford to offend the deity emissary who brought the demon purification pot to the mortal world? Not to mention you, even if the people from the Pure Abode Palace came here, who would dare to say no? Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. Although he didn't completely obtain Taisha Zhanran's memories, he didn't know anything about this so-called Pure Abode Palace. Suddenly Xiaohua became vigilant. If it wasn't for Taisha Zhanran's memories of the Pure Abode Palace being sealed, then this Kong Hongwu was playing tricks again. However, Xiaohua didn't understand. Kong Hongwu's strength far exceeded his or Taisha Zhanran's, so what reason did he have to play tricks? An Immortal Palace medallion. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua understood. Kong Hongwu must have used an Immortal Palace medallion to enter this place. He could enter this place, so of course he also had an Immortal Palace medallion similar to Kong Hongwu's. Moreover, this Immortal Palace medallion must have come from the same Immortal Palace. Since they were both in Star-Lord Palace and there were 2 similar Immortal Palace medallions, Kong Hongwu as the Palace Master naturally had some guesses. The biggest possibility was that the deity emissary was not at ease with Kong Hongwu and gave Taisha Zhanran an Immortal Palace medallion to let Taisha Zhanran monitor Kong Hongwu. Towards this kind of Taisha Zhanran, Kong Hongwu naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Kong Hongwu was afraid that Xiaohua would escape and spread the news here to the Immortal Palace. Thinking of this, Xiaohua smiled and lightly waved his hand. Palace Master, what you said earlier, this general knows. No matter what this general's background was before coming to Star-Lord Palace, it's no longer important. What's important is that this general, like Palace Master, wants to perform meritorious deeds and return to the Immortal Palace. It's also because of this that this general was cautious and had no choice but to come here to investigate. Since this place is the same as what the deity emissary wants, then this general will take his leave. After speaking, Xiaohua cupped his fists towards Kong Hongwu and turned to leave. Wait! Kong Hongwu coldly snorted and shouted, this is the forbidden area of my Star-Lord Palace. How can you come and go as you please? What does Palace Master mean? Do you still want this general to stay? Xiaohua also coldly smiled. Kong Hongwu looked at Xiaohua's fearless appearance and was even more certain of the origin of the Immortal Palace medallion. Although his eyes flashed with a trace of anger, he was still afraid in his heart. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, this is Star-Lord Palace. The Palace Master is this old man, not you. Although this old man doesn't know why the deity emissary arranged this old man can clearly tell you that after this matter, you will no longer be the sun horse of star of my Star-Lord Palace. As for where you will go ask the master behind you. Get lost. The expression on Xiaohua's face didn't change and even showed a trace of a smile. He lightly said, whether this general can stay in Star-Lord Palace or not is not something that a small palace master like you can decide. If this general can't see through this, how can I dare to accept the Immortal Palace medallion? Palace Master Kong, don't think that Ling Hu. Speaking until here, Xiaohua promptly stopped. He knew that Ling Hu Pyron and Kong Hongwu had a very close relationship, but what relationship did Ling Hu Pyron have with the Immortal Palace? Even Taisha Zhanran didn't understand the strangeness of it and only felt that it was somewhat suspicious. Xiaohua stopped talking, but his eyes still looked at Kong Hongwu without fear. It seemed somewhat provocative, but in reality Xiaohua's mind was rapidly turning. How could he leave this place? What he wanted to do was to kill this Kong Hongwu as quickly as possible. But Kong Hongwu was a Confucian cultivator of the upper 5th grade of essence energy. Xiaohua didn't have a trace of certainty. He was calculating the distance between them and gauging how he could use the wind escape technique to quickly approach Kong Hongwu. Get lost. Kong Hongwu seemed like he would dirty his mouth if he said another word. His face was like frost and his figure slightly retreated as if he was opening up a path. This general hopes that Palace Master Darren will carefully consider it. Just pretend that you didn't see this general here today. Xiaohua put on an act and flew towards Kong Hongwu. Moreover, his face didn't have any vigilance at all, as if Taisha Zhanran really wasn't afraid of Kong Hongwu making a move. Kong Hongwu's face was obviously unsightly, but his expression wasn't as angry as before. Instead, it showed the magnanimity of a palace master. When he flew to a suitable distance, Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth and cupped his hands, saying, "Oh right, Palace Master Darren." The immortal emissary also said something to this general. When Kong Hongwu heard that it was the immortal emissary, his heart slightly moved. His eyes flashed with a strange light, but it was a very natural reaction. He casually asked, "What did he say?" "Go die." Xiaohua suddenly urged his magic power. Like a gust of wind, his entire figure mysteriously disappeared. The afterimage in the air was like a painting. On the painting scroll, a golden light suddenly appeared and cut towards Kong Hongwu's neck. Soaring dragon shears. This was Xiaohua's sharpest move right now. Moreover, the distance was so close. Xiaohua didn't think that Kong Hongwu had any method to escape. Even if this attack couldn't kill Kong Hongwu, Xiaohua was confident that it could injure Kong Hongwu. However, when Xiaohua got closer to Kong Hongwu, he saw that Kong Hongwu's expression suddenly revealed a hint of complacency. Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Kill. At this point, Xiaohua couldn't care too much and could only urge the soaring dragon shears with all his strength. Swoosh. The soaring dragon shears were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it cut through Kong Hongwu's neck. However, Kong Hongwu didn't scream, nor did he spurt out blood. It was as if this Kong Hongwu was an illusion. Sure enough, Kong Hongwu laughed and raised his hand saying, "Brat, you only just cultivated the spirit back to the void, yet you dare to challenge this old man. Do you know what spirit back to the void is?" Run. Xiaohua saw that the soaring dragon shears couldn't do anything. This spirit back to the void was truly miraculous. Although he also had some achievements in his Confucian cultivation, he still hadn't reached such a high level. In his heart he was astonished and urged the wind escape technique again. "Humph, you only learned a few insignificant Taoist tricks, yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of this old man." As soon as Xiaohua moved, Kong Hongwu sneered again. He didn't make a move, but on the surface of his star armor, 3 of the stars were suffused with strange colors. Along with the appearance of these colors, the armor on Xiaohua's body also changed. Layers of inscriptions emerged from the cracks of the armor. The entire armor immediately turned into a shackle and shrank towards Xiaohua's body. What was special was that on the armor's breastplate, inscriptions that were smaller than ants uncontrollably gushed out. Waves of pain that were more painful than needles rushed into Xiaohua's middle dantian, as if they wanted to seal Xiaohua's Confucian cultivation. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He immediately understood the meaning of Kong Hongwu's previous strange look. While he was scheming against Kong Hongwu, he didn't know that he had already fallen into his opponent's trap. The star armor of the 28 celestial monarchs should be Kong Hongwu's weapon to control these celestial monarchs. When he wanted to get close to Kong Hongwu also wanted him to get close. Boom. Xiaohua made a prompt decision and displayed the heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. Moreover, in his middle dantian, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua spat out sword qi and activated the 5 qi origin formation to resist the sealing power of the armor. "You are not Taisha Zhanran." Seeing that Xiaohua's body was full of heaven and earth spirit qi, his body was rapidly expanding. Although the Celestial Monarch Palace's armor was also expanding, it seemed to be somewhat unable to suppress Xiaohua. Kong Hongwu immediately came to his senses and cried out in surprise, "You are a Taoist disciple?" Moreover, as soon as these words came out, Kong Hongwu cried out involuntarily, "You are Xiaohua of Taoism." When Xiaohua heard this, not only was he not happy but he was also shocked. His name was remembered by the Celestial Monarch Palace's Hall Master, and in such a short time if he didn't get rid of this person he would never have a day of peace in the future. Chapter 3651. After Kong Hongwu recovered from his shock, a sneer appeared on his face. No wonder Ling Hu has been searching for you for a year and even killed many cultivators hiding in the star array, but he still couldn't find you. It turns out that you are with the disciples of the Buddhist sect. Grand Mist Ancestor. He really doesn't know life from death, his scheme is really too big. Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and instantly understood that Kong Hongwu had made a mistake, but he didn't explain. He let out a low roar and his whole body expanded again. Kong Hongwu didn't care about Xiao Hua's struggle. He opened his mouth and a breath of true qi fell on his star armor. The star armor's multicolored light became brighter, and the star armor that imprisoned Xiao Hua expanded along with Xiao Hua's body. This old man didn't expect you to have the Immortal Palace token, and actually sneak in here. Kong Hongwu was in a good mood and he laughed. Unfortunately, other people invite you into the jar but you came in uninvited. Ling Hu knew his lungs would explode. While speaking, Kong Hongwu's figure flew, blocking the star path to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping. Buzz. At this moment, a dark golden brilliance burst out from Xiao Hua's body, and then under the golden light 5 colored clouds also rushed out, and Xiao Hua's huge transcendence golden body suddenly shrank with this brilliance, turning into a thin bamboo stick in front of Kong Hongwu's eyes. Kong Hongwu was stunned and he cried out in surprise again, You actually know the 5 Qis unification? How is this possible? However, his astonishment didn't disappear. Xiao Hua's thin bamboo body was surrounded by countless thin threads of lightning. Xiao Hua's figure flashed even faster than lightning, forcibly breaking free from the shackles formed by the armor. Kong Hongwu's eyeballs almost fell out and he watched Xiao Hua fly high into the sky. Thunder. Thunder element technique? You in the Thunder Tai province. What do you have to do with it? At this point Kong Hongwu's face showed a trace of fear. Looking at Xiao Hua's body again, the moment Xiao Hua broke free, the entire shackle once again merged together like lightning. Countless inscriptions surged inside, revealing wisps of blood-red color. When Xiao Hua heard Kong Hongwu's words, he no longer concealed himself and revealed his true appearance. He pointed his finger and the soaring dragon shears once again flew into the air. This time, it transformed into a golden dragon, and with a flicker of the dragon's tail, it once again slashed towards Kong Hongwu's forehead. So it really is you. Seeing Xiao Hua reveal the truth, Kong Hongwu was relieved. The fear in his eyes disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the soaring dragon shears. He didn't dare to be too careless. He raised his hand and a vast qi pillar appeared out of thin air, condensing into a huge fist. Shwa. The soaring dragon shears chopped down and split the fist in half. However, when the soaring dragon shears landed on his fist, its brilliance dimmed momentarily. It's nothing much. Kong Hongwu laughed. If I let you meet Ling Hu, I'm afraid his life will be in danger. However, speaking of this, Kong Hongwu woke up again. He looked at the azure dragon saber in Xiao Hua's hand and frowned. Could it be, you have already killed Sun Horse of Star? Yes. Xiao Hua's body flashed with brilliance. He raised his hand and the soaring dragon shears struggled to jump a few times, breaking free from Kong Hongwu's control. This Kong Hongwu's noble qi was condensed and was 10 times more tyrannical than the other Confucian cultivators Xiao Hua had seen. In that case, Jing Mushuan also died in your hands? Kong Hongwu looked at Xiao Hua's spiritual power with interest. Whether it was the abundant qi of heaven and earth or the vast spiritual power, they all gathered into thousands of vortexes on the surface of Xiao Hua's body. Each vortex had a power that made people look askance. Seeing Kong Hongwu so calm, Xiao Hua knew in his heart that today was a little difficult. Although his eyes didn't look at the huge vortex behind him, his mind was trying to communicate with the green-robed Xiao Hua. Now that he heard Kong Hongwu's question, he coldly said, Of course. Not only Jing Mushuan, even Tailfire Tiger died in my hands. Not bad, not bad. Not only was Kong Hongwu not angry, he laughed and clapped his hands. These are usually arrogant and unruly celestial monarchs. This old man has always wanted to get rid of them, but each of them has some annoying background. Although those people usually don't care about these so-called celestial monarchs, if this old man makes a move, those people will definitely make a move. This old man has no choice but to be patient. You have helped this old man like this old man really wants to thank you. The demon refining pot was really too powerful. Xiaohua was too far away from the vortex and couldn't contact the green-robed Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't want to attract Kong Hongwu's attention and wanted the green-robed Xiaohua to act as a secret weapon. Therefore, when he heard Kong Hongwu playing a bit like a cat catching a mouse, he said, "In that case, let this old man out. Or let this old man be a celestial monarch." "Why not?" Kong Hongwu nodded. "Although you are a Taoist cultivator, you also understand my Confucian cultivation method. Moreover, it seems that your Confucian cultivation is not bad. If you are willing, this old man can accept you as this old man's star general. If you casually earn some merits, this old man can promote you to a celestial monarch without any problems." Xiaohua smiled. The so-called merits should be the heads of Taoist cultivators. Kong Hongwu didn't hide it and nodded, "Of course. In my celestial monarch hall, there is nothing more valuable than the heads of Taoist cultivators." "What about Taoist Huda? Did he not give enough heads to celestial monarch hall?" Xiaohua asked with interest. Kong Hongwu replied, "His merits are enough, but his luck is not good. The 28 celestial monarchs have not been vacant for many years." I never thought that there would be a day when this old man and this sanctimonious person would be in the same hall as each other." Xiaohua laughed. Kong Hongwu sneered, "What? Do you think that joining my celestial monarch hall is selling your master for glory? Think about it, on this Jade Mountain, how many Taoist cultivators want to join my celestial monarch hall? That day, if not for Taoist master Huda begging and personally killing 6 nascent soul cultivators of New Country and dozens of Golden Core disciples, this old man accepted him as a star general. Although his cultivation is not bad compared to you, he is still a bit lacking. This old man saw that your skills are not bad and that you have received the true teachings of my Confucian cultivators. This is why this old man cherished talent. No need." Xiaohua saw that he couldn't contact the green-robed Xiaohua. He knew that he might not be able to break this devil refining pot in a hurry, so he extinguished this thought. He also didn't feel like feigning civility with Kong Hongwu. He waved his hand and said, "This Xiao's Tao heart is solid. I would rather die to seek the Tao than become someone's lackey. You can give up on this idea." Zhong Satsai. Kong Hongwu praised, "You are worthy of being Taoist Master Xiao. This old man admires you. Since you want to be a loyal follower of Grand Mist Ancestor, then this old man will help you." Before his voice fell, Kong Hongwu raised his hand, and an Aoran chi fell into his palm out of thin air. Boom. As Kong Hongwu's arms swung down, the Aoran chi smashed down with the power of Xiaohua's wishful staff. Xiaohua frowned. Although the overwhelming power of this overwhelming chi pillar was huge, it should be more than enough to deal with a nascent soul cultivator. However, for a cultivator like him who had killed 3 Star Lords, it was far from enough. What kind of medicine is this Kong Hongwu selling in his gourd? Xiaohua was alert and didn't dare to be negligent. He released his divine sense to investigate, put away the azure dragon saber and raised the wishful wool staff. With a loud roar, he flew up to meet the incoming attack. Boom. A loud explosion resounded. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. However, at the same time that the righteous energy pillar was destroyed by Xiaohua, the righteous energy pillar once again rumbled. Kong Hongwu grinned as he did his best to grab the air with both hands. Dozens of streams of true qi rushed out and controlled the space several hundred feet around Xiaohua. Layer after layer of righteous energy pillars came crashing down, wave after wave, as if they wanted to drown Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned and his figure involuntarily retreated. After all, this overwhelming qi pillar seemed to be solid and Kong Hongwu was going all out, so Xiaohua could only avoid it. Just as Xiaohua retreated 100 meters, a huge suction force emerged from the whirlpool behind him. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed onto Xiaohua. Only then did Xiaohua come to his senses. Kong Hongwu didn't intend to kill Xiaohua himself, but let Xiaohua fall into the vortex of the demon refining gourd. Kong Hongwu's caution and suspicion could be seen. Oh, not good. The suction force suddenly submerged Xiaohua. The strength of the suction force really exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua's heart tightened, and lightning flashed around his body as he flew to the side. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated Kong Hongwu's caution. He had just flown a few dozen feet when the overwhelming chi pillar also roared and rushed over, and the strong force forced Xiaohua to resist. Boom. Xiaohua was anxious and no longer escaped to the side. His divine sense was like a hammer as it blasted towards the overwhelming chi pillar. At the same time, his figure rushed forward like a sharp sword. Who knew that Xiaohua's divine sense would easily shatter Kong Hongwu's overwhelming chi pillar? Not only was Kong Hongwu not shocked, but his face showed a kind of gloating expression, and the interest in his eyes became more and more intense. Wu. The moment the great pillar of qi shattered, Xiaohua's vision was completely empty. Moreover, Xiaohua's figure had already flown more than 100 zhang away in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, a violent gust of wind blew, and the suction force that had enveloped Xiaohua's body before suddenly activated. With a force that was tens of times stronger than before, Xiaohua's figure was instantly pulled back. Even if Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, he could only barely move forward a few feet, and this distance caused the suction force to intensify again. Damn you, old thief! Xiaohua finally understood. Now that he was within the range of the suction force of the demon refining gourd's vortex, the overwhelming chi pillar near him was balanced. Kong Hongwu's overwhelming chi pillar was directed towards the vortex, so the suction force naturally ignored it. But he actually destroyed the overwhelming chi pillar, which immediately caused an imbalance in the chi pillar, and the suction force was naturally generated. The more he wanted to rush out of the suction force, the more he wanted to extinguish the overwhelming chi pillar, and the stronger the suction force was. He was still careless and fell into Kong Hongwu's trap. Chapter 3652. Xiaohua watched as the powerful suction force grabbed him like a powerful hand. Even if he used all of his cultivation to forcibly break free from the suction force, there would still be a more powerful opponent waiting for him. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Today was a situation where he would definitely die. Kong Hongwu had obviously expected this. A trace of a smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiaohua from afar. He actually wanted to know how Xiaohua would escape. This was the trap he had prepared from the very beginning when he saw Xiaohua. However, at that time he thought Xiaohua was Taisha Zhanran. Now that he saw Xiaohua being forced into a desperate situation step by step, Kong Hongwu was even more excited than if he were to personally kill Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua's next move caused Kong Hongwu to be extremely puzzled. Because Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, he suddenly turned sideways and unexpectedly used a flying technique to fly into the whirlpool. This guy, what kind of trick does he have now? The cautious Kong Hongwu was startled. He promptly used the clear eyes technique to investigate. After observing for a moment, Kong Hongwu unconsciously sighed. Alas, such an intelligent cultivator, how could he cultivate into a Taoist sect? If he could become a Confucian cultivator, sooner or later he would become a scholar. Of course, even though Xiaohua was currently using the lightning escape technique, he was currently flying around the enormous whirlpool. Even though the suction force of the whirlpool was extremely great as Xiaohua was flying, a natural outward force was produced. This force was originally from the whirlpool itself, and thus, it was able to effectively resist the suction force that Xiaohua was unable to match. Although Kong Hongwu was convinced, he couldn't help but praise Xiaohua. However, he didn't know that Xiaohua had already encountered a cloud mist beast on the Yulian mountains of the Xiaoyu continent when he was in the aura refining stage. At that time, Xiaohua had relied on his flying advantage to escape. This kind of experience of using an evasion technique to escape, Xiaohua was truly much better than others. Seeing Xiaohua fly far away, Kong Hongwu didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly urged his body to follow behind. Although he couldn't catch up to Xiaohua, he was able to see Xiaohua's struggling shadow. However, after flying for a while, Kong Hongwu gave up. After all, the whirlpool was too big and Kong Hongwu couldn't catch up to Xiaohua. Moreover, even if Xiaohua wanted to use his flying technique to escape from the suction of the whirlpool, he was still mercilessly sucked in by the whirlpool. Xiaohua flew very far away, and in fact the momentum of leaving the whirlpool only weakened a little. This was far from enough for him to escape from the whirlpool. Kong Hongwu seemed to have seen Xiaohua's death. He simply stood in midair and only used the clear eyes technique to check and be on guard. At this moment, the entire vortex let out a low rumbling sound. Following the sound, A ray of brilliance spilled out from the vortex, rushing straight into the seemingly deep sky. Wherever the brilliance was, starlight would form. When the starlight fell into the brilliance, it immediately fell from the sky and landed on top of the vortex. Kong Hongwu could clearly see that there was a nascent soul inside the vortex. Ha! Kong Hongwu laughed proudly. He watched as the nascent soul couldn't break free from the suction of the whirlpool no matter how hard it struggled. It was gradually pulled into the whirlpool. Moreover, when the nascent soul entered the whirlpool, its entire body immediately grew uncontrollably. From a few feet to a few feet, then to 100 feet to 1,000 feet. At the same time, the brilliance from before followed the nascent soul's body and also grew. The noble chi madly poured in and finally turned into a huge wave wheel in the whirlpool, rotating with the entire whirlpool. No matter how profound the nascent soul's spiritual power was, it couldn't control 1,000 feet body. After struggling for a long time, it seemed to have lost its confidence. It reluctantly sat cross-legged and made a final struggle. Kong Hongwu looked at the nascent soul falling and pondered whether he should leave it this time and preside over the scorching sun great formation. But when he saw the nascent soul's skin gradually being pulled into strands of brilliance by the whirlpool, and even some specks of light scattered out, he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly his face changed and his body flew in the opposite direction of the whirlpool. Sure enough, when Kong Hongwu saw Xiaohua struggling to fly in the whirlpool, his body had already grown a lot. He was dozens of feet tall, but Xiaohua's body flashed with a dark golden color, as if resisting the tearing force of the whirlpool. The powerful tearing force could only splash countless sparks on the surface of Xiaohua's body, but it couldn't tear Xiaohua's body into 1,000 feet like the nascent soul's spiritual body. This guy, how many magical powers does he have? Kong Hongwu gnashed his teeth and said. He looked at the stars above his head with regret. The thought that had just appeared in his mind was immediately extinguished. If he didn't see Xiaohua being sucked into the whirlpool, if he didn't see Xiaohua die, how could he dare to leave without worry? Kong Hongwu naturally didn't know about Xiaohua's suffering. The inside of the whirlpool was really strange. Not only was there a suction force that dragged him to death, there was also an extremely strange tearing force that pulled his body in all directions. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have already been torn apart by 5 horses. Fortunately, Xiaohua had tempered his body before so he could still resist. However, the closer he got to the center of the whirlpool, the stronger the tearing force and the stronger the suction force. Xiaohua's body was also being pulled apart. These two forces were nothing. What gave Xiaohua the most headache was the world's origin energy. Although the world's origin energy was very rich in this place, the world's origin energy was abnormally tyrannical. It was like a bad-tempered child playing, rampaging, and being sucked into his meridians. Even his meridians were being torn apart. If it weren't for the dragon vein in his meridians, Xiaohua would have been torn apart by the world's origin energy. However, being so close to the whirlpool and being so close to death, Xiaohua could faintly feel the existence of the green-robed Xiaohua in these chaotic fluctuations. Of course, some information was also transmitted from the green-robed Xiaohua. While Xiaohua was struggling, his mind was rapidly turning. From time to time he would intermittently discuss with the green-robed Xiaohua how to escape. When Kong Hongwu flew over, Xiaohua naturally also saw him. He knew that this guy wouldn't leave until he saw him being pulled into the demon refining gourd. So he simply ignored him and closed his eyes to feel the rotation of the whirlpool, carefully thinking about how to escape. Just like before, Kong Hongwu chased and observed for a moment. Seeing Xiaohua actually close his eyes, he knew that Xiaohua was thinking hard. Kong Hongwu sneered in his heart. His figure stopped in midair, and then he once again went against the whirlpool to observe Xiaohua. After doing this a few times, Xiaohua fell deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. The tearing force pulled up the brilliance around Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was like a hedgehog with thorns. The brilliance around his body stood up and rushed towards the center of the whirlpool. In another half a meal. That's when Xiaohua will die. Kong Hongwu's heart fell. When his figure stopped again, he became somewhat lazy and didn't continue to pursue Xiaohua to investigate. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were like stars. He raised his eyes and looked at the green-robed Xiaohua's nascent soul that was rotating parallel to his body. Only now did Xiaohua see that under the green-robed Xiaohua's body, there was another nascent soul that was protected by the brilliance of the ice deadly mirror. It was Taoist Master Jingting who fell into the whirlpool a step earlier. Xiaohua's eyes turned and he secretly instructed the green-robed Xiaohua a few words. Soon after he released his transcendence energy. His entire body began to be pulled apart by the tearing force. Xiaohua even activated the heavenly laws embodiment technique, and his body rapidly expanded. 100 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet. Finally, it expanded to more than 600 feet. Woo! The Transcendence golden body suddenly opened its mouth, and the spiritual fire that it had been accumulating power for a long time blurted out. In an instant, it turned into a fire net that was 100 feet in size and rushed towards the whirlpool. Although the demon refining pot was incomparably tyrannical, it didn't have any suction force on the spiritual fire. The 100 feet in size of the spiritual fire fell on top of the whirlpool, extinguishing all the starlight, the mighty pillars of chi and so on. However, although the spiritual fire was 100 feet in size, it was still too small compared to the whirlpool. The spiritual fire only destroyed a small corner of the whirlpool. And at this moment, woo! A similar sound of fire whistling came from the shaking space. Within the whirlpool, the green-robed Xiaohua's nascent soul also spat out a fire net from its mouth. It faced the fire net of Xiaohua's spiritual fire. When the two spiritual fires met, the firepower was even more powerful. Under the powerful tearing force of the whirlpool, the flames tenaciously fused together. Shwa! The moment the fire net of spiritual fire was successfully attacked from the inside and outside, the six-colored brilliance rushed out from the green-robed Xiaohua's ice sea mirror. Then 100 feet in size gap appeared on top of the whirlpool. Ayo! The green-robed Xiaohua howled like a wolf. He put away the ice sea mirror, and his whole body flashed with a dazzling brilliance, rushing towards that gap. Behind him, the brilliance that was dragging behind him was like a long tail. Seeing this, Xiaohua understood in his heart that the green-robed Xiaohua was consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his nascent soul to activate the teleportation technique. However, under the incomparable suction force of the whirlpool, this teleportation was just an ordinary flying technique. Just this flying technique alone was enough. In a moment, the green-robed Xiaohua's incomplete nascent soul body had already rushed out of the whirlpool. Moreover, behind the green-robed Xiaohua was dragging Taoist Jingting's somewhat thin and somewhat lifeless nascent soul body. When the two huge nascent soul bodies came out of the whirlpool, they immediately shrunk by more than 10 times, much smaller than the current Xiaohua. Good. Xiaohua applauded. He knew that his plan with the green-robed Xiaohua was correct. Seeing the green-robed Xiaohua bring Taoist Jingting's nascent soul out of the whirlpool, he only needed to take the risk and cooperate with the green-robed Xiaohua one more time to escape the whirlpool. However, when Xiaohua was about to use his magic power, he saw that behind Taoist Jingting, there were several nascent soul bodies following him out. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. How could he not know that the green-robed Xiaohua was taking advantage of the situation? He really wanted to scold the green-robed Xiaohua for not knowing his priorities, but thinking about it, wasn't this his usual character? If it wasn't for the greed in his heart, how would the green-robed Xiaohua know and do this? Chapter 3653. Damn it, now that things have come to a head. Just as Xiaohua's thoughts emerged, the green-robed Xiaohua immediately knew and immediately said. Xiaohua slightly nodded. A faint sense of guilt appeared in his heart. Just as this guilt appeared, the green-robed Xiaohua brought Taoist Master Jingting to a place not far away. However, at this time the green-robed Xiaohua's spirit body had already been exhausted. He no longer used his spirit body and waved his hand. A nascent soul spirit body under Taoist Master Jingting immediately flew in front of him. Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua and waited for Xiaohua to speak. Xiaohua looked at the pale nascent soul and said in a low voice, "Now that I want to escape, I have to rely on fellow Taoist strength. Once I escape, I will chant the rebirth mantra for fellow Taoist and send fellow Taoist into the cycle of reincarnation. This is 100 times better than fellow Taoist falling into the Lianyao pot." With that, Xiaohua nodded towards the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua flicked his finger. Boom. The nascent soul's spirit body immediately exploded. The explosion created a powerful force that pushed Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua's spirit body in two different directions. Right now, Xiaohua shouted in his heart, "Xiaohua, use the teleportation technique and rush out of the whirlpool's suction force." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua roused all the magic power in his body and activated the wind escape technique. He used all his strength to borrow this strong momentum to fly away. However, at this moment Xiaohua's gaze swept past the green-robed Xiaohua. He saw a string of more than 10 nascent soul spirit bodies being dragged out by him and flew far away. Xiaohua's heart was moved. It would be a waste if he didn't take them, but it would be a waste if he took them. His spirit sense was like a hammer, immediately probing into the fire net that had not yet been extinguished. His spirit sense giant hand scooped up the whirlpool. No matter how much it scooped up, Xiaohua immediately rushed out as fast as lightning. Why are they so heavy? The nascent soul spirit bodies falling into the spirit sense giant hand were not as light as Xiaohua looked. Every nascent soul seemed to be 1,000 caddies heavy. Xiaohua was shocked but also realized that the Lianyao pot's main purpose here was to collect nascent souls. He wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, so his nascent soul naturally had to be heavy. However, how could Xiaohua let go of the advantage in his mouth? After nearly a year of tempering his spirit sense, Xiaohua didn't let him down. While urging his magic power, more than 10 nascent souls were big and small were also caught by Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly took a break and hurriedly imprisoned these nascent souls into his dantian. Then he urged using the wind escape technique to escape from the whirlpool and flew towards Xiaohua's direction. Die, 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 die. Suddenly, 3 angry voices came from the other side of the whirlpool. It was Kong Hongwu. When he heard the strange noise from the whirlpool, he sensed it and hurriedly flew over to take a look. When Kong Hongwu saw that Xiaohua had actually escaped from the vortex while he had been slacking for only a few moments, and that there were more than 10 nascent soul cultivators flying out from the same direction as Xiaohua, Kong Hongwu was truly enraged. He cursed a few times and waved his hands, causing hundreds of pillars of boundless qi to smash towards him. As for the green-robed Xiaohua and the other nascent soul cultivators, Kong Hongwu didn't even spare them a glance. Wu. Just as the great pillar of qi was formed, before it could even travel a few feet, the green-robed Xiaohua at the edge of the vortex waved his small hand, and the ice sea mirror appeared once again. Between the swirling wind and the surging clouds, a thick 6-colored brilliance rushed towards Kong Hongwu. Wherever the brilliance passed, the great pillar of qi would immediately melt like ice water in boiling soup, turning into ordinary great pillar of qi. Kong Hongwu stared blankly for a moment, then grinned and waved his sleeve. Wu. There was no pillar of righteous qi, but an incomparably powerful righteous qi turned into a hurricane and rushed towards the green-robed Xiaohua, as if it wanted to blow this group of nascent soul cultivators back into the vortex. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to urge the wind escape technique to go over, he heard Xiaohua's sinister laughter. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, he saw the green-robed Xiaohua extend the ice sea mirror. Another thick beam of light rushed out from the ice sea mirror. However, this beam of light didn't directly cover Kong Hongwu's noble qi. Instead, it rushed towards the whirlpool. However, the moment the beam of light touched the whirlpool, it abruptly turned back. Hong. When the noble qi hit the light pillar seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It immediately trembled and rapidly retreated. When it fell into the suction force of the whirlpool, it once again fiercely attacked the green-robed Xiaohua in the same direction as before. Looking at the green-robed Xiaohua again, the ice sea mirror in his hand slightly changed direction. When the huge force landed on the ice sea mirror, it was as if Kong Hongwu used all his strength to push the green-robed Xiaohua into the air. It was as if the green-robed Xiaohua was flying straight towards him. Great! Xiaohua was ecstatic not only because of Xiaohua's quick-wittedness, but also because of the ice sea mirror's wonders. Needless to say, in this year Xiaohua must have used all his strength to refine this ice sea mirror. Now the ice sea mirror must have reached the level of a spirit tool. Xiaohua was ecstatic and once again urged the wind escape technique. When Xiaohua arrived like a gust of wind, Xiaohua also borrowed this force and his body accelerated again. At the same time his divine sense swept out, and more than 10 nascent souls entered his dantian. When Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body he flicked his finger. Boom. The few remaining nascent souls exploded again, and this explosive force once again pushed Xiaohua. Whoop. The mournful sound of the air breaking was endless. Xiaohua felt his body become lighter, and finally escaped from the whirlpool's suction force. At this time Kong Hongwu, who had been stunned by the series of strange changes in the distance, seemed to have awoken from a dream. Only now did he realize that the nascent soul in front of him was actually in cahoots with Xiaohua. Damn it! Kong Hongwu was really angry and he couldn't help but curse again. Xiaohua's behavior was really too much. It seemed that not only did he notice this great formation, but he also didn't forget to take more than 10 nascent souls from the demon refining pot in front of him. This was a naked slap in the face. Kong Hongwu felt a burning pain on his face. Kong Hongwu waved his hands and thousands of inscriptions appeared, and a nascent soul phantom the same size as Kong Hongwu appeared. This phantom actually turned into a pair of huge wings, and in a flash, it chased in the direction Xiaohua escaped in. Hee hee. Xiaohua sneered. Since he saved Taoist Jing Ting's nascent soul and Xiaohua returned safely, who would still fight Kong Hongwu to the death? Almost without hesitation he urged the lightning escape technique to rush into the starry sky. Xiaohua, give me your life. Although Kong Hongwu used the soul refining technique and could change his nascent soul at will, and even turn it into nothingness, he still couldn't reach Xiaohua's lightning escape technique. However, in a flash Xiaohua had already rushed into the starry sky, leaving behind an inexplicable star path. Kong Hongwu's face showed a sneer again, because he understood that this starry sky was a maze even more strange than the sun, moon and star great formation. If he didn't have the guidance of the immortal general who set up the formation, he absolutely wouldn't dare to rashly enter. The trap in the maze was also inextricably linked to the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. Kong Hongwu was just bluffing again so that Xiaohua would rush into the maze without looking carefully, and once again fall into the whirlpool of the demon refining pot. However, that short-lived sneer just fell on Kong Hongwu's face and quickly disappeared. Because although Xiaohua used the light escape technique, the star path below him was rugged and winding, and he simply didn't want to fly straight. How did this guy know about the maze set up by the immortal general of the immortal palace? Kong Hongwu roared in disbelief, and a flying sword almost flew out of his eyes to kill Xiaohua on the spot. This was because Xiaohua was still flying straight at the start. That star path was rather obvious, but towards the end Xiaohua was actually leaping through the starry sky like a ghost. That star path was like a splash ink painting. Stroke by stroke it was painted in the darkness. In particular, Xiaohua's wind escape technique was so flexible. While Kong Hongwu was stunned, Xiaohua had already flown very far away. I absolutely can't let this guy escape here. Absolutely can't. Kong Hongwu suddenly had a premonition that as long as Xiaohua could escape from this great formation, he feared that even if he ascended to the 9th heaven or descended to the 9th underworld, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Xiaohua. Moreover, if Xiaohua leaked the situation of this great formation, even if he could deny it, the number of nascent soul cultivators who died in the Jade Pavilion meeting was unprecedented, and any cultivator would be suspicious. Perhaps the immortal palace wouldn't care about this little bit of suspicion, but what about him? Obviously, the guarantee he made in front of the immortal emissary had already lost its effect. Thinking of the immortal emissary, thinking of that gidged smile and the herk that the immortal emissary spoke of, Kong Hongwu shuddered and immediately made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Kong Hongwu unhesitatingly spread out the wings on his back, and his whole body suddenly became illusory and he pounced into the darkness. Although the path he took was different and the star path below him wasn't clear, it was obvious that his direction was in front of Xiaohua, and his path was much closer than Xiaohua's. Grandma, this old man is tired to death. As soon as the green-robed Xiaohua fell into Xiaohua's body, he immediately shouted. Although he didn't say much, Xiaohua already knew what happened in the past year. Xiaohua was shocked and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, before he could say anything to the green-robed Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua immediately hid in the space. Rumble. A A huge sound was produced in the space, and a thunderbolt fell on the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Not only did his thin body bulge like a balloon, but his dim figure also quickly became clear under the thunderbolts. Cool, cool, cool. The green-robed Xiaohua shouted 3 times, lying in the air like a dead pig, and looked at the 9 suns in the sky with his 4 feet facing the sky. He didn't even want to move. However, in just a moment the green-robed Xiaohua suddenly jumped up from the sky and shouted, "No, no, this old man also wants to establish a sect. This old man also wants to accumulate merits." Chapter 3654. While speaking, green-robed Xiaohua shouted, "Where is fellow Taoist? Where is fellow Taoist?" Unfortunately, although Xiaohua heard green-robed Xiaohua's voice, he was currently focused on escaping. How could he have time to pay attention to him? Seeing that there was no response, green-robed Xiaohua also knew that he was in a dangerous situation. He shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand, taking a jade slip. It was precisely left behind by the mysterious Do Shanjun. He placed it on his forehead. That jade slip instantly entered green-robed Xiaohua's body. Immediately, green-robed Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. It seemed that the life and death experience in the devil refining gourd had allowed green-robed Xiaohua to comprehend many things. He finally began to seriously and actively cultivate. Green-robed Xiaohua's comprehension was naturally the comprehension of the other primordial spirits. The other primordial spirits also began to feel a sense of crisis and began to cultivate with all their strength. Although Xiaohua's mind did not enter the space, he could still comprehend green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The sharpness of a sword is sharpened. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. At the same time, he was also doing his best to escape. If he did not escape from this great formation, everything would be nonsense. While Xiaohua was escaping, he was also observing Kong Hongwu's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it was as dark as night and his divine sense could not be used. Xiaohua could not see where Kong Hongwu was. Xiaohua could only desperately use his naked eyes to distinguish the path in the void. He could only use the wind escape technique with all his might, hoping that he could escape to the cave before Kong Hongwu. However, after flying for a while, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and his figure suddenly stopped in the darkness. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Damn it, I almost fell into that old thief's trap again. Xiaohua's mind turned rapidly. Outside the cave is Yaotai Mountain, Kong Hongwu's old nest. The great formation of Yaotai Mountain can be used by him. Once I leave the cave, even if I escape in front of him, how can I escape from Yaotai Mountain? Also, there is an immortal general's divine sense guarding outside the cave. Looking at his strength, he is not much weaker than Kong Hongwu. Before Kong Hongwu entered the Great Formation, he must have said something to this immortal general. Maybe there is an immortal general intercepting me outside the cave. It is unlikely that I will be able to escape smoothly. Besides, even if I can defeat Kong Hongwu on Yaotai Mountain, there are still 25 Star Lords in the entire Star Lord Hall. Every single one of them has the strength of a lower 5th grade essence energy. If they all attack together, I'm afraid it won't be easy for this Xiao to deal with them. As for this grand formation, although it is the grand formation of the Celestial Palace and is extremely dangerous, Kong Hongwu cannot control it. At most he can use the abundant noble qi within it. On the other hand, this Xiao also has a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi at my disposal. I won't be at a disadvantage compared to him. I can even use the demon purification pot to deal with Kong Hongwu. Before this, I only wanted to escape. With such expectations, I fear that I won't even have the chance to escape from the array formation. In fact, there is only one path for me right now, and that is to kill Kong Hongwu. Only with Kong Hongwu dead will I not have to worry about my life, and the Immortal Palace will not know that I was the one who destroyed the array. Only with such a goal can I have a chance of survival. Thinking of this, Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He immediately turned around and flew back into the array formation. His primordial spirit took this opportunity to enter the space. Fellow Taoist, please. Jade Archive. Xiaohua's face was slightly anxious as he cupped his hands and bowed. Green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly stood up in midair and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, please. I pay my respects. Fellow Taoist must already know what I was thinking. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile. Green-robed Xiaohua also replied, naturally, fellow Taoist must also know what I was thinking. Yes, I know that within the Demon Purification Pot's grand formation, all nascent souls are affected by the Demon Purification Pot's suction force. Fellow Taoist, if you control our formless nascent souls out of our bodies, we will be restrained by the Demon Purification Pot. We may not be as powerful as before. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said, but the problem is that I am definitely not that old bastard Kong Hongwu's opponent. If you don't control your nascent souls to help our lives will be in danger. Moreover, the nascent souls absorbed by the Demon Purification Pot are nascent souls that have lost their bodies. They are trees without roots. Fellow Taoist, you and I have a source of water. We don't need to be afraid of the Demon Purification Pot. Green-robed Xiaohua still shook his head. I have already been drifting outside for a year. I am really scared and don't dare to go out again. Fellow Taoist, you should find someone else to help you. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew what Green-robed Xiaohua was thinking, so he asked with a smile that was not a smile, then how can I make fellow Taoist help me? Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he blurted out, you agree? But immediately Green-robed Xiaohua realized that he had forgotten himself too much. He hastily coughed, looked at the empty space and pointed with his finger. Fellow Taoist, look, this space is a great continent. It is many times better than the hidden immortal continent. Why does fellow Taoist have the heart to let this space be abandoned? Why did little yellow and little black leave? Isn't it because this place is too quiet? The reason why I established the sect was also for you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua looked at Green-robed Xiaohua with a smile and nodded. Fellow Taoist, you obtained some enlightenment in the Kunlun mirror, which was not easy. Then you experienced life and death in the Demon Purification Pot's great formation, which was even more dangerous. I thank fellow Taoist on behalf of everyone. Now, fellow Taoist thoughts are also I's thoughts. How can I not agree? After Yaote Mountain, I immediately ordered the disciples of Black Wind Mountain to select the poor children of the hidden immortal continent and properly arrange their families. Then I sent them to you so that you can establish a sect and accept disciples. Good, that's right. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. That bullshit Kunlun mirror is only the size of a palm, but there are many pavilions and towers built in it. It is called the Kunlun Wonderland. Isn't this space countless times better than that so-called Kunlun Wonderland? Don't compare, don't deceive yourself. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile. If there is a boundary, then there is a boundary. If there is no boundary, then there is no boundary. Good or bad, it is still our home. Yes, I understand. Green-robed Xiaohua lowered his head and answered. At the end he did not forget to add, that so-called Kunlun Wonderland has long been in ruins because the Kunlun mirror was shattered. It is more appropriate to call it the Kunlun ruins. How can I compare that thing with our home? I'm afraid we have to get the last fragment of the Kunlun Wonderland from the Xiaoyu continent's Chong Yefeng. Green-robed Xiaohua naturally did not know that Chong Yefeng had died in the ink cloud Black Forest. He still thought that the fragment of the Kunlun mirror was in Chong Yefeng's hands. Humph, who asked you to be merciful? Green-robed Xiaohua sneered. At that time, although you thought that Chong Yefeng was holding the clear sky mirror, you should have snatched it even if it was the Kunlun mirror. Now you and I will have the complete Kunlun mirror. Why do you have to be so difficult? I can snatch it. Xiaohua said indifferently. In that case, how could I have obtained Little Deer's sword intent? How could I have obtained the primordial soul-splitting technique? How could fellow Taoists still be standing here? Alas, everything is impermanent in the world. Green-robed Xiaohua said with a sigh. Green-robed Xiaohua knew that Green-robed Xiaohua was right. He sighed and said, let's go. Our physical bodies have already arrived. We are almost there. Oh, that's right. Fellow Taoist, although we can't use our spiritual will in this darkness, we can still try to ambush Kong Hongwu. We can use the darkness and the maze to catch Kong Hongwu off guard. That's right. That's right. Green-robed Xiaohua and Green-robed Xiaohua revealed a joyful expression at the same time. They laughed loudly and said, Green-robed fellow Taoist, Bodhi fellow Taoist, let's go kill this bastard together. Let's go together. Ha. I like this kind of sneak attack the most. Green-robed Xiaohua was extremely excited. At the side, green-robed Xiaohua's face was gloomy. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position. He saw that he had arrived in front of the huge whirlpool of the demon refining pot. At this time he saw that in the sky above the whirlpool, several nascent souls fell from there and turned into huge nascent soul dharma bodies that fell into the whirlpool. Xiaohua understood that at this time, there should be another fight in the Burning Sun Great Formation. Xiaohua swept a glance and didn't find any trace of Kong Hongwu. He knew that Kong Hongwu must have chased out of the maze to kill him. Therefore he hurriedly flew to the place where Kong Hongwu was previously. After looking at it with his naked eyes for a moment, he didn't hesitate to rush into the darkness that Kong Hongwu flew into. At the same time Xiaohua patted his head on the top of his head. Green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul, and the Kunlun mirror in his hand appeared above his head. See? Green-robed Xiaohua suddenly appeared. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, the power of this demon refining pot is really too strong. Although I have the protection of my physical body, I can't be sucked in by it. But, fellow Taoist can't feel the suction of this whirlpool from here, but I can feel that the big hand stretched out of thin air and wanted to grab I." "That's right." Xiaohua carefully flew as he replied, "Actually, this poor Taoist has also sensed that the demon refining gourd's great array actually envelopes the entire space, and all nascent souls will be affected by the great array. But outside of the whirlpool I can't feel it with my physical body. Only when I get close to the whirlpool can I be sucked in." "And I understand." Green-robed Xiaohua nodded. "As long as I don't go too far away from my physical body, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. I just don't know how fellow Taoist Subhuti is doing." Namo Maitreya Buddha. As he spoke, Xiaohua also released Buddha's relic Subhuti. Sure enough, Subhuti's Buddhist light also disappeared in this darkness. Aside from Xiaohua being able to sense it, it was no different from a mass of nothingness. "Fellow Taoist, what do you feel?" Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Subhuti's answer was as calm as water. "Nothing, it's the same as what fellow Taoist green-robed sensed." "Ah? Could it be that this demon refining pot is also interested in Buddhist relics?" Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This poor monk doesn't know. I's Buddhist divine abilities are limited. "I still can't sense the situation inside the demon refining pot," Subhuti said indifferently. "So I can't answer fellow Taoist's question." Chapter 3655. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, looking at the boundless darkness and the star path behind him. He ordered, "Fellow immortal Bodhi, fellow Taoist green robe, you two fly to the left and right wings of I. We don't need to go too far, we'll lie in ambush here. When I sense the whereabouts of that old thief Kong, the three of us will attack at the same time. Although that guy's essence energy is at the upper 5th level, he has already cultivated to the point where he can refine his spirit into nothingness. We'll let him die without a burial place." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Good. Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha. His tone was quite benevolent. His figure had already flown to the top of Xiaohua's left hand, and the Buddha seal in his hand began to form. The nascent soul controlled by Xiaohua covered its mouth and whispered, "Sweeping the floor, don't harm the lives of ants, covering the lamp with moths, this is the conduct of our future Buddha. Fellow immortal is wrong, this poor monk is now Bodhi, not Maitreya Buddha. Wait until this poor monk attains Buddha fruit, then we'll discuss what it means to sweep the floor, don't harm the lives of ants, covering the lamp with moths, okay?" Subhuti lightly replied. When Xiaohua heard this he couldn't help but chuckle. Green-robed Xiaohua had truly met his match. This Subhuti was proficient in Buddhism and even knew how to argue. Although he wasn't as talkative as green-robed Xiaohua, the things he said were always straight to the point. Xiaohua was quite bored and resentfully flew from Xiaohua's head to the right. He didn't forget to look at Xiaohua and whispered, "It's said that Confucian scholars have sharp tongues. Why do I feel that monks are more powerful than Confucian scholars?" "Provocation," Xiaohua said indifferently, scaring Xiaohua into shrinking his neck and hurriedly flying to the side. He naturally knew Xiaohua's anger from before. Xiao Hua was quite regretful that he couldn't use his divine sense in the darkness, but he still took out the wishful rod, moved aside his perception of the star path and waited on the side. Fortunately, there weren't any traps where Xiao Hua stood, so it was an excellent position for an ambush. After a full meal's time there was no movement. Xiao Hua's brows slightly wrinkled, and his heart began to beat the drum of retreat. Xiao Hua felt that he might have misjudged the timid and cautious Kong Hongwu. Because Kong Hongwu didn't need to come back at all. He only needed to seal this big formation. After the Yaotai gathering was over, he could use all the power of Yaotai Mountain's Star Lord Palace to deal with him. At that time, Kong Hongwu didn't even need to do it himself. However, after thinking about it for a while, Xiao Hua shook his head again. He did not believe that Kong Hongwu would let others know that he had broken into this great array. After all, the struggle between the various sects of the Immortal Palace seemed to be in full swing. Of course, no matter what, Xiao Hua could only gamble at this moment. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat half a meal, although there was no movement, Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that someone was coming over on this road. Xiao Hua's heart was overjoyed. He hurriedly ordered Bodhi and Green Robe again. With one hand he pinched a dozen fire talismans while the other hand held the wishful rod. He stared at the distance without blinking, waiting for Kong Hongwu to appear so that he could immediately attack. Hoo-hoo. A rush of wind appeared, but in a moment the wind suddenly stopped. Then the wind sounded again and a moment later it stopped again, and so on several times. It turns out that this old guy is also on guard against this Xiao's ambush. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Kong Hongwu was flying back and forth. He must be afraid that Xiao Hua would ambush him on the road. Unfortunately, this old guy doesn't have the talent to see through the void maze like this Xiao. Today is the day of your death. Although Kong Hongwu had been testing the waters by advancing and retreating, he could tell that Xiao Hua wasn't flying slowly. This was merely a guess. Furthermore, there hadn't been any ambushes along the way. Seeing that he was getting closer to the Devil Refining Gourd's whirlpool, Kong Hongwu once again increased his speed. But just a few feet away from Xiao Hua, Kong Hongwu once again deliberately mystified himself and stopped, retreating a few feet. If Xiao Hua had not already known Kong Hongwu's trick, he would have thought that he had been discovered. Xiao Hua bit his lips and restrained his temper. He cursed a few times in his heart and quietly sent magical power to his hand. Now that Xiao Hua's Yuanying had escaped from his body, this magical power came from the dragon vein in his meridians. Xiao Hua refined the metal essence. After a moment the sound of Kong Hongwu's flight sounded again, rushing toward the place where Xiao Hua was lying in ambush. Estimating the timing when Kong Hongwu was close, Xiao Hua suddenly rushed out of the darkness. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen fire talismans fell near the sound of the wind. His other hand raised the wishful steel staff and smashed it toward Kong Hongwu's location. "Ah!" A very surprised voice cried out. Xiao Hua heard it clearly. It was the cautious Kong Hongwu. Xiao Hua could not help but be secretly proud. Even if Kong Hongwu was cautious, he still fell into his calculations here. The fire talismans alone were nothing. He was afraid that they could only block Kong Hongwu in a radius of a few feet. The wishful steel staff was still nothing. It was estimated that it could only scratch Kong Hongwu's skin. Xiao Hua seriously injured Kong Hongwu with the green-robed Xiao Hua and Bodhi hidden in the dark. Chapter 3656. I understand now, in the star formation of Sun Horse of Star, where are the Buddhist sect experts, where are the Buddhist sect experts working together with the Tao sect cultivators? It's clear that you're tempering the Buddhist sect's Saraira yourself. Speaking of this, Kong Hongwu's eyes widened again and he shouted, "Xiao Hua, you're actually proficient in Tao, Confucianism and Buddhism? How is this possible?" Yes, life has a limit, but learning has no limit. Even if a cultivator's lifespan is long, it's impossible to master all three. In particular, each of the three sects has its own advantages, and these advantages are also mutually exclusive. A cultivator is at most proficient in one or two sects, and only has a rough understanding of the other one. How can there be a genius who can master all three sects? Fortunately, seeing that Xiaohua could only use his true qi and couldn't use his magic power, Kong Hongwu rejoiced. This old man destroyed his nascent soul. Otherwise, with his methods, this old man would have suffered a loss. But where's the nascent soul holding the mirror magic weapon? Why didn't he show up? Could it be that nascent soul is also Xiaohua? Oh, that's impossible. That nascent soul clearly escaped from the whirlpool of the Grand Formation. Kong Hongwu naturally paid attention to the green-robed Xiaohua who injured him. Unfortunately, how could he see any traces of the formless nascent soul within the Grand Formation? Moreover, seeing that Xiaohua has already caught up and there are no traces of the nascent soul around him, Kong Hongwu's heart was relieved. Hall Master Kong is really cunning, Xiaohua said with some gnashing teeth. At this time he only has some true qi in his meridians that can be used to temper the metal essence. His entire lower dantian is a mess. Although he has just taken the time to take the heaven mending pill, it's impossible for the heaven mending pill to repair his dantian in a short time. At least when fighting with Kong Hongwu, Xiaohua can no longer place his hopes on his lower dantian. Since he doesn't have enough true qi, Xiaohua can't use the thunder escape technique, nor can he use the wind escape technique. Perhaps Xiaohua, who is standing on a cloud, can use the ethereal steps in a crisis. Same. Of course, Kong Hongwu also took out the jade box and took the medicine of Star-Lord Hall. The bloody wounds all over his body healed visibly. However, the damaged profound qi couldn't be recovered quickly. Xiaohua glanced at the huge whirlpool on the left, then looked at Kong Hongwu and said indifferently, "Hall Master Kong, only one of us can leave this cave today. Don't worry, that person is definitely me." Kong Hongwu smiled faintly. "Although this old man has suffered a hidden loss, but you don't understand the significance of my Confucian practice of returning the spirit to the void. Kill." Xiaohua knew that he was pressed for time and didn't say anything else. He urged the auspicious cloud beneath his feet and charged towards Kong Hongwu. Just an ant." Kong Hongwu laughed heartily. Multicolored light surged around his body, and an overwhelming aura crazily rushed into his body. His entire body began to flash with inscriptions, and a sub-body soared into the sky, directly transforming into 1,000 feet in size. Without waiting for Xiaohua's staff to strike, Kong Hongwu grabbed Xiaohua's head, as if he wanted to suppress Xiaohua in the shape of a big hand. Xiaohua immediately understood what Kong Hongwu was thinking when he saw the suffocating aura rushing towards him and the huge palm that was even more powerful than the hand of a nascent soul cultivator, sealing off everything within 100 feet of him. Xiaohua also laughed. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone is an ant. You are no exception. Between the words, the heaven and earth essence qi crazily rushed into Xiaohua's body. The heavenly infusion technique was displayed, and the transcendence golden body was also brought out. Woo! As soon as the golden body came out, a huge fist also crossed the air, meeting Kong Hongwu's big hand. How is this possible? Your lower dantian. Kong Hongwu naturally didn't understand that Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was actually driven by the heavenly laws embodiment technique. It was done by the monster body, and it had nothing to do with Xiaohua's Taoist cultivation. He couldn't help but be surprised. Xiaohua laughed. Old man, my Taoist cultivation technique is endless. How can a Confucian student like you know? Your so-called soul annihilation art can't do anything to this Xiao at all. This Xiao is just deceiving you." While they were talking, there was a loud bang. The fist of the transcendence golden body hit Kong Hongwu's big hand. A huge airwave was set off and both of their golden bodies were blown back. One of their big hands was dim and the other's fist was broken into pieces. Woo! The instant Xiaohua's figure retreated, a seemingly rotating flying thorn rushed out from the void below him, shooting towards his heart and lungs. The sharp edge of the flying thorn tore fine lines in the void. Poof! In the nick of time, Xiaohua opened his mouth and a sword light appeared in the air. The sword light formed a net, and with a series of crackling noises, the palm-sized wheel-piercing imperial weapon was stopped by the sword light. Woo! At the same time, Bodhi's Buddhist mountain seal struck again. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist seal was just like the Buddhist sect's master. It was very simple without the slightest bit of fancy tricks. However, it was this most primitive attack that made the Confucian Grandmaster Kong Hongwu feel powerless. Under the mountainous Buddhist seal, everything within 1,000 feet of Kong Hongwu was under the control of this Buddhist seal. Amidst the violent howling of the wind under the vast impact, one could faintly hear the sound of Sanskrit, and the faint shadow of a heavenly dragon. Kong Hongwu naturally knew that he couldn't avoid the attack of the Buddhist seal with his void transformation technique. While urging the thorns to attack Xiaohua, he grabbed with his hand, and a majestic chi peak of dozens of feet in size appeared in the air. The majestic chi peak was also condensed like a mountain, and rushed towards the Buddhist mountain seal. Just as Kong Hongwu waved the majestic chi peak, a series of strange humming sounds came from behind him. In the humming sounds, thousands of heaven and earth origin chi turned into a hurricane and rushed into a place. The heaven and earth origin chi was so rich that it formed a vortex of dozens of feet in size. As soon as the vortex appeared, a seven-colored brilliance rushed out from it. Wasn't it the Kunlun mirror's light beam? Kong Hongwu was scared out of his wits. He was always on guard against the sneak attack of the green-robed Xiaohua, but he really didn't expect him to secretly touch his back. The Kunlun mirror's light beam was extremely fast. As soon as it appeared, it immediately shot behind him. Moreover, the light beam was different from ordinary Dao sect's magic treasure. It could actually injure a grandmaster who had refined his spirit back to the void. Kong Hongwu hurriedly flashed, wanting to dodge. Boom. The light beam was like lightning, and it had already hit Kong Hongwu's back. Puff. With a muffled sound, Kong Hongwu's huge body was suddenly blasted with a hole of dozens of feet in size. An indescribable pain emerged from Kong Hongwu's heart. Spirit. Spirit weapon? Previously, when the Kunlun mirror hit his star armor, Kong Hongwu didn't feel it. This time, when the light beam hit his body, the light in the brilliance seemed to have a life of its own. The inscriptions that formed his body were broken, rhythmically and with varying degrees. It seemed that it didn't consume excessive heaven and earth origin chi. Kong Hongwu immediately understood after the pain. Not only that, when Kong Hongwu's body was in pain above his head, Kacha, a fist-sized thunder was like a long winding dragon, crossing the sky and striking the top of his head where he had just dodged. Boom. A corner of the huge head collapsed with a loud bang. The originally clear and ancient big face was extremely embarrassed. Roar. Kong Hongwu roared. A kind of livid ferocity appeared between his elegant eyebrows. Kong Hongwu had been pampered for a long time and had long been accustomed to being respected by others. He had long been accustomed to casually killing others. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had gone all out to fight with others, nor had he been forced to be flustered like this. Kong Hongwu was really ashamed and angry. He was ashamed and angry that he was in a predicament under the attack of the Dao sect cultivator, and even more ashamed and angry that he was at a disadvantage under the hands of a 5th-grade origin chi cultivator. Take this. Xiaohua didn't care how Kong Hongwu's heart was hurt by him. With Kong Hongwu's roar, Xiaohua's golden body rushed forward again. The wishful staff had already turned into 1,000 feet long, stirring up the wind and clouds as it struck down heavily. Draw a circle on the ground. Stay still. Trapped. Kong Hongwu's face was livid, and without hesitation he shouted 3 inscriptions in a row. As Kong Hongwu's true chi turned into inscriptions and flew out, dense pillars of true chi condensed into thin crystal threads from the space. In the blink of an eye, the space around Kong Hongwu was shrouded in a few hundred feet. The crisscrossing crystal threads surged with a power that made one's heart tremble, like a huge cocoon protecting Kong Hongwu. My Star-Lord Hall is not the Star-Lord Hall of the hidden immortal mainland, but a small hall of the immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland. The immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland has many small halls like the Star-Lord Hall. You, a Dao sect cultivator, will never know the layout of the immortal palace in the hidden immortal mainland. Don't talk about you, even this old man only knows the tip of the iceberg. You are a cultivation genius. This old man has really never seen anyone who can cultivate Confucian cultivators, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, oh, and perhaps your diamond body to such a realm. As a cultivator, this old man advises you to give up on the Tao sect. Under the hands of the Grand Mist Ancestor, you will definitely not live for more than 1,000 years. You will definitely not reach the peak of cultivation. Kong Hongwu earnestly advised, moreover, you have been hit by my Star Lord Hall's soul-destroying art. Although you don't admit it, this old man knows in his heart that no Tao sect cultivator can be hit by the soul-destroying art without any reaction, not even the Grand Mist Ancestor. It is also because of your understatement that the nascent soul in your Dantian has already been destroyed. Anyway, your nascent soul is already gone. Why are you still persisting in going about things the wrong way? If you come to my Star Lord Hall, this old man can give you a promise right now. This old man will immediately write a letter to the Immortal Palace to give you the position of Deputy Hall Master of Star Lord Hall. After the Jade Pavilion meeting, if there are no accidents, this old man will complete the Immortal Palace's mission and will be promoted in less than 10 years. This Star Lord Hall will soon be under your control. With this Star Lord Hall, Xiaohua, your Confucian cultivation base and even your Buddhist cultivation base can skyrocket. This is a path that leads to the heavens. Ha ho, Master Kong. Xiaohua laughed. You are shaking this Xiao's Tao heart and destroying this Xiao's Tao foundation. If your words were given to any Tao sect cultivator in the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid that 8 or 9 out of 10 Tao sect cultivators would wag their tails and beg for mercy, making them bow their heads and submit to you. Unfortunately, this Xiao is one of these 10. Even if this Xiao serves the Grand Mist Ancestor, it is not for the Grand Mist Ancestor alone. This Xiao is for the Tao sect of the world. Hall Master Kong is a Confucian cultivator. You and I have different Taos, so there is no need to say more. In this great array there can only be one living person, either you or me. Kong Hongwu shook his head. He really did not dare to believe that such good conditions could not move Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua, in fact, you still do not understand. The three of you attacked together, although you already have 50% of this old man's strength, but you are still not my opponent. Lamentable, lamentable, pitiful. Kong Hongwu sighed 3 times in a row. His hands touched his chest, and his left hand took out a crystal-clear imperial equipment that was like a water chestnut. Starlight flowed on it, and his right hand took out a several zhang large 6-star shield. He looked at it lovingly and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, in this old man's left hand is my Star Lord Hall's imperial equipment, the Imperial Star Piercer. It is the painstaking work of the Immortal Palace's great artificer master. Its power is comparable to your Tao sect's spirit artifact. This old man has never seen anything that the Imperial Star Piercer cannot pierce. In this old man's right hand is my Star Lord Hall's imperial equipment, the Imperial Shield, also the proud work of the Immortal Palace's great artificer master. In the hidden immortal continent, this old man has never seen a magic artifact that can pierce its defense. Not only is the name unpleasant, it is also contradictory. Xiaohua sneered. Kong Hongwu's figure swayed twice and he said with a bitter smile, this old man also feels that it is contradictory, and this old man also wants to know which of these 2 imperial equipment is more powerful. However, speaking of unpleasant names, the imperial equipment refined by the Immortal Palace's great artificer master should have the word imperial in it. Other imperial equipment cannot have this word, otherwise, it will be overstepping the rules and immortal soldiers can kill it. Good murderous aura, good imperial rule. Xiaohua sneered again. This old man has not used these 2 imperial equipment for many years. Kong Hongwu ignored Xiaohua's sarcasm and said indifferently, now, you only need to dodge the attack of the Imperial Star Piercer, and this old man will let you live. Kong Hongwu spoke righteously, and at the same time he used the Confucian cultivator's secret technique of sharp tongue and sword lips, which was quite bewitching. Unfortunately, this kind of trick was seen through by Xiaohua at a glance, especially Xiaohua himself knew Confucian cultivator techniques, and Kong Hongwu was only wasting his breath. Xiaohua smiled indifferently and said, well said, Hall Master Kong. Since Hall Master Kong is benevolent, then this Xiao will also make it clear to Hall Master Kong. This Xiao will also attack, and as long as Hall Master Kong can take it, this Xiao will immediately be captured. When Kong Hongwu heard this, Admiration unconsciously appeared in his eyes. His words were only to give Xiaohua a chance to live, to make Xiaohua prioritize escaping from the bottom of his heart, and even put all of his attention on how to block his Imperial Star Piercer. This way Xiaohua naturally would not think too much about attacking and Kong Hongwu would not have any danger to his life. Along with this recitation, a large number of poems flew around Kong Hongwu's body rhythmically, forming layers of protection. Not only that, the inscriptions flashed and a strand of vast crystal silk was born, and a surge of vast spirit surged. Those crystal silk were like the iron bones of the recitation students for millions of years, and that vast spirit was like a copious amount of righteous energy, transforming into fearless students that blocked in front of Kong Hongwu. Not to mention the demon refining pot, even the righteous chi in the surrounding space rumbled and surged. Unfortunately, before Kong Hongwu could see the demon refining pot's power, before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiaohua's body burst with thousands of demon heads, instantly drowning him. The dark demon saber resolutely waved in midair, and Kong Hongwu's vision suddenly went dark. All he could see was the roaring and ferocious demon heads, flashing blood-red eyes, pouncing on him. In the space, a saber chi that was so dark that even light couldn't penetrate directly chopped into the defense of Xiaohua, Bodhi, and the three green-robed heroes, which was broken through by the joint attack of Xiaohua, Bodhi, and the three green-robed heroes, splitting Kong Hongwu's sub-body, which had already shrunk to a size of several hundred feet, into two halves. Oh! A roaring primordial spirit that was as solid as a real person flew out from Kong Hongwu's sub-body. This primordial spirit was the same as Kong Hongwu's sub-body and physical body, now split into two halves. Moreover, without waiting for this primordial spirit to escape, the demon saber surged with black chi, which had already drowned this primordial spirit along with its physical body. Just as the demon saber killed Kong Hongwu, the demon refining pot under the huge whirlpool immediately separated a multicolored light from the pot's body, carrying a righteous chi pillar that was thousands of feet high, and directly hit Xiaohua's golden body. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Even though Xiaohua's golden body had been tempered for a long time, under this attack, it collapsed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A small half of his golden body instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua's golden body didn't disappear, but when it disappeared, the demonic chi in his body uncontrollably gushed out. Turning around, a huge demonic god Xiaohua once again appeared in the space. His originally unconscious eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils were completely bloodshot and bloodthirsty. The demons around him screamed at the top of their lungs, trying their best to break out of the black chi's shackles. The demonic chi that Xiaohua had been suppressing after entering the Jade Pavilion finally broke out at this moment. Boom boom. The righteous chi in the entire space began to boil. Pop 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 sounds could be heard from the places where the demonic chi was exposed. The demonic chi and the righteous chi were entangled in one place, and they were frantically trying to kill each other. Roar! A roar resounded through the space. The demonic saber emitted a saber cry, as if it had seen an irreconcilable enemy. A pitch-black demonic shadow carrying Xiaohua's demonic body slashed towards the demon refining gourd. Courting death. The green-robed Xiaohua groaned in midair. However, he understood in his heart that if Xiaohua's state of mind wasn't good enough, let alone getting close to him, he might even be swallowed by the demonic saber in the end. Glancing at the two imperial equipment with old-fashioned names not far away, the green-robed Xiaohua reluctantly patted his hand. The Kunlun mirror emitted a faint brilliance and rolled towards the imperial equipment. Whether it was the imperial star stab, the imperial shield, or even Kong Hongwu's Qingkuan pouch, they were all sucked into the Kunlun mirror. At this moment, the suction force within the whirlpool of the demon refining gourd suddenly increased greatly, dragging the green-robed Xiaohua into the whirlpool. The green-robed Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hastily opened his mouth and spat out a thin thread of spiritual fire, blocking the front of his body. Then the Kunlun mirror also emitted a 7-colored brilliance, doing its best to resist the suction force. Evil demons, greedy hearts. Heaven's wrath. Bodhi was also powerless. It was unknown whether he was talking about Xiaohua, the green-robed Xiaohua, or the demonic saber. Just as Bodhi's voice fell, the suction force within the whirlpool also took effect on Bodhi, dragging him into the whirlpool. Bodhi's face was filled with astonishment. The Buddhist light around his body flourished as if it was resisting the suction force. Little monk. The green-robed Xiaohua beside him called out in a strange tone, "Let's not talk about heaven's wrath or Namo Methriya first. It's better to control your own life and death first. Fellow Taoist Yuji seems to be a bit troublesome. Otherwise, the demon refining gourd's whirlpool wouldn't have such a suction force on us. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. The primordial true water in the clear water bottle can resist the demon refining gourd. Namo Methriya." Bodhi's damaged golden body flickered like a candle in the wind. When he heard the green-robed Xiaohua's words, he hastily waved his hand. A wave of primordial true water rushed into the air, protecting both Bodhi and the green-robed Xiaohua. Then he looked worriedly at the huge demonic saber in the air and sighed. If fellow Taoist Yuji wasn't greedy, why would he raise a demonic spirit? If he didn't have a demonic spirit, why would he fear the demonic saber? When fellow Taoist Yuji entered the Yaotai Mountain, he was affected by the massacre inside the formation. Although he wanted to keep a low profile, he ultimately couldn't. Now fellow Taoist Yuji is being devoured by the demonic saber. Our future is bleak. Perhaps. How could the green-robed Xiaohua not know? However, at this moment the two primordial spirits were seriously injured by the star control stab. It would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone rescue Xiaohua. If I guessed correctly, fellow Taoist Yuji was injured by the demon refining gourd. Then the demonic saber seized the opportunity to take control of his physical body. We'll just have to wait for fellow Taoist Yuji to wake up. As he spoke, the demonic saber had already arrived in front of the demon refining gourd. With a pop sound like an oil lamp exploding, a golden flower flew out of the demon refining gourd. Whoosh! Bands of righteous chi and spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed into the golden flower. Then, a heavenly general in golden armor appeared from the golden flower. However, this heavenly general in golden armor didn't have a clear face. He held a coiling dragon spear in his hand and thrust it towards the demonic saber. Chapter 3659. Boom. With a loud explosion, the coiling dragon spear and the golden armor heavenly general were split in half by the demonic saber. The saber mark continued to extend and fell towards the demon refining gourd. Wing. The demon refining gourd suddenly trembled and released thousands of clouds and lights. Boom boom. With two consecutive sounds, one hit the demonic saber and the other hit the demon god Xiaohua. Ka. The lights blocked the demonic saber. However, where the demonic chi fell, the lights condensed like glass and shattered into pieces. The demon god Xiaohua was not so lucky. The demonic chi around his body was destroyed and hundreds of demons were destroyed. A big hole was pierced through his body. Goo. Just as the demon refining gourd let out another rumbling sound, the demonic saber suddenly made a strange sound. Then the entire demonic saber turned into a waterfall and rushed towards the huge and vast whirlpool above its head. Rumble. The entire space let out a loud rumbling sound. The demon refining gourd also moved. The light caught up with the demonic saber and landed on the whirlpool. Then the mouth of the demon refining gourd strangely produced a huge shadow that covered the entire whirlpool. The light of the whirlpool was extremely beautiful, like a 9-colored snail. The huge light shell was pulled flat and was about to fall into the demon refining gourd. The demonic saber also accelerated and a lightless saber mark instantly landed on a corner of the whirlpool. There was no sound at all and the whirlpool was cut down by 30%. The demons on the demonic saber laughed maniacally and their demonic chi soared into the sky. Before the light of the demon refining gourd could reach it, It wrapped around dozens of Yuanying and pulled them into the demonic saber. Woo! The demon refining gourd let out an ear-piercing sound. The remaining whirlpool in the wind inconceivably fell into the fist-sized demon refining gourd. Then the demon refining gourd soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. Roar! The demonic saber actually continued to fight and its demonic chi surged again, wanting to chase and kill. Boom! The demon refining gourd suddenly shot out a 5-colored light. The demonic saber was afraid of this light. Just as it was about to mobilize its demonic chi to surround and suppress it, the light hit Xiaohua's middle dantian. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A bleak sound of falling flowers was born from the devil god Xiaohua's body. Strands of noble chi moved upon hearing the wind. This time it didn't bombard the demonic chi, but instead moisturize and quietly invade the devil god Xiaohua's body. Swoosh swoosh. Like a trickle in the sound of water, golden, scarlet and navy, 3 kinds of brilliance uncontrollably emerged from Xiaohua's body. The blood-like black flame and the ink-like demonic chi hastily withdrew into Xiaohua's body. Even the distant demonic saber let out a mournful cry and hastily withdrew into Xiaohua's left hand like a waterfall. In just the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's demonic body degenerated and returned to a slender Taoist cultivator. His tightly closed eyes opened and 2 wisps of clear chi emerged from his eyes. Raising his head to look at the sky, a slightly proud voice sounded, "2 immortal friends, why aren't you hurrying back to your positions?" Namo Maitreya Buddha. This poor monk thanks immortal friend Confucian cultivator. Bodhi hastily withdrew the innate primordial water and landed on the top of Xiaohua's head. As soon as he entered the Naiwan palace, he immediately hid inside the exquisite pagoda. Alright, I also have to thank immortal friend. The green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and also landed on the top of Xiaohua's head. With a somewhat unwilling expression he said, "But I's home is now in a mess, how can I rest?" How could Confucian cultivator Xiaohua not know what the green-robed Xiaohua was thinking? He faintly replied, "Immortal friend Yuji is currently unconscious. You all are no match for the demonic saber. Our main bodies can only be temporarily controlled by this little one. However, immortal friend can rest assured this little one will not make the main bodies do anything. As for immortal friend Yuji has already taken the heaven-mending pill and the medicinal power in his dantian has already taken effect. If immortal friend still wants to stay in the main body, you can go to his dantian and stimulate the medicinal power. This little one will still send down the 5 chi righteous thunder to help immortal friend recover his nascent soul." Good. The green-robed Xiaohua stood up and bowed, then disappeared into Xiaohua's body. At this moment, a huge "kacha" sound came from above the heads of the primordial spirits. At the place where the devil refining gourd disappeared, layer after layer of cracks fell like thunder. The entire starry sky began to collapse and a kind of heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating aura swept through the entire space. Not good, this great formation is about to be sealed. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was shocked and anxiously said, "This little one will control the main body and rush out of the great formation. Good." Several primordial spirits all agreed. King. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The vast chi within the great formation gathered into Xiaohua's body. Thousands of sword lights were born from the surface of Xiaohua's body. In a moment Xiaohua had already turned into a huge sword and rushed into the chaotic starry sky great formation against the overwhelming desolate aura. Outside the great formation, as Xiaohua expected, the huge water-type heavenly general was already standing outside the cave with a huge sword in his hand. At this moment he heard the rumbling sound coming from the cave and waves of destructive aura rushing out from the mountain peak. His expression changed greatly. What is going on? Kong Honggu and that Taishirzhanran. What the hell are they doing? The heavenly general's face showed doubt and anger. Even if there is a gap between the two, it's impossible for them to have the guts to ruin her senior's important matter. The situation could not get worse, only the worst. In less than half a cup of tea's time, a huge boom sound rang out. On the mountain peak, the entire mountain peak disappeared with a bang. A gorgeous brilliance soared into the sky. Even the heavenly general was unable to see what was inside the brilliance. That suffocating aura flashed and disappeared. How is this possible? This scorching sun great formation still hasn't ended. The thing. How could it leave by itself? Once that thing left, the scorching sun great formation would collapse by itself. The heavenly general turned pale with fright and muttered to himself, "Damn Kong Honggu, he actually dared to ruin this daddy's work. If her senior blames this daddy will eat you alive." While speaking, the heavenly general did not dare to be negligent. With a clap of his hand, a four-colored brilliance rushed out from the water-form body and chased up into the sky. Boom! The huge body collapsed. Countless amounts of water fell onto the foot of the mountain and slowly flowed into the deep pool. At this moment, the huge rocks on the mountain peak rolled down the mountain slope. In the direction the heavenly general was looking at, within the star formation that was like a scorching sun, there were monstrous flames. Clusters of flames of various colors were like the grass on an ordinary mountain peak, swaying with the wind. Even the ground inside the star formation was covered with layers of fire carpets. From afar within the undulating flames, there were actually endless mountain peaks. These mountain peaks were also formed by flames. Some of these mountain peaks were straight to the sky while others were grotesquely shaped and so on. If not for the heat of the flames distorting the air within the star formation, even if someone accidentally entered, they would never have thought that this was a world of fire. After all, between the mountain peaks, the faint streams of fire still flickered with a dark green brilliance. The gurgling sound of water was also incessant. Some people would believe it if they said it was a celestial scenery. However, at this moment, rumbling sounds were incessantly coming from one of the mountain peaks. It was very abrupt among the monotonous whistling sounds of the flames within the star formation. Bang! Immediately after, there was a loud sound. From a place on the mountain peak, a huge human-shaped fire shadow rushed into the air. A faint blue light followed closely behind and hit the human-shaped fire shadow. The fire shadow immediately solidified, and the red fire shadow turned black and red. Then a fist of a few feet in size rushed out from the mountain peak and hit the black and red fire shadow. Shwa! The fire shadow suddenly turned into fist-sized fire crystals and fell from the air. As the fire crystals fell, two figures flew out from the mountain peak and stood majestically in the air. The one in front was Zhang Daoran and the one behind was Sun Kong Shangren. Sun Kong Shangren smiled and said, "Brother Daoran, your ice sealing technique has reached the point of perfection. It is very suitable for this formation. This bullshit fire giant is the bane of others, but in your hands, it is our lucky star." Hee hee. Zhang Daoran chuckled slightly, but there was some worry between his eyebrows. He turned his head and looked at where the two came from, but he didn't speak. Sun Kong Shangren waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, whose turn is it? Hurry up and collect the fire crystals." As Sun Kong Shangren's voice fell, a dozen gold core cultivators flew out from the mountain peak behind them. These gold core cultivators were flashing with a faint brilliance, trying their best to resist the flames of the star formation. They all flew to the place where the fire crystals fell and searched carefully. After a while, each of them took a few fire crystals and flew into the sky. They bowed and said, "Thank you for your kindness. No need to be so polite." Sun Kong Shangren was very happy. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Inform the fellow cultivators behind to be ready at any time. If there is anything good, wait for me to inform you." "Yes, Junior understands." The dozen gold core cultivators flew back to the mountain peak. After a while, more than 200 cultivators flew out from behind the mountain peak. They were either gold core cultivators or nascent soul cultivators. They stood in the air in a very orderly manner without a trace of disorder. Seeing Zhang Daoran's worry, Sun Kong Shangren also sighed deeply. He looked behind him and said in a low voice, "Brother Daoran, you don't have to look anymore. It's been almost a year. Brother Shao was fine, he would have caught up with us a long time ago." Alas. Zhang Daoran withdrew his gaze and also sighed deeply. He replied, "How could I not know? But I always felt that a strange person like Brother Shao would not easily fall on this Yade mountain. I always want to see a miracle." "Miracle? That's a picture painted by the Confucian cultivators for us Taoist cultivators." Sun Kong Shangren was disdainful and complained, "Actually, I don't want to criticize you, But you should have pulled Brother Shao out of the stone formation at that time. How could I not want to? Zhang Daren's face was filled with regret. But he was unwilling to come out and said that he wanted to save people inside. How could I delay him? I originally thought that if he didn't come out I would go in to look for him again. Who knew that the entrance of the star formation could only be left but not entered? It would be even more difficult to find the entrance again. Chapter 3660. Brother Daoren. It was wrong, I shouldn't blame you. Seeing Zhang Daoren so regretful, Venerable Sun Kong hurriedly said with a smile, everyone has their own luck, Brother Shao is also his own choice, he can't blame anyone. You shouldn't blame yourself too much, otherwise it will affect your Dao heart. Moreover, although Brother Shao can't be seen anymore, his heart, or his thoughts, didn't he leave behind? I didn't say it very well. In short, I feel like Brother Shao is by my side. Venerable Sun Kong actually took the initiative to admit that he was wrong. How was this the Venerable Sun Kong he knew before entering Yaotai Mountain? Zhang Daoren smiled and nodded. You are right. Thinking about the scheming between you and me, I really feel childish. Like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Really boring. Look at now, our words and actions do not go against our hearts. We have given our trust to each other. This feeling is really solid. In the words of the secular world, even sleeping can wake up naturally. Indeed. Venerable Sun Kong looked at the 200 cultivators behind him. Previously, I only felt that the group of cultivators trembling in fear in front of me was my prestige. But now I feel that it is only their fear of me, it is not sincere admiration and worship. Now, although these cultivators had never sworn loyalty to his little brother, their gratitude was even more heartwarming than any oath. This was something that came from the bottom of their hearts. I also feel especially at ease. Brother Shao, I am afraid he is not younger than us. If he did not have thousands of years of experience, how could he have so many gains? Compared to what he has seen and heard, I feel that my years have been wasted. Zhang Daoren sighed again. Brother Daoren, there is no need to be like this. Venerable Sun Kong smiled bitterly. We are just concentrating on cultivation. Although we are old, some views are not necessarily correct, and the amount of experience we have is also little. We can't just ruin ourselves like this, right? Sai, no matter what, if cultivation is not counted, I feel that there is a big gap between me and Brother Shao. Zhang Daoren said as he looked back again. Venerable Sun Kong was quite distressed and also glanced. This sweep didn't matter, but Sun Kong raised his brows and said urgently, not good, there are fire crows and flying dragons attacking. Brother Daoren, I'll leave the wyvern in front to you. Leave the rest to me and my fellow Taoists. Good. These fire crows and flying dragons aren't as strong as the flame giants. I can't deal with them alone. Zhang Daoren naturally understood. He nodded and agreed. His Taoist robe flapped and his figure flew into the sky. He slapped his hand on his head again. A huge wind whistled. A huge blue hand that looked like it was made of crystal expanded to 100 feet in size and grabbed towards the distance. Exalted Master Sun Kong said loudly, fellow Taoists in the 4th group, set up the formation to lure the enemy. The 2nd and 1st groups will surround and kill the enemy on the left. The 5th and 6th groups will seal off the right. Golden Core cultivators set up formations at low altitudes to kill the injured fire crows and fire dragons. Yes, we will do as you say. The group of cultivators responded in unison. Looking at the fire crows and fire dragons that blotted out the sky, there was no panic on their faces. Each of them very skillfully arranged according to Sun Kong's prior arrangements, setting up the formation to prepare for battle. In a moment the wind blew above the mountain and flames fluttered. Countless rumbling sounds rose and fell. After fighting for a full hour, the sounds finally stopped. Looking at the cultivators, although they were exhausted and had suffered many casualties, their eyes flashed with a strange light. It was as if they had long understood from this joint battle that if they didn't work as one and didn't share weal and woe, they wouldn't have been able to reach here. Even the Crimson Star Formation and Bright Moon Formation would have left their corpses behind. Quick look, a shooting star. At this moment, a golden core cultivator with a weak cultivation suddenly shouted, pointing at the distant horizon. Everyone was delighted. After all, in the Crimson Star Formation and Bright Moon Formation, the appearance of a meteor was a sign of a rare treasure. In the first two formations, everyone was very lucky. They were the closest to the meteor and found the trace of the rare treasure early. Moreover, everyone worked together to resist the attacks of other cultivators before obtaining the rare treasure. This time, the meteor that appeared in the Scorching Sun Formation was far away, but it was obvious that it was the location of the last treasure, the pure young ancestor. If it was before, once they heard the warning of this golden core cultivator, all the cultivators would definitely rush out like a swarm of bees. Who would care about others? They wouldn't even forget to kill others on the way. After all, it was the pure young ancestor. Although they didn't know what it was also the last treasure of Star-Lord Palace. It was probably more precious than the green abyss dragon's saliva and the cold ghost gall. Let's go. Seeing that the cultivators were waiting for his order, Exalted Master Sun Kong smiled slightly and said, "When we get this pure young ancestor, our trip will be complete." Good. The cultivators all applauded and flew into the distance in an orderly formation. When all the cultivators flew away, they saw that behind the fiery clouds in the sky, there was a slight gap, and a beautiful face with a little worry and a hint of joy appeared. Wasn't it the guardian of the Scorching Sun Formation, Sun Chicken Ant Suchuran? Yes, the cultivators of Dao sect have learned how to unite. With this seed of mutual support, Dao sect will not be destroyed. Kong Hongwu's plan. I'm afraid it will fail this time. Gusichuran praised in a low voice, "I just don't know. Who is this Xiao Hua? How could he have such a great influence on Zhang Daoran and Exalted Master Sun Kong? But after listening to Exalted Master Sun Kong, I'm afraid this person has already died in the star formation." Speaking of this, Gusichuran looked at the meteor in the distance again and shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, the Scorching Sun Formation is not something nascent soul cultivators can break through. If it was the star formation of Yaotai Mountain, I could still be merciful, but here I am powerless. The Immortal Palace. What are they planning? Do they really want all these Dao sect cultivators to die here? While speaking, Gusuchiran's eyes flashed with a sigh. She waved her hand and the clouds moved. A faint voice came from the depths of the clouds. "I can only hope that you can hold on for a year." The meteor streaked across the sky. Finally, with a loud boom, a huge hole appeared in a huge mountain of flames. Then the meteor shattered. Layers of inscriptions rushed out like a swarm of bees. Waves of awe-inspiring energy rotated in the air. A jade box emitted multicolored rays of light and floated in the volcano. As soon as the jade box appeared, the inscriptions changed under the influence of the light. One by one, the inscriptions quickly decomposed and combined, turning into a wave of fire that rushed down from the volcano. A small part of the inscriptions rushed into the sky like a fountain, covering the space hundreds of feet above the volcano. Then the entire volcano trembled violently, and all the inscriptions disappeared in the void. Aside from the flames of the volcano and the clouds above the volcano, there was nothing strange. In the time it took to finish a meal, dozens of rays of light crossed the sea of fire and flew closer. Two ferocious divine senses swept over at the same time. One of them landed on the jade box and immediately withdrew, while the other continued to explore the side of the volcano. Several lights landed in front of the volcano, and the first person to appear was a nascent soul cultivator wearing an emperor's robe. This cultivator looked to be in his 30s with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked very mighty, especially the thick arrogance in his eyes, which made people want to retreat. Behind this emperor was the person who withdrew his divine sense. He was only a few feet tall and was the childlike Hua Dezhenren. Hua Dezhenren's eyes revealed a trace of greed, but when he glanced at the nascent soul cultivator in front of him, his face immediately changed to a humble expression. Hua Dezhenren was also a mighty late nascent soul cultivator, but in front of this nascent soul cultivator, his innate temperament was far inferior. Needless to say, even Hua Dezhenren himself felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Fellow Zhaixing. Hua Dezhenren smiled apologetically. "Inside this jade box, I'm afraid the last treasure of this jade pavilion gathering is the pure young ancestor. The previous two treasures appeared too coincidentally. They were actually close to Zhang Daoran and Master Sun Kong, so they took the lead. Now that luck has brought them to you, the last treasure will be yours. This nascent soul cultivator, whose temperament was comparable to an emperor, was naturally the Zhai Xingzi mentioned by Kong Honggu. Zhai Xingzi's face showed a trace of a strategist's smile. He looked at the jade box in the distance and then looked at Hua Dezhenren, saying, "Fellow Hua Dai is right. If we can get our hands on this jade box, it will be the end of the Yaotai gathering if nothing unexpected happens. Fellow Taoist, don't worry, I always do what I say." The inscriptions floating in the flames also stopped in midair, like falling leaves frozen in a fiery red crystal. Boom! All kinds of magic treasures landed, causing a huge tremor. The mountain that was originally condensed from flames was suddenly hit until it shrunk. The full inscriptions melted layer by layer and were annihilated piece by piece under the power of the magic treasures. It was as if boiling water was poured onto snow. There was no resistance at all. Great! Zhai Xingzi was overjoyed. He activated his magic treasures and the multicolored light around him shone brightly. As he reached out his hand, a dragon-shaped brilliance rushed towards the fire mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was about to land on the jade box. But at this moment, the corner of Huda's eyes twitched slightly as if he had sensed something. However, he smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, but he didn't say anything. Ka ka ka. The sound of a rat gnawing on a table leg at night rang out. Layer after layer of inscriptions suddenly appeared in front of the cultivators. Each of the inscriptions emitted a solemn sound. When the sound gathered together, it actually caused the nascent soul cultivators to become absent-minded. Following the appearance of the inscriptions, strands of noble spirit condensed into the shape of crystal threads rushed out of the void and landed on the inscriptions. The inscriptions were like budding flower buds. The inscriptions that formed chapters were like rows of flower walls. However, the flower buds were fatal, and the flower walls were engraved with the names of the deceased. Boom boom boom. As the inscriptions exploded one by one, the waves of energy instantly drowned all the cultivators. Zhai Xingzi's cloud hand also couldn't escape the calamity. With a boom, inch by inch, it broke apart. Not good. Zhai Xingzi shouted. How could this happen? When Zhang Daoran and the others took the jade box, it didn't appear like this. Zhai Xingzi was shocked. He hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he activated his divine sense. Thousands of starlight appeared from the top of his head and turned into a huge hand that grabbed the exploding inscriptions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The huge hand fell. The inscriptions around the volcano also emitted a roaring sound. The noble spirit crystal threads exploded with great power. As soon as the huge hand touched the inscriptions, it was immediately blown apart by the noble spirit crystal threads. Fellow Taoist Huda, come and help me. Zhai Xingzi saw that Huda Zhai Xingzi was still activating an ordinary magic treasure. He couldn't help but frown and hurriedly called out. How could Huda Zhai Xingzi be willing to help? But now he had to act. Huda Zhai Xingzi shouted, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, don't worry. I will help you." As he spoke, Huda Zhai Xingzi also activated a huge hand that was condensed from flames. Its position was exactly opposite of Zhai Xingzi's. Of course, Huda Zhai Xingzi's hand was not as big as Zhai Xingzi's. The moment it touched the inscriptions, it immediately collapsed. At this moment, a nascent soul cultivator suddenly screamed. Above the volcano, a vast white gas rushed out and covered the nascent soul that had lost its physical body. It instantly dragged the nascent soul into the volcano and disappeared. Puff puff. After a nascent soul cultivator died, the other nascent soul cultivators also endured the most difficult stage. They all activated their magic power and used their divine sense to escape from the attack of the inscriptions. When these cultivators came out, the terrifying inscriptions gradually disappeared as if they had never existed. The volcano that had been hit until it lost its light was now waving its fangs and brandishing its claws. As he looked at the group of cultivators with ghastly pale faces and the damaged magic treasures in their hands, a bitter taste arose in Zhai Xingzi's mouth. He understood in his heart that this last treasure was absolutely not as easy to obtain as the previous two. Zhai Xingzi wanted to give up, but he couldn't say it. This was not only a matter of face but also a matter of life and death. Even if he didn't take this treasure, the Jade Pavilion Gathering's Dragon Gate would not open. They still had to stay here. Huh. Sun Kong Shangren's mocking voice came like a wave. You dare to go to the volcano without 3 inches? You're just a bunch of useless people, yet you want to covet the 3 great treasures? Are you defeated? If you can't, then quickly move aside and let this old man take it. Sun Kong Shangren's words really made Zhai Xingzi blush because these were the words he mocked Sun Kong Shangren when he first failed to take the treasure. However, Sun Kong Shangren then successfully took the jade box with Zhang Daoran. Now Sun Kong Shangren was just returning the original words. Sun Kong Shangren's voice had already arrived, but he was still far away. Zhai Xingzi heard it and his heart tightened. The first people he found were Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran. Unfortunately, Zhang Daoran didn't care about Zhai Xingzi joining, but Sun Kong Shangren was extremely disgusted with Zhai Xingzi. That kind of disgust was undisguised on his face. Zhai Xingzi was also a late Yuanying stage cultivator. How could he bear this? After a few words he flicked his sleeves and left. In his heart he was extremely contemptuous of this group of people who were only a few dozen at that time. But what made Zhai Xingzi surprised was that more and more people gathered around Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren, and more star formations were broken. Just as Zhai Xingzi was about to coldly watch these 2 people being killed by Star-Lord Palace, they unexpectedly took 2 treasures. At this time Zhai Xingzi almost suspected that Kong Hongwu of Star-Lord Palace had changed his nature and began to favor the Taoist cultivators. However, whether it was the Crimson Star Great Formation or the Bright Moon Great Formation, the casualties of the Taoist cultivators didn't seem to be his guess. Therefore Zhai Xingzi slightly shifted his target from killing Xiaohua to the treasures. As for Zhai Xingzi, to be honest, Zhai Xingzi just wanted to make use of him. When Xiaohua appeared, or when Xiaohua was fighting with him for the treasures, he could borrow Zhai Xingzi's power to kill Xiaohua. Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He looked at the jade box on the volcano in the distance, and then looked at the group of cultivators who were greatly injured. He thought about whether to continue or not. After all, before Sun Kong Shangren and the others arrived, they still had enough time to attack again. Fellow Zhai Xing, what are you hesitating for? If we don't attack now, when Zhang Daoran and the others arrive, how will we have a chance? Zhai Xingzi urged from the side. Zhai Xingzi nodded. Fellow Zhai Xingzi is right. Previously I didn't succeed. Now it's up to you. When Zhai Xingzi heard this, he felt like vomiting blood. However, what Zhai Xingzi said was also right. Even if it was a round, it would still be his turn to attack. Zhai Xingzi smiled. He already had a plan in mind. He nodded and said, Fellow Zhai Xingzi is right. I also want to lead everyone to succeed. Unfortunately, my life source magic treasure was stolen by that bastard Xiaohua. I only managed to stay alive by fleeing with all my might. Today, even if I use all of my magic power, I still won't be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with fellow Zhai Xingzi. How about this, fellow Zhai Xingzi? We don't have much time. This time we must succeed in one strike. There can't be the slightest mistake. I'll be the main force and fellow Zhai Xing will be the support. Why don't we attack together? Chapter 3662. After listening to the Immortal's suggestion, Zhai Xingzi pondered. the Immortal had said this before and he had already regarded Xiaohua as the scum of Taoism. Since the Immortal did not have his natal magic treasure, his supernatural power would naturally be weakened. He would not be of much help. If it was before, he could take a few steps back and let the Immortal try. But this time he really did not have much time. Even if he had some grudges in his heart, he could only compromise. Okay. Zhai Xingzi nodded and pointed to the opposite side. Huoda Immortal will go to the opposite side. We will attack from both sides. Who is it? At this moment, Zhai Xingzi's eyes suddenly overflowed with faint starlight. He raised his head and looked at the clouds that were covered by flames in the distance. Between the two clouds, half of a face that was either angry or happy flashed past. Ah! Zhai Xingzi's heart felt as if it was struck by lightning. Instantly his body became light and he could not breathe. It was as if thousands of mountains and ravines were stuffed into his chest. This face is so familiar. This person is so attractive. This person, where have I seen him before? Zhai Xingzi's mind was turned upside down. He tried his best to find the memory of this half of the face. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the origin of this half of the face. However, the bitterness in his heart clearly told him that this person, he knew this person and this person was deeply engraved in his heart. Fellow immortal Zhai Xingzi? Huoda Immortal did not see that half of the face, but he was a little panicked. He naturally knew that the scorching sun array was guarded by the celestial lords of Celestial Lord Palace. He did not know who the celestial lord above the clouds was, but he had a vague feeling that this celestial lord was probably Kong Honggu himself or someone sent by Kong Honggu to check on his performance. Therefore he hurriedly reminded him, What's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Zhai Xingzi's heart could not help but beat wildly. He could not calm down for a moment. This was rare for a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul stage. Zhai Xingzi's answer was somewhat perfunctory. Zhai Xingzi frowned. Huoda Immortal was a little relieved. He smiled and said, If there's nothing, we will prepare to set up the formation now. Zhai Xingzi was still a little absent-minded. Huoda Jinren muttered in his heart. He looked at the clouds in the sky and flew to the other side of the volcano. Behind the clouds, Gusuchiron's face was red and her hands were trembling. There was a strange look in her eyes and her heart was pounding. Who is this cultivator from the Taoist sect? How did he discover me? Even a cultivator of the 5th grade of essence energy wouldn't be able to notice my appearance. How can he see me at a glance? Moreover, why is his appearance so familiar? How could I have such a deep impression of a Taoist cultivator? Gusuchiron couldn't help but blush at this thought. She was just as surprised as Zhai Xingzi. As a woman, she was far more sensitive to this feeling than Zhai Xingzi. Because of this, she was far more confused than Zhai Xingzi. After all, Zhai Xingzi's glance was truly shocking. Gusuchiron just showed her face and Zhai Xingzi was already moved. This was definitely not an ordinary Taoist cultivator's spell. Seeing Huoda Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchiron fly away, a cultivator standing not far from Zhai Xingzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Zhai Xingzi calmed himself down and nodded. Oh, fellow Taoist withered tree, you and I are in the same boat now. Just say it. The cultivator named Withered Tree thought for a moment and said, I'm worried about Huoda Immortal. I feel like he is hiding something. Zhai Xingzi's expression didn't change and said faintly, Fellow Taoist, just say it. I believe fellow Taoist knows what a life-bound magic treasure is just like me. How could it be taken so easily? And from what Huoda Immortal said, Xiaohua's cultivation is higher than his. But why haven't we seen him yet? If that Xiaohua had already fallen within this defensive formation, then how did he, Taoist Huoda, escape? Taoist Withered Tree did not say much and only pointed out this one sentence. Zhai Xingzi sighed and looked at Huoda Immortal. After all, he is a Taoist cultivator. At this time I have no choice but to believe him. Although I know he might want to use our power to achieve his goal, now is the time to join hands. But rest assured fellow Taoist Withered Tree, if there is anything wrong with Huoda, I'll be the first to kill him. The Withered Tree Taoist nodded and looked at the cultivators in the distance and sighed. Our magic power is almost exhausted and we are also exhausted. This last rare treasure. A trace of displeasure flashed across Zhai Xingzi's face and he said, Confucian cultivators have a saying, the first drum is the best, the second is the worst, and the third is the worst. We have only just attacked for the second time, how can fellow Taoists say we are defeated? Zhai Xingzi was displeased and his majesty was revealed. Withered Tree Taoist's heart skipped a beat and he didn't dare to say anything more. He closed his mouth and began to channel his magic power. Zhai Xingzi flew forward and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, we have already seen the power of this defense formation. But as the saying goes, the first drum is the best, the second is the worst, and the third is the worst. This defense formation is the same. When we are tired, the power of the defense formation will also decrease. What is placed in front of us is our last chance. We must seize it." Of course, like before, I still have to remind all of you that if something is wrong, immediately retreat. There is no need to fight like a cornered beast. Your lives are the most important. No matter how precious this rare treasure is, it is still an external object. Yes, we understand. Once Zhai Xingzi spoke, everyone's heart trembled. This kind of innate majesty was not something that could be cultivated later on. However, before they could set up the formation again, Zhang Daoran, Venerable Sun Kong, and the others had already turned into rainbows and arrived. In other directions, several cultivators also flew over and stood in midair. It had to be said that these Taoist cultivators had learned a lot from this Jade Pavilion meeting. They didn't rush forward to snatch the treasures like before, nor did they plot against them. They all abided by the established rules and quietly waited for Zhai Xingzi and the others to make their last attempt. Seeing that Venerable Sun Kong was still mocking them just now but was now standing obediently by Zhang Daoran's side, Zhai Xingzi suddenly sighed with emotion. It seemed that he should also be standing there. "Zhai Xingzi." Venerable Sun Kong saw Zhai Xingzi looking at him and said coldly, "This is your last attempt. If you fail, it will be my turn. There is no chance for you to wait." Zhai Xingzi also retorted. On the other hand, Zhang Daoran looked around and looked at the last surviving cultivators. He said, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, actually, I don't think you guys will succeed. You have to try first." Zhai Xingzi didn't wait for Zhang Daoran to finish and immediately interrupted him. He said coldly, "If I fail, you will succeed?" Zhang Daoran wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I don't have the confidence either." Zhai Xingzi was a little confused. He didn't understand what Zhang Daoran meant. Zhang Daoran raised his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, we all saw your first attempt. Since you failed the first time, you may not succeed the second or third time. Besides, this flame formation is the next stage of the Jade Pavilion meeting. The Confucian cultivators of Star Lord Palace definitely won't let us pass easily. If we don't gather our strength and break the formation together, I'm afraid there will be many fellow Taoists who will die here." "I understand what you mean." Zhai Xingzi was a little tempted. He indeed didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. However, at this moment, perfected Huoda said from afar, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, I am ready. We can begin now." Exalted Sun Kong snorted and said, "Zhai Xingzi, if you want to die, then hurry up and do it." Zhai Xingzi's face turned cold. He slapped his forehead and a star-shaped artifact soared into the sky. The starlight twinkled and countless chi of heaven and earth gathered. Hiss! Exalted Sun Kong saw this and sucked in a breath of cold air. He transmitted his voice to Zhang Daoran. "Brother Daoran, this Zhai Xingzi seems to have reached the peak of 4th grade essence force. I'm afraid he won't lose to you." Zhang Daoran smiled proudly. Zhai Xingzi's artifact is the falling star. It is known as the artifact closest to a spirit artifact in the Tao sect. My artifact can't compare. Haha. Exalted Sun Kong laughed loudly. How could he not know the meaning behind Zhang Daoran's words? Exalted Sun Kong's laughter had just sounded when Zhai Xingzi's artifact, the falling star, turned into a fist and smashed towards the volcano. On the other side of the volcano, Huoda Jinren also activated his flaming hand, and together with Zhai Xingzi's fist, they attacked the jade box on the volcano. Seeing this, the other cultivators hurriedly activated their magic power again. Right at this moment, something strange happened again. Boom boom. A huge sound came from the mountain of flames in the distance. Before everyone could turn their heads to look, a terrifying aura suddenly came from that place. Not only did all the cultivators tremble and fall a few feet, even half of the flames in the scorching sun grand array were extinguished by this aura. "Set up the array." Exalted Sun Kong saw the opportunity quickly and roared. He thought it was Star Lord Hall's killer. Before Zhang Daoran and the other cultivators could fly, they saw a huge light pillar soar into the sky. It passed through the flames and the clouds in the sky and disappeared. Everyone saw that the fear disappeared along with the light pillar like a receding tide. They were very puzzled. However, Zhang Daoran and the others set up the array. The other cultivators also set up the array and were on guard. Rumble. Just as the light disappeared, the entire scorching sun formation began to tremble again. Volcanoes collapsed one after another, clouds turned into streams of fire and fell from the sky. Forests turned into fiery ponds that spiraled in the air. Everyone turned pale with fright. They were somewhat at a loss. Chapter 3663. Zhang Daren's expression also changed when he saw such a huge change in the array. He scanned the array with his divine sense and exchanged glances with Venerable Sun Kong. Both of their eyes were filled with bitterness. This time the collapse of the array was a little different from the previous one. It was completely disorderly and there was no trace to speak of. Moreover, their divine senses had just scanned a few miles when they were immediately defeated by the aura of the collapse. They couldn't go far. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be like headless flies. Oh no! Before they could withdraw their divine senses, the entire space was torn apart. Their divine senses were also cut off in the broken space. Zhang Daoran and Venerable Sun Kong's divine senses were damaged. Their faces were pale. They hurriedly waved their hands and wanted to escape with the other cultivators. At this moment, a loud sound came from beside them. They quickly turned around and saw the volcano where the jade box was located collapse. The space around the volcano was broken and shattered like glass. Thousands of inscriptions surged out of the void. These inscriptions were immediately torn into pieces by the space cracks before they could trigger the noble spirit. Ha! While the other cultivators were at a loss, Zhai Xingzi let out a wild laugh. The big hand formed by the starlight grabbed the jade box that was flowing with the fire in the volcano. Layers of extraordinary colors bloomed from the jade box. Good. Venerable Sun Kong couldn't help but praise. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they had obtained the last rare treasure. The Jade Pavilion gathering was about to end. The dragon gate that would send everyone out would inevitably appear. This collapsing space would naturally stop. Just as everyone's heart settled, they heard Zhai Xingzi's miserable scream. A space crack appeared out of nowhere between Zhai Xingzi's big hand and instantly cut the big hand apart. Zhai Xingzi's expression changed drastically. Wu. Huda Jinren reacted quickly. The flaming hand hurriedly grabbed the jade box that Zhai Xingzi had let go. Zhai Xingzi helplessly waved his hand and the falling star turned into a speck of starlight and flew back to Zhai Xingzi's eyes. Zhai Xingzi's miserable scream caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Because the dragon gate was gone and the space was still collapsing, their way out did not appear. What's going on? At this moment, Zhang Daoran was no longer interested in any treasures. All he wanted to do was to escape. The hundreds of cultivators around him were the same. Unfortunately, the collapse of the scorching sun formation was far beyond their expectations. Spatial cracks appeared one after another, turning the formation into pieces. They gradually separated from each other and even became further and further apart. Waves of inscriptions and clusters of flames rushed out again, blocking everyone's line of sight. A golden core cultivator was caught in the flames in a panic. He screamed as his body was corroded. The flames quickly killed him. Immediately afterward, several more golden core disciples were killed by the spatial rifts. They didn't even have the chance to scream. At a place several miles away from Zhang Daoran, Taoist Yuanqing Hongsongzi and Hai Hongzi were watching from afar with a group of gold core disciples. These three nascent soul cultivators had already reached an agreement outside of Yaotai Mountain, and they had also refined a type of joint offensive magical item. Therefore, after they met up with the Crimson Star Grand Formation, they had enough power to protect themselves. After that, they gathered another group of gold core cultivators and rushed here. Naturally, they wouldn't covet the rare treasure anymore. They just wanted to follow Zhang Daoran and get out of the Yaotai gathering safely. At this time they were also facing a disaster. Seeing that more people were about to die, They also released their magic treasures and other objects to resist. Fellow Taoist, dodge. Taoist Yuan Qing's sharp eyes saw a flame rushing out of the void. He hurriedly shouted at Hong Songzi, who was next to him. Hong Songzi was shocked. His figure suddenly turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. When he saw Hong Songzi turn into a rainbow, Hai Hongzi became anxious and immediately transmitted a message. Fellow Taoist, stop. However, before his voice could reach Hong Songzi's ears, several spatial cracks suddenly appeared and landed on Hong Songzi's body in the blink of an eye. Gotcha. Hong Songzi's treasured clothes blossomed with aqua-blue brilliance and instantly shattered. His corporeal body was also torn apart along with the treasured clothes that fluttered away. Chirp. A nascent soul cultivator wearing a treasured armor flew out of his body at the critical moment. His small face was full of panic. Taoist Yuan Qing's heart turned cold. When he saw that Hong Songzi's nascent soul did not disappear and was not sucked away by the huge suction force, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Gotcha. Just as Taoist Yuan Qing was about to fly towards Hong Songzi, another huge spatial crack appeared. Hong Songzi's nascent soul had just turned blurry, and before he could use his teleportation technique, he was immediately swallowed by the darkness of the spatial crack. Not only that, but a huge flame rushed out from the spatial rift and separated Taoist Yuan Qing and Hai Hongzi. Taoist Yuan Qing was surrounded by red clouds and flames. Damn it! Taoist Yuan Qing cursed angrily. He waved his hand and the broken halberd appeared in his hand. A water-blue brilliance flew out from the halberd and rushed toward the flame. Bang! 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 A violent explosion sounded. The flame was shattered and a small gap appeared. Taoist Yuan Qing did not have time to identify where the gap led to and was about to rush in. At this moment, a strange sword sound came from the clouds below him and then it became quiet. In a moment the crimson clouds surged violently, and a slender figure rushed out from the clouds. Xiao. Taoist Xiao? Taoist Yuan Qing's face lit up when he saw the familiar appearance and figure. He hurriedly flew over. However, before he could reach Xiaohua, Taoist Yuan Qing stopped in his tracks. This was because Xiaohua was lying on top of the clouds as soon as he rushed out. His eyes were tightly shut and there was no breath coming from his mouth or nose. Moreover, his face was pale and his Taoist robe was in tatters. There were clearly several wounds on his exposed skin that went deep into his body. Xiaohua was seriously injured. Seeing that Xiaohua was seriously injured, the joy on Taoist Yuan Qing's face disappeared and was replaced by an extremely strange green and red color and hesitation. Xiaohua, wake up. Taoist Yuan Qing did not go to help but called out in a low voice. Unfortunately, Taoist Yuan Qing called out a few times but Xiaohua did not respond at all. Taoist Yuan Qing saw this and bit his lips. His eyes narrowed and the halberd in his hand faintly glowed. Little Confucian cultivator, what are you doing? Inside Xiaohua's body, the green-robed Xiaohua controlled his nascent soul to repair his dantian. He was shocked when he saw the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua actually withdrew his sword form and fell here. You know, Jade Archive Xiaohua is somewhat guarded against this bastard. How can you expose our true bodies in front of him? Haha, this is called loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said proudly, fellow immortal Jade Archive Xiaohua doesn't know what this bastard is thinking, right? You don't know whether his actions in the defensive formation are friend or foe, right? If he makes a move this time, won't the truth come to light? Rest assured, fellow immortal green robe, how can he injure our true bodies with his cultivation alone? Xiaohua. Taoist Yuan Qing clenched his teeth and roared as if he had made a decision. But he moved his hand and then stopped. After all, Xiaohua had already played dead twice in front of him. How could he dare to take the risk after killing Jing Muhu and Taoist Chu? After thinking for a while, Taoist Yuan Qing carefully took out a jade bottle from his bosom and said in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, I have some healing pills here. As he spoke, he walked toward Xiaohua's body. The tip of the small halberd in his hand was pointed at Xiaohua's forehead. Damn it! Confucian cultivator Xiaohua cursed. This bastard is too cunning. What is he trying to do? Alas, Confucian cultivator, you and I are fellow Taoist Jade Archives clones after all. We don't know much about human nature. The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Don't think about it. Just kill him. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's tone was rather regretful. Although he was well-read and thoughtful, his understanding of human nature was much worse than Xiao Hua's. Don't worry. Suddenly, Subhuti, who had been hiding in the exquisite pagoda all this time, shouted, "There's a good show." Good. The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua also praised, "It's fate that brought us together." Sure enough, just as Taoist Yuanqing was about to approach Xiao Hua's body, another cautious sound rang out. Several cracks appeared in a corner of the space fragment, causing it to collapse. At the same time, another fragment was connected to this one. Taoist Yuanqing suddenly raised his eyebrows. He looked at the space fragment that had just rushed over with great vigilance. His figure hastily flew back and landed in the gap that had just collapsed. Ouch! Just as Taoist Yuanqing left, a woman with flames burning on her body staggered and flew down from the distance. Wasn't this the extremely beautiful Fairy Jing that Xiao Hua had seen before? Fairy Jing landed on the clouds. Her body was slanted as if she was injured. At the same time, a multicolored light appeared on her palm and was about to fall on the flames on her body. However, when Fairy Jing's gaze fell on the unconscious Xiao Hua's face, she even forgot about extinguishing the fire. She cried out in alarm, "Xiao Hua!" Carrying the flames on her body, she rushed to the side of the clouds. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with admiration, "We've only met a few times. It can't be this bad." With that, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a stream of true qi rushed out from somewhere in Xiao Hua's body and landed on Fairy Jing's body. The inscriptions on the flames were shattered by this true qi and the flames extinguished themselves. Fairy Jing landed beside Xiao Hua and didn't hesitate to place her white hand on Xiao Hua's lower dantian. This made the green-robed Xiao Hua hesitate. Xiao Hua himself would never allow others to inspect his dantian like this. However, Fairy Jing was very concerned and worried about Xiao Hua, which made the green-robed Xiao Hua hesitate. During this moment of hesitation, Fairy Jing's true qi landed on Xiao Hua's dantian. Ah! Fairy Jing was dumbfounded. Her face was filled with disbelief because the green-robed Xiao Hua had intentionally placed that true qi on the part of his dantian that hadn't been repaired. How could Fairy Jing not know what it was like for a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to have his dantian shattered and his nascent soul missing? A kind of sadness and discomfort appeared in Fairy Jing's heart. Her eyes were somewhat red. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.